Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old Manly suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. I'm not going. Yong Kai refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Yong Kai in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Chiu Yu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old Manly also did not expect Yong Kai to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice. Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age. This old man will say it again. Yong Kai chuckled and interrupted him. I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy? As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old Man Lee's face sank as he said, Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer. Yong Kai raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the City Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the City Lord's Master and have him throw you out? His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Old Man Lee's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation and reputation. Yong Kai continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice. You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog? Pooh. Yi Jinghan had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this, she immediately spat it out. You. Old Manly flew into a rage. Yong Kai snorted, Stop with the you and me. If Chiu Yu wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me, not the other way around. After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from. Then he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. Brat, you're good. This old man will remember you. Old Man Lee was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Dao Source Realm and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today, he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Yong Kai a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Yong Kai a lesson. After Old Lee left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Yong Kai with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement, he said, Brother Yong, I like you so much. Yong Kai shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, I'm only interested in women. Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, Brother Yong, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, what you did just now was too satisfying. Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Yong Kai, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Yong Kai didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Yong Kai had humiliated Old Man Lee in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they were to do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yi Jinghan looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things." Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yi Jinghan had such confidence in Yang Kai, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Li returned to Chiu Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Chiu Yu raised his head and looked in Yang Kai's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Kai was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Chiu Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Chiu, this is the place where the city lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the city lord's master, are you?" Chiu Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." "Just a few words?" Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Chiu Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Yang Kai. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all. So, what kind of grudge could there be between them? Chiu Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Yang Kai's side and gave the Thousand Leaves sect disciple sitting next to Yang Kai a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Chiu Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Yang Kai didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Chiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your gaze is unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Chiu Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered. "Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces, and is proficient in divination?" Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "No, it's just that there's death chi lingering around your body. You're definitely going to face some misfortune today." "What a joke," Chiu Yu sneered. "Today is the city lord's master's concubine taking in his concubine, so the sky is filled with joy. How could there be any misfortune?" "It's up to you to believe it or not." Yang Kai curled his lips. Chiu Yu furrowed his brows and said, "Brother Yang, how do you think we should deal with it?" "Quickly pack up your things and get out of here," Yang Kai said casually before he looked at Chiu Yu disdainfully. "Do you need me to teach you such a simple matter?" Chiu Yu was left speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, "Stop fooling around. I came here to ask Brother Yang a question." "What is it?" Chiu Yu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was using a sound transmission secret technique. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others couldn't help but become curious. They didn't know what question Chiu Yu was going to ask Yang Kai. After they observed him carefully, Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. He revealed a sly smile and said, "You didn't go back? Brother Chiu, you're in big trouble now. Can't you lower your voice?" Chiu Yu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay." After he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Chiu Yu. "That young lady called Luo Bing didn't go back after she went out with you yesterday? Are you sure about this?" Chiu Yu nodded and said, "I went to look for her last night, but her personal maid said that she didn't come back. I went to look for her again today, but I still couldn't find her." Yang Kai said with a smile, "The city lord's master doesn't know about this, does he?" Chiu Yu said, "If the city lord's master knows about this, it'll be terrible. The city lord's master has 14 concubines, but he doesn't have any children. He only has one daughter, He treats her like a treasure. If he knows that Luo Bing is missing, Sky Crane City will be turned upside down. How can we sit here with peace of mind? If she's missing, shouldn't you look for her? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai wore a puzzled look. It's because Luo Bing followed you when you left the shop yesterday. Chiu Yu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He said, Brother Chiu, what do you mean? You make it sound as if I abducted Miss Luo Bing. It's good that you didn't. I just hope that she can come back safely today. If so, I will let bygones be bygones. But if she loses even a single hair, I will make the person who hurt her taste the world's torture, Chiu Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered and said, Brother Chiu, you are threatening the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went back to the Heavenly Puppet Building. I didn't see Miss Luo Bing. You can verify this with the Heavenly Puppet Building's people. You can also ask the Thousand Leaves Sex people. Moreover, I just came here and I don't have any enmity with Sky Crane City. Why would I make trouble for Miss Luo Bing? Really? Chiu Yu's gaze turned grave. Yang Kai snorted and said, If someone really provokes me, I will make him face the consequences. Do you think that I will do such a despicable thing as abducting someone's daughter? Chiu Yu's expression changed, and he said, Okay, I believe you. Although I have only met Brother Yang a few times, I know that Brother Yang is a straightforward person. You shouldn't be so despicable. But Brother Yang, if you have any news about Luo Bing, please inform me. I will be very grateful. Sure. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Farewell. Chiu Yu cupped his hands and was about to stand up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat him down. Brother Yang, what do you want? Chiu Yu asked with a frown. Nothing much. I just want to ask Brother Chiu for a small favor. Yang Kai chuckled. His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Chiu Yu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. What is it? Chiu Yu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, Brother Chiu, can you help us change seats? Chiu Yu asked doubtfully, Change seats? That's right. Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, The lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place. The corners of Chiu Yu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, Then where do you want to change seats? Yang Kai pointed and said, I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty. Chiu Yu's face darkened, and he asked, You know who is sitting there? Yang Kai said with a smile, In short, it's a table for people to sit there. No, I can't do that. Chiu Yu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold, and he said, Brother Chiu, you aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter? Don't you have any code of brotherhood? Chiu Yu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, What code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity? Chapter 2304. Chiu Yu sighed and said, Brother Yang, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't treat me like an outsider. This is just a small matter for you. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes and run around naked. Just tell me, do you want to change? Chiu Yu's face twitched as he looked at him and said, So, what if I change? So, what if I don't change? Yang Kai chuckled and patted Chiu Yu's shoulder, wiping the juice on his hand on his clothes. If you change, we'll be good friends. You'll be good, I'll be good, and we'll all be good. If you don't change, this young master will have to find the city lord's master to have a good chat and ask about his precious daughters. Enough. Chiu Yu's face turned cold, and he slapped Yang Kai's hand away, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, You're threatening me. Am I? Yang Kai blinked. Brother Chiu, you've misunderstood. I'm just negotiating with you. Chiu Yu said angrily, I knew I shouldn't have asked you for information about Luo Bing. You despicable person, Yang Kai said with a smile. Young man, don't get angry so easily. It's harmful to your body. Chiu Yu looked at him coldly for a long while before he turned around and left his seat. He went to a man who looked like a steward and whispered a few words to him. The steward frowned when he heard this, and he seemed to be in a difficult position. He even glanced at the Thousand Leaves sex group and shook his head slightly. However, no one knew what Chiu Yu said to him, but the steward nodded and agreed with an ugly expression. After a short while, the steward went to the Thousand Leaves sex group and cupped his fists. Master, we've been busy today. The servants seem to have neglected something, and the master's seat isn't here. Please change seats with this old man. Please forgive us if we've neglected you. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know what the steward was up to. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists towards the steward. Thank you for your trouble. While speaking, he signaled to Yi Jinghan and the others with his eyes. Although everyone was still confused, they were still at a loss. However, they still stood up. Under the steward's lead, they walked directly to an empty table at the very front. Under the steward's arrangement, they sat down in order. After making the necessary arrangements, the steward left. Yi Jinghan turned to Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, what's going on? What did you tell Chiu Yu? She knew that with Thousand Leaves' sex current strength and relationship with Sky, Crane City, it was impossible for them to receive such treatment. The only explanation was the secret conversation between Yang Kai and Chiu Yu. After all, Chiu Yu had gone to look for the butler after leaving. Soon after, their positions would be swapped. Du Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's nothing. Brother Chiu, and I feel like old friends at first sight. So when we meet again, we have a heart-to-heart talk. He felt that the city lord's mansion was too negligent. That's why I took the initiative to suggest changing your table. No one believed him. Yi Jinghan said, Only a fool would believe you. Yang Kai said, Brother Chiu is a pretty good person. Many of the guests were secretly shocked when they saw this change. After all, everyone had some understanding of the relationship between Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City, but at this moment, Thousand Leaves Sect had suddenly been moved to the front of the table. This small change inevitably made many people suspicious, and they secretly wondered if Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City had reconciled. If that was really the case, then they would have to reconsider whether they should express their goodwill to Thousand Leaves Sect. The atmosphere in the inner hall suddenly became strange. The members of Thousand Leaves Sect were also restless. They could feel many strange gazes directed at them from all around, making them feel uncomfortable. As time passed, the empty tables and chairs in the inner hall were gradually filled by people who came later. The noisy atmosphere in the inner hall gradually returned to normal. At a certain moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The city lord's master has arrived." As soon as the shout was heard, the entire inner hall quieted down, and everyone looked in the same direction. A man wearing a red robe walked out with a joyful smile on his face and cupped his fists in all directions. "Greetings, City Lord's master. Long time no see. The City Lord's master is even more elegant than before. I'm so envious. Congratulations to the City Lord's master for marrying such a beautiful lady. The master is really a role model for our generation. On this joyous occasion, I wish the City Lord's master good health, a prosperous martial path, a continuous line of descendants, and an everlasting family." Guests from all around congratulated him with smiles plastered on their faces, trying their best to flatter him. The man wearing the red robe was also exchanging pleasantries with a carefree smile on his face. "Is that Luo Jin?" Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and asked Yi Jinghan in a low voice. Yi Jinghan's face sank, and she nodded. That's him. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. If you didn't mention it, I would have thought that he was Luo Jin's father. This was also the first time that Yang Kai had seen the city lord of Sky, Crane City. He had assumed that since this guy could take in 15 concubines, he would be full of energy and would not look too old, even if he had the cultivation of the third order Tao source realm. However, the person in front of him was an old man with sparse white hair. Although he had a good cultivation, his vitality was weak, and it was obvious that he was in his twilight years and had no hope of advancing to the Emperor realm. The crimson robe he wore accentuated his age even more. Whose girl is this? She must be blind. The wizard Ma shook his head and felt sad for the woman who was marrying Luo Jin today. Shut up. Be careful of your words. Du Xian glared fiercely at the wizard Ma and said in a low voice, It's not like you don't know that none of Luo Jin's concubines willingly married him. The wizard Ma snorted. It's because he has done so many bad things like bullying men and taking women that he has never had a child. Good, and evil will be repaid in the end. You're still talking. The wizard Ma curled his lips. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. The atmosphere was lively and festive. After a long while, a voice shouted out, The auspicious time has arrived. In an instant, the sound of wind instruments rang out. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. It was as if the roof was about to be lifted. Luo Jin's face emitted a red glow as he straightened his clothes and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, all of them with smiles on their faces and eyes filled with anticipation. There seemed to be a melodious tune coming from outside, accompanied by the sound of music. A wedding procession gradually entered everyone's sight. A woman dressed as a matchmaker walked at the front, twisting her plump, bucket-like waist and wearing a sweet smile on her face. Beside a four-sedan chair, she slowly made her way over, trying her best to show off. Behind the sedan chair, there were boys and girls following behind, continuously scattering petals from the baskets in their hands. Everywhere the sedan chair passed, the petals paved the way, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. After the flower baskets, there were 2 rows of boys and girls, each carrying a lantern, following behind the sedan chair. On top of the lanterns, there were various festive words such as 100 years of bliss and a happy marriage. After that, it was the wedding procession. All of them were girls, and all of them were weeping like pear blossoms in the rain, as if they were part of the bride's family. The short journey took a full 10 minutes before the sedan chair arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Drop the sedan chair, someone shouted, and the sedan chair landed steadily. The matchmaker stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the sedan chair, extending her hand inside. Immediately after, then, a white and soft he came up to him. Just this small hand alone was enough to cause the eyes of countless men to light up. Her jade-like hand was white and flawless, while her skin was as white as snow, appearing so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. It caused people's imaginations to run wild, as they secretly thought that a person with such jade-like hands would definitely be an enchanting beauty. However, this person was about to become Luo Jin's 15th concubine, causing people to wring their hands in pity, envy, and jealousy. Immediately after, a large red embroidered shoe extended out from the sedan chair, landing on the red carpet at the entrance. Only then did a dazzling and beautiful figure appear in everyone's line of sight. The bride wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil on her head. Her wedding dress was embroidered with a golden phoenix spreading its wings, while the phoenix coronet that was adorned with pearls and jade covered her face that caused people's imaginations to run wild. At this moment, countless people were cursing in their hearts. The phoenix coronet and red veil on the bride's head seemed to have the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. Impressively, they were extraordinary artifacts, all of the divine sense released by the cultivator, who wanted to secretly check on the bride's appearance, was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. Luo Jin seemed to know what everyone was thinking at this moment, as he glanced left and right. After giving a silent warning, he finally smiled in satisfaction. Yang Kai also curled his lips fiercely at this moment. Just like everyone else, he had secretly released his divine sense in an attempt to see what the bride looked like. However, he did not expect to be obstructed by the artifact. The artifact's power was extraordinary. If he had forcefully activated his divine sense, he would have been able to break it open and see what the bride looked like. However, this was a concubine ceremony after all. If he really did so, he would definitely attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he only gave it a try and did not try again, instead choosing to quietly observe. At this moment, the bride was being supported and led by the matchmaker as she walked step by step towards the inner hall. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her figure was faintly discernible under the wedding dress. This woman had a beautiful figure and was definitely a graceful person. As Yang Kai observed her, he suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he had sensed that something was amiss. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. More importantly, the palpitations and irritability from yesterday suddenly surged up again, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and the others, only to see that they did not seem to have noticed anything. However, the scene before him seemed to have stimulated some kind of desire deep in Yi Jinghan's heart. At this moment, she looked at the bride walking step by step towards them with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes, as if she was fantasizing about the day when she would be able to wear such a phoenix coronet and red veil and marry the person she loved the most. She stole a glance at Du Xian, her small face turning slightly red. Not long after, the group finally arrived at the inner hall. The matchmaker handed the ribbon in her hand to Luo Jin and said with a smile, "Master, I'm handing the bride over to you. You must treat her well in the future." Luo Jin laughed heartily. "I definitely won't let her be bullied in the slightest." The matchmaker said, "The bride is so lucky. Why is my life so hard? I haven't met a man like Master." The group burst into laughter, causing the lively atmosphere to reach its peak in an instant. Chapter 2305. Within the inner hall, Luo Jin held onto the bride's ribbon as he gave a faint smile, before turning around and walking inside. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the table to the left of Yang Kai and the others. With a faint smile, he walked towards the two of them and stood in front of them. The sound of the wind instruments and the silence of the gongs and drums made the scene solemn and dignified. The old man smiled. This old man is extremely honored to be able to witness this marriage for the city lord's master. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "On such a beautiful day, the two of you have tied the knot and brought about the union of Qin and Jin. I hope that the two of you will love each other dearly in the future and live a long and happy life together. Do the two of you agree?" Luo Jin smiled. "This Luo agrees." The old man nodded before turning towards the bride and asking, "What about you?" The bride's body trembled slightly before a sweet-sounding voice rang out from within the phoenix crown. As those words rang out, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart grew even more intense. He felt that he should be extremely familiar with that voice. Before he could continue trying to figure out exactly who that voice belonged to, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from somewhere within the inner hall. "I don't agree." As those words rang out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice, wondering which reckless person actually dared to embarrass the city lord's master in front of so many experts. Anger filled Luo Jin's face as he turned his head and roared, "Who dares to do such a thing?" His face was so malevolent that it was practically distorted. Today was the day of his marriage ceremony, a joyous occasion. However, he never expected that it would be ruined at such a crucial moment. Dense killing intent involuntarily rose in his heart. A chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Carefully examining the source of the voice, he snorted coldly. "What's wrong? You have the guts to ruin this king's plans, yet you don't have the guts to stand up and admit it?" A guest immediately shouted from the side, "Obediently stand up and apologize to the city lord's master, and perhaps we can spare your life if you dare to be stubborn. This day, next year, will be the anniversary of your death." Luo Jin replied, "Today is this king's wedding day, and this king doesn't want to take anyone's life. Obediently stand up, and this king won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from somewhere in the crowd. That person's entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible for others to see her true appearance. However, judging from her tall figure, she was clearly a woman. "Take him down." Seeing this person stand up, Luo Jin waved his hand fiercely. "Xiao, Xiao, Xiao." Several city lord residents, cultivator, immediately charged towards that person. The woman stood there. She didn't seem to panic at all. Just as those people were about to rush in front of her and capture her, she suddenly lifted the black veil on her head, revealing her true appearance. Under everyone's gaze, all of them suddenly widened their eyes and were flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. "Ah, this young miss?" The cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was rushing towards the woman was originally aggressive. They were prepared to capture this woman and bring her to a secret place to punish her. However, when they saw her appearance, their expressions changed drastically. They withdrew their attacks in midair and landed on the ground in a sorry state. They were all dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that the person who had ruined the concubine ceremony at such a crucial moment was none other than the city lord's mansion's young miss Luo Bing. Chiu Yu suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Bing with a stunned expression. He never expected that Luo Bing had been in the inner hall all this time and had even ruined the city lord's master ceremony. He had just separated from Luo Bing yesterday, and she was still fine at that time. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Luo Bing would do such a thing in just one night. For a moment, the inner hall was completely silent. Everyone looked at Luo Bing with strange expressions, not knowing what she was up to. Luo Jin's body shook as he stared at Luo Bing with his eyes wide open. "Why did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice, "Who bullied you?" He saw that his precious daughter's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried for a long time. Furthermore, her voice was hoarse, so he didn't immediately recognize Luo Bing's voice. He instinctively thought that someone had bullied Luo Bing. Chiu Yu quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fearing that Luo Bing would say his name. He thought that Luo Bing was acting like this because of him. "No one bullied me." Luo Bing pursed her red lips. "Is there really no one?" Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "There really isn't anyone." Luo Bing shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "Father, I have something to ask of you." Luo Jin sighed and said, "We'll talk about it later. You should go back to your room and rest first." He was furious in the depths of his heart, blaming Luo Bing for not seeing the big picture and damaging his dignity and face in front of so many powerful people. He just wanted to finish the ceremony quickly and ask Luo Bing what was going on. However, Luo Bing didn't seem to want to listen to him obediently. She just shook her head and said, "No, I have to ask you for this now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." Luo Jin shouted in a deep voice, his face filled with anger. Luo Bing's body trembled instinctively, as if she was afraid. However, Her gaze was firm as she continued to look at her father with a pleading look. Luo Jin looked at her and immediately knew that he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh and smile at the guests. Everyone, please don't make a fool of yourself. My daughter has been spoiled too much by this king, so she was a little mischievous. I hope she didn't spoil everyone's mood. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but relax. They had long heard that Luo Bing was doted on by the city lord master, but they didn't expect that it was to the extent that she dared to cause trouble during the ceremony. They all expressed that they didn't mind, looking very considerate of Luo Jin. Luo Jin looked at Luo Bing and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me? You chose this time. If it's too difficult, let's see how I'll deal with you later." Although his words were threatening, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, it wasn't a real threat, but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising the city lord master's fatherly love. Luo Bing bit her red lips and pointed to Luo Jin's side. "Your daughter wants to beg you to let her go, father." When she finished speaking, the inner hall, which had regained some of its festive atmosphere, fell into a strange silence once again. Many guests opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. However, some people knew that today's matter would be a little difficult, so they felt somewhat uneasy and secretly observed Luo Jin's expression. The smile on Luo Jin's face stiffened and slowly disappeared. The gloomy expression on his face was so cold that it seemed like a layer of frost could be scraped off, while his eyes gradually filled with anger. After a while, Luo Jin said, go and rest. You're probably too tired." He had thought that his daughter had objected to the marriage just now because she wanted to take the opportunity to threaten him and make him agree to some difficult conditions. He had been fully prepared for it, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Luo Bing was really opposed to the marriage. How could Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he doted on Luo Bing, he wouldn't let his bride go in front of so many people. If he really did that, where would his face be? Where would his dignity be? He probably wouldn't be able to manage Sky Crane City and become the city lord in the future. "Father, promise me," Luo Bing begged. "Impudent!" Luo Jin shouted angrily and looked at Luo Bing with resentment. "It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, which made you lose your sense of propriety. Go back to your room and don't take a single step out of it without my permission." "Father," Luo Bing cried, "I didn't do it willingly, so why do you have to force me to do it? Please let her go." Hiss! The sound of people inhaling cold breaths rang out. Although everyone knew in their hearts that none of Luo Jin's concubines were willing to marry him, it was fine for them to keep this matter to themselves, as no one would point it out. However, if they were to bring it out in front of everyone, the atmosphere would be completely different. However, the person who said it was Luo Bing. All the cultivators in the inner hall felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They had a strange feeling that a storm was coming, which made them feel uneasy. "If you let her go, I will stay by your side in the future. I will be filial to you and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble in the future. I will be obedient." Luo Bing was still crying and begging. Luo Jin's face twisted and turned ashen as he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Bing said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I know who she is and why she wants to marry you. Just let her go." Luo Jin said angrily, "What are you looking at? The young lady has lost her mind. Quickly take her away and take good care of her." Hearing his order, the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, who were at a loss, moved again and rushed towards Luo Bing. However, right at this moment, a person sitting beside Luo Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed her by the neck, looking around at everyone with his white eyes. He snorted coldly, "I'll pinch anyone who dares to come over." The faces of the city lord's mansion cultivators who had rushed overturned pale with fright. They fell from the air once again and scrambled to get out of the way. The other guests who had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion opened their eyes wide once again. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that today's ceremony would have such undercurrents and twists. It's him. A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the one-eyed, brawny man who was holding Luo Bing hostage. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. He still remembered that he had bumped into this brawny man in the restaurant yesterday. That fellow seemed to be called Chai Hu. At that time, he had left the restaurant early because he had gotten into a conflict with another group of people. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this Chai Hu fellow would actually sneak into the ceremony and even dare to hold the city lord's mansion's young lady hostage in front of everyone. However, this person's cultivation was only at the third-order Origin King realm. Even if he had Luo Bing in his hands, his fate would still be worrying. Thinking about this, Yang Kai turned to look at the bride standing beside Luo Jin. Ever since he saw this bride, he had a strange feeling. At this moment, he saw the bride's tender body trembling, as if she was struggling against something. Chapter 2306. One-eyed Chai, who had one hand around Luo Bing's slender neck, while the other was pressed against her back. Saint Chi surged within his body as he prepared to take action at any moment. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with embarrassment and resentment. With their young miss as a hostage, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of angering Chai Hu and injuring Luo Bing. If that were to happen, they would not be far from death. In their anxiety, they all looked towards Luo Jin, waiting for his instructions. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent a signal with his eyes. The guards understood his intentions and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai Hu in all directions to prevent him from escaping. As for the table of guests that Chai Hu and Luo Bing were sitting at, they had already scattered and fled the moment Chai Hu stood up and held Luo Bing hostage. Old man Luo Jin, if you still care about your daughter's life, tell them to behave themselves. Chai Hu's single eye radiated with a malevolent luster as he roared towards Luo Jin while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Luo Jin snorted coldly before raising his hand slightly to signal for the guards to remain calm. Only then did he look towards Chai Hu and say, "This king seems to have seen you somewhere before." Chai Hu sneered before replying with ridicule, "I'm just a nameless junior. City Lord Master would naturally not remember me." Luo Jin replied, "Regardless of the grudges between you and this king, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you let her go, this king will promise to have a good talk with you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "Have a good talk? What's there to talk about with a despicable and shameless person like you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Luo Jin replied, "Looks like you've been holding a grudge against this king for a long time. Bing Er's words were also due to you threatening her, right?" Hearing his words, looks of understanding appeared on the faces of the surrounding guests. No wonder Luo Bing was able to embarrass her father in such a situation. It turned out that she had been forced by someone. If that was the case, it would explain why Luo Bing was unable to see the bigger picture. "If you say so." Chai Hu snorted coldly, not having any intention of defending himself. "He didn't force me." Right at this moment, Luo Bing suddenly interrupted. "Father, I said those words myself. I said those words myself. Let that girl go. What did she do wrong?" Ooh. Hearing this, Luo Jin's face abruptly sank. The expressions of the surrounding guests were also very colorful. They really couldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Luo Bing was being held hostage by the one-eyed, brawny man, and her life was in his hands. So, why was she still speaking up for him? Luo Jin took a deep breath before speaking out in a deep voice, "Bing don't be afraid. Father will save you." After he finished speaking, he looked towards Chai Hu once again and said, "Sir, you're so daring as to sneak into the ceremony and hold this king's beloved daughter hostage. Exactly what are your intentions? Chai Hu gave a cold laugh before replying, Master City Lord, why do you need to ask when you already know the answer? Others don't know why I'm here. Don't you know? Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he said, Why don't you state it clearly? If it's possible, why not accept it? As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to pay any price. He spoke righteously and sternly, and his expression was solemn. The surrounding guests cheered and praised him. Someone immediately said to Chai Hu, Friend, you're being too impulsive. The city lord master has always been diligent in city affairs and loves his citizens. He has an excellent reputation, and young Lady Luo Bing is also innocent, pure, and kind-hearted. Why can't you speak nicely? Do you have to make it so difficult for everyone? Listen to me. Release young Lady Luo Bing, and the city lord master will definitely not make things difficult for you. That's right. Release young Lady Luo, and everything can be discussed. Release her quickly. Otherwise, even if the city lord master doesn't blame you, we'll still teach you a lesson. A commotion broke out in all directions. Some people tried to persuade Chai Hu with kind words, while others used malicious words. Chai Hu seemed to have become much more nervous. He tightened his grip on Luo Bing's hand, causing her to have difficulty breathing and her face to turn pale. Shut up, all of you, Chai Hu suddenly roared. He was currently in prison and was surrounded by enemies. His nerves were already tense, and hearing the shouts coming from all directions made him even more vexed. If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll strangle her to death immediately. I'm a man of my word. Chai Hu roared as he glared with his only eye. Seeing this, the guests didn't dare to utter a single word. All of them shut their mouths, afraid that they would really infuriate this irrational fellow and hurt Luo Bing. Luo Jin's face sank as he roared, Speak. What exactly do you want this king to do? Chai Hu turned his head and glared at Luo Jin. Release that person beside you. Who are you referring to? Luo Jin asked despite knowing the answer. Chai Hu roared, If you dare to be so shameless, I'll immediately take your daughter's life. Luo Jin's face changed slightly. Sir, by doing this, are you trying to steal the bride? Chai Hu sneered. She didn't want to marry you, so how can I steal the bride? I'm only here to save her. Luo Jin said. You didn't ask her, so how do you know that she didn't want to marry you? Chai Hu said, How could she be willing to marry you? You're dreaming. Luo Jin smiled. You must have misunderstood something. Although this king doesn't know you and my wife should be friends, right? This king truly admires you for doing this for your friend. Since you're my wife's friend, you're also this king's friend. How about this? You ask my wife if she's willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will immediately release you and won't force you. How about that? Hearing this, Chai Hu's face changed a few times, as though he didn't dare to believe his own ears. Hesitating, he asked, Are you serious? Luo Jin smiled. How could this king lie in front of so many guests? After pausing for a moment, he continued, Or are you saying that you're only here to cause trouble and ruin this king's reputation? If that's the case, this king will definitely not let you off easily. Someone replied, That's right. We're all willing to testify for the city master. Brat, you're not purely here to cause trouble, are you? If that's the case, you're really too despicable. Chai Hu's face turned gloomy as he remained unmoved by the shouts coming from all directions. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded. Fine, I'll believe you this once. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the bride and spoke in a deep voice. Fifth sister, you've also heard what the city master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry him? Or are you being threatened by him? Don't worry. If you're really being threatened by him, your fourth brother will save you even if I have to risk my life. This king is eternally grateful for your painstaking efforts on behalf of my wife. Luo Jin gave a faint smile. his expression calm. "Shut up!" Chai-Hu roared. Luo Jin smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the new bride, who had stood motionless by his side and had not said a single word even when Chai-Hu had caused trouble, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards her, wanting to know what kind of answer she would give to this matter. Under everyone's gazes, the bride's delicate body trembled slightly for a moment. Before Yuber's voice rang out from behind the red veil, "I am willing—" "What?" Chai-Hu's body shook as he instantly turned sluggish. He had never expected to hear such an answer. However, that voice was undoubtedly his fifth sister's, and not someone impersonating her. For a moment, he was actually unable to accept such an outcome. Luo Jin looked at him and smiled. This king should understand now, right? This king and my wife felt like old friends at first sight and fell in love with each other. If not for that, this king wouldn't have married her. Big brother Chai. Luo Bing turned her head and looked at Chai-Hu blankly. She couldn't understand why the situation was different from what Chai-Hu had said. After all, Chai-Hu had told her that the bride was being forced to marry her father. However, she had heard a completely different answer from the bride. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chai-Hu yelled. Luo Jin's face darkened as he shouted, "This king has already given you enough face. On account of the fact that you're my wife's friend, I'm not willing to make things difficult for you. I hope that you'll know what to do." "That's right. Friend, please stop pestering us endlessly. Otherwise it won't look good for everyone." "That's right. If you let young Lady Luo Bing go, I believe that the city lord's master won't really make things difficult for you. Everyone can sit at the same table and enjoy the banquet. Wouldn't that be great? You should know when to stop, brat. If you want to die, this old master doesn't mind sending you on your way." The surrounding guests started to clamor once again, as their impression of Chai-Hu was extremely bad. "That's impossible." Chai-Hu continued to nag. "It's impossible for fifth sister to marry you willingly. She must have been forced by you." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "It must be big brother, second brother, and the others, right?" "Brat, what exactly are you talking about?" The surrounding crowd was bewildered. However, Chai-Hu laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder. It was extremely carefree, as though he had figured out something and untied the knot in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly looked towards Luo Jin and gritted his teeth. "You're really sinister, old man. You actually used big brother and second brother to force fifth sister to marry you. If you don't want your daughter's blood to be spilled here today, you'd better listen to my orders obediently." Luo Jin was enraged as he shouted, "You dare to go back on your word?" Chai-Hu sneered. "What's the point of keeping my word with a despicable person like you? No matter what, I must take fifth sister away today. Whoever dares to obstruct me will die." As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand. Luo Bing cried out in alarm. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, "Wait, are you going to let her go, or not?" Chai-Hu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, "Since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail." As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Chai-Hu's face as he shouted, "Fifth sister, come here first." After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked towards Chai-Hu step by step. This brat is probably going to be out of luck. At a nearby table, Yong Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Chai-Hu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, Today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. Chapter 2307. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the Thousand Leaves sect members turned to look at him suspiciously with blank expressions on their faces. With a grin, Yang Kai replied in a low voice, "City, Lord Master looks so confident. How could he not have made any preparations?" Du Xian's expression changed slightly, as though he had thought of something, before replying in a low voice, "Young Master Yang means to say that he's prepared to." Yang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to wait and see. On the other side, the bride wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil walked step by step towards Chai, who, looking at her, joy could be seen in Chai Hu's single eye as he spoke out, "Fifth sister, please stand to the side and support me. I'll get this old fart to release Big Brother and the others. After that, we'll fly far away and never return to Sky, Crane City." Without saying a word, the bride obediently walked to Chai Hu's side and stood there. "Sir, you've caused such a ruckus in my city lord's mansion today and ruined this king's face. Do you think you can leave?" Luo Jin gave a cold snort as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. "Where there's a will, there's a way." Chai Hu replied with a sneer. Luo Jin gave a deep smile. "This king feels that it's better for you to stay." Chai Hu's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next instant, a palm pressed down on his back, causing a surge of power to surge into his body, causing his entire body to shake violently as he was sent flying. While in midair, he turned his head back to look with eyes filled with disbelief. When he saw exactly who had taken action, his eyes were filled with grief and despair. Bang! Chai Hu landed on the ground, smashing the tables and chairs. However, under that palm, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so the moment he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish, swish, swish. The experts of the city lord's mansion rushed over in an instant, a few of their palms pressing down on his back. Power surged from their palms, yet they did not release it. After all, today was the city lord master's wedding ceremony, so it was truly inappropriate for blood to be spilled. If not, Chai would have been a dead man by now. After being subdued, Chai Hu staggered about, appearing to be unable to stand properly. Looking at the new bride with an expression of extreme pain, blood flowed out of his mouth as he cried out in grief, "Fifth sister, why?" The person who had launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him was the bride he had come to rescue. Until now, he still could not believe that this was true. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Chai Hu stunned, even the surrounding guests had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Only Luo Jin had a faint smile on his face, as though he had already expected this to happen. Yang Kai suddenly stood up. His eyes burned as he looked at the bride. His expression kept changing. Demonic chi? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and covered her red lips with her hand. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this bride from the monster race?" Although the moment the bride made her move just now was extremely short, the power she displayed was very different from origin energy. It carried a pure demonic yuan chi aura. Although there were human cultivators who cultivated demonic arts or secret techniques that allowed their strength to be close to demonic yuan chi, they would definitely not be this pure. From this, it could be seen that this bride was not from the human race. Instead, she was a member of the monster race. It wasn't that the monster race didn't exist in the star boundary. It was just that the monster race would rarely move about in the human race's territory. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. Furthermore, they would do their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. After all, they were from different races. So it was inevitable that people would have thoughts of betrayal upon seeing a member of the monster race. Like Yi Jinghan, there were quite a few people who had noticed this, causing them to look curiously at the new bride. Furthermore, from the energy fluctuations radiating from the new bride when she made her move, she was shockingly a cultivator from the first order Dao source realm. Young Master Yang, what's wrong? Du Xian hastily asked upon seeing Yang Kai's strange expression. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he continued to stare fixedly at the new bride, his body trembling slightly, as though he had discovered something incredible. Take him away and keep a close eye on him. This king will have a good chat with him after the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand as he gave the order. The few city lords' mansion guards nodded their heads before taking action to seal Chai Hu's cultivation and detain him. Don't. Unexpectedly, a tender cry rang out at this moment. In the next moment, everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from Chai Hu's clutches, rushing straight towards Chai Hu. Sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the few guards, she pushed them away with all her might, opening her arms wide. She stood in front of Chai Hu, shaking her head as she shouted, "Don't come over." Her stance of wanting to protect Chai Hu caused the guests to be flabbergasted, as they were completely unable to understand exactly what she was thinking. After all, everyone had seen Chai Hu using her as a hostage. Now that she had escaped, shouldn't she be hurriedly distancing herself from Chai Hu? Why had she walked right into their trap? Bing, what nonsense are you making? Luo Jin was furious. He had been greatly angered by his daughter today, as she had repeatedly contradicted and disobeyed him. Furthermore, she even wanted to protect the safety of the person who had ruined his ceremony. How could he not be furious? Father, Big Brother Chai saved my life yesterday, so he's my benefactor. Please don't make things difficult for him. Luo Bing pleaded with a sobbing tone. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed as he said, "Benefactor?" Luo Bing replied, "That's right. I was in danger yesterday, and it was Big Brother Chai who saved me." Yesterday? Luo Jin frowned as he said in a cold voice, "Didn't you go out with young Master Chiu yesterday? Why did this person save you?" Luo Bing shook her head. "I'll explain everything to father in detail. Don't make things difficult for him. For now, let him go." Upon hearing her words, Chiu Yu's face instantly turned pale. In a flash, he appeared before Luo Bing, extending his hand to grab her arm. "Little Sister Bing, don't make trouble. Didn't the city lord's master say not to hurt him? Be obedient." Luo Bing shook her head and said, "Then let him go now." A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Chiu Yu, "Young Master Chiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest." Chiu Yu nodded. "I'll obey the master's orders." As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Chiu Yu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall, after being injured by the bride. Chai Hu appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only I read, "Fifth sister, tell me, exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart?" Luo Jin sneered. "This king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite." A guest at the side shouted out, "City, Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable." That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Chai Hu roared with all his might. "Stubborn." Luo Jin snorted coldly. Before roaring, Then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king." After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around, before saying with a dark expression, "Are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward, and this king will give you a satisfactory answer." Today, he had been disrupted by someone causing him to lose face. Therefore, he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue. Let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly. Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, feel free to speak frankly. He looked around, only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such a time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face before raising his hand. "I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry." Someone from Thousand Leaves sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury? That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yi Jinghan, Du Xian, and the others? This is going to be interesting, whispers rang out. And when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. After all, Chai-Hu was just a single person, and he had failed in his attempt to steal the bride, and ended up being injured instead. However, if Thousand Leaves sect were to get involved in this matter, then the two great forces would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. This was a matter that would affect the entire region within a few 100,000 kilometers. At the entrance of the hall, Qiu Yu was just about to leave with the incapacitated Luo Bing in his arms, but when he heard those words, he stopped abruptly and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why is it this brat? He's too unruly. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had just stood up while her hand accidentally touched her red lips. She didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly decided to join in on this matter. "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Du Xian's expression also changed slightly as he instantly realized the seriousness of this matter. Although they knew that young Master Yang wasn't a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, the others didn't. Everyone was sitting at the same table, so the others would definitely make their own guesses. Yang Kai standing up to oppose this marriage would make others think that he was acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves sect. Once such a misunderstanding occurred, they might not be able to leave Sky Crane City. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Du Xian's forehead. "It's a private matter. It's purely a private matter." Yang Kai smiled at the two before raising his head to look at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was clearly at a loss, and after looking at Yang Kai for a while, he asked, "Is your excellency also from Thousand Leaves sect? Why have I never seen you before?" What puzzled Luo Jin even more was that this group of people from Thousand Leaves sect was actually sitting at the table closest to the front. What was going on? Chapter 2308. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not from Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a grin. Beside him, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had pained expressions on their faces as they continuously wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, appearing nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Luo Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Then, how should I address your excellencies?" Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, a minor realm lower than him, Yang Kai didn't look that old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, Luo Jin couldn't underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin felt that it would be better to inquire about the other party's origins first. Yang Kai didn't look at Luo Jin when he said that. Instead, focusing on the reaction of the bride, he said in a clear voice, "High Heaven Sect." "Yang Kai." "High Heaven Sect? Which sect is that? There's such a sect in our southern territory. Why haven't I heard of it before?" "Perhaps it's a sect from some other territory. With how big the world is and how many sects there are, it wouldn't be strange if you haven't heard of it before." The surrounding guests started to whisper amongst themselves, with even Yi Jinghan and the others frowning in thought. However, none of them had heard of the High Heaven Sect, so they couldn't help but feel extremely curious. After hearing Yang Kai's introduction, the bride's body suddenly trembled, as though she had received some kind of shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly certain that his guess was correct. When the bride had taken action against Chai Hu earlier, Yang Kai had felt that the energy fluctuations coming from her were somewhat familiar, as though she was someone he knew. Now, his guess was even more certain. Clearly, Luo Jin had never heard of a sect like the High Heaven Sect, so he frowned and asked, "Does little brother Yang have any objections to this king's wedding ceremony? Why don't you share them with this king?" Yang Kai grinned. "Actually, I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Lord Master doesn't mind, can you allow the bride to lift this veil and let us see that peerless face?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. They thought, how could a bride take off her veil before entering the bridal chamber? On the day of every woman's wedding, they would only enter the bridal chamber after the ceremony. Only then would the bridegroom lift the veil. This was the custom. This was etiquette. If this custom was broken, it would bring misfortune to the family. If the bride could be magnanimous on the day of the wedding, what was the use of the red veil? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, to be honest, they were also very curious about the appearance of the bride. They all wanted to see her face. It was just that no one had the guts to say it out loud at this time. Now that they heard Yang Kai say so, they were secretly looking forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with dignity as he stared straight at Yang Kai. After remaining silent for a long while, he gave a laugh. "This little brother Yang is truly humorous. You must be joking with me because the atmosphere was too tense. This old man appreciates little brother's good intentions." As he spoke, he cupped his fist slightly in acknowledgement. However, his eyes were filled with threat, as if he was saying that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if Yang Kai continued to pester him. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Kai smiled. "City Lord Master has misunderstood. This one is not joking. I really want to see what this bride looks like." The smile on Luo Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, "Everyone knows that the City Lord Master has good luck with women. He has 14 beautiful concubines, all of whom are tall and thin. He enjoys the good fortune of having one in his left and one in his right. However, no one knows what the City Lord's wives look like. Every time they go out, they cover their faces with black veils, with guards opening the way for them, making it impossible for others to see their true appearances. However, I believe that everyone knows that the City Lord's wives are definitely heavenly beauties. Only such appearances are worthy of the City Lord Master's prestige." Hearing this, Luo Jin laughed. "You flatter me, little brother. he secretly thought to himself. So this brat isn't looking for trouble but is here to flatter me. If that's the case, it's not like I can't cooperate with him. Right now, this is already the 15th City Lord's wife. City Lord Master can't keep hiding her and keep everyone in suspense, right? Yang Kai winked at Luo Jin. Why don't we take advantage of this time when all the guests are gathered and let everyone feast their eyes on her? That's also a wish of mine. If that's the case, we'll definitely be able to bask in City Lord Master's good fortune. Who knows, we might be able to be like the Master and enjoy endless luck with women. Don't you all think so? Everyone? Although the guests didn't interrupt and only listened quietly, there were quite a few people who revealed looks of anticipation, as if they really wanted to see what the bride looked like. Luo Jin smiled. Little brother, this Luo's wives and this Luo are in love with each other and are a match made in heaven. If you want to have good fortune with women, this king seriously recommends you to make a trip to this city's 1,000 gold wine pavilion. You'll definitely be able to get what you want there. There are many beautiful ladies there. As soon as he said that, the surrounding guests all burst into laughter, as they were all convinced by Luo Jin's humor. However, there were some people who understood the meaning behind Luo Jin's words. Could it be that he was implying that this king's wives weren't ladies from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, and that they weren't people who could be looked at as they pleased? If they dared to continue being long-winded, that would be the same as insulting this king. So don't blame this king for getting angry. All right, the auspicious hour is almost over. Let's continue with the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end this farce that he couldn't stand. Yang Kai took a ferocious step forward and said in a deep voice, "What if I want to take a look at the bride?" Luo Jin turned around and stared coldly at Yang Kai, before saying in an indifferent tone, "Little brother, go back and sit properly." "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan was on the verge of going crazy. She had absolutely no idea why Yang Kai would provoke Luo Jin time and time again at this critical juncture. She could clearly see Luo Jin's impatience and anger, and knew that if this continued, there would be no way to resolve this matter. "Young Master Yang, please come back." Du Xian also spoke out to persuade him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them before replying in an indifferent tone, "This is my personal matter. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave now. However, don't point fingers at me." Du Xian frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. On the other hand, a flustered expression appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as she waved her hand. "That's not what I meant. It's just that." Yang Kai did not wait for her to finish her sentence before leaving his seat and walking towards the bride step by step. His steps were neither fast nor slow, while a leisurely expression appeared on his face. Looking towards Luo Jin, he said, "City Lord Master, if I can't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. City Lord Master, can you please fulfill this wish of mine?" Has this brat gone mad? On the other side, Chiu Yu hugged Luo Bing as he stood foolishly in his original position, while a myriad of expressions appeared on his face. He was truly unable to understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. After all, from their previous encounter, Yang Kai was not someone who would pester endlessly. Chai Hu, who was originally filled with despair and being suppressed by the City Lord's mansion's experts, suddenly had his eyes light up. Looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, he appeared to have found a life-saving straw in his despair. Struggling, he shouted out, "Little brother, help me take her away. She's just confused for a moment. You must take her away." "Impudent!" Luo Jin roared out explosively as he looked towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. "Brat, I think that you're here to pick a fight on purpose." While walking towards the bride, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Luo, you're wrongly accusing me. I just want to take a look at the bride. If you don't agree, then I can only do it myself." Luo Jin roared out furiously, "Take him down." Following his order, A dozen cultivators suddenly appeared from all directions, pouncing towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Among them, there were even two second-order Tao Source Realm Masters, one from the left and one from the right, forming a pincer attack. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the expressions of the numerous guests changed as they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. There were even quite a few people who looked towards Yang Kai with looks of pity on their faces, secretly feeling that this brat's brain was damaged. He actually dared to cause such a ruckus during the City Lord's Master's wedding ceremony. Wasn't he courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen cultivator pounced towards Yang Kai, with the two second-order Tao Source Realm Masters taking the initiative to attack without the slightest bit of mercy. In an instant, Source Chi erupted within the hall as energy surged. However, in the next moment, a series of banging sounds rang out, mixed with miserable cries. All of the cultivator pouncing towards Yang Kai were sent flying back, smashing heavily into the walls of the hall, causing holes to appear one after another. What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Waves of exclamations rang out as the guests from all directions simply did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly, yet were still unable to change the result that was imprinted in their eyes. The dozen or so cultivator, including the two second-order Tao Source Realm Masters, had all been sent flying back in an instant. It was impossible for them to perform such a comical action for no reason, so the only explanation was that they had been sent flying by Yang Kai. However, more than 90% of the people present were unable to see exactly how Yang Kai had made his move, only faintly seeing Yang Kai's figure sway for a moment. Only a few people from the third-order Tao Source realm narrowed their eyes, revealing solemn looks on their faces as they saw Yang Kai's extraordinariness. The same was true for Luo Jin. He originally thought that Yang Kai was just a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength. In an instant, Luo Jin realized that he was in big trouble. After repelling the dozen or so cultivator from the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai still had a calm and collected look on his face, as though nothing had happened as he continued to walk towards the bride. What are you all in a daze for? Attack together. Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Jin roared out. In the next instant, even more City Lord's mansion masters flew out and pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look around, a chilling glint in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "If anyone else dares to come forward, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he said this, many of the cultivator pouncing towards him could not help but reveal looks of hesitation, as they were afraid that they would hand over their lives here. However, with Luo Jin watching from the side, they could only grit their teeth and push their strength, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was standing was enveloped by a multicolored brilliance, as surging energies collided with one another, causing intense sounds to ring out. The entire hall shook, as though it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 23:09. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the point of collision, wanting to know how Yang Kai was going to deal with such a dangerous situation. However, to their great disappointment, Yang Kai did not manage to escape, nor did he move in the slightest. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan's expression changed drastically as she cried out, with his second-order Tao Source realm cultivation. It was impossible for Yang Kai to defend against such a ferocious attack. She felt that Yang Kai was most likely dead. Luo Jin sneered, as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. After a short while, the energy dissipated, revealing a gigantic crater where Yang Kai had been standing. However, there was not a single trace of Yang Kai. Where is he? Where did he go? Is he dead? Have they been reduced to ashes? That makes sense. This little brat is here to make people laugh, right? He's all bark and no bite. With so many cultivators from the city lord's mansion taking action together, even the third order Tao source realm cultivators would die, without a doubt. How could this little brat block them at such a young age? He's definitely going to die without a burial ground. Seeing this, everyone could not help but start to discuss amongst themselves. Some felt pity for Yang Kai's untimely death. Some mocked Yang Kai for overestimating himself, while some immediately started to flatter Luo Jin and flatter him endlessly. A faint smile hung on Luo Jin's face, but a faint feeling of uneasiness was growing in his heart, causing his entire body to feel uneasy. On the other hand, Chai, whose face had turned ashen, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long while. At the other table, Du Xian's face had also turned deathly pale as he continuously swallowed his saliva, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Only after a long while did he wake up from his stupor did he roar, "We have to hurry up and leave before it's too late." Yang Kai was already dead. Although Yang Kai had no relationship with Thousand Leaves sect, he was still sitting at the table with them. However, he had been sitting at the same table as them just now. So it was inevitable that some people would misunderstand. This was especially true for Luo Jin, as he might take this opportunity to cause trouble for the Thousand Leaves sect and forcefully detain them here. If Luo Jin really did so, he would have a good reason to do so, and would not be blamed by others. Thinking of this, Du Xian immediately panicked. As he spoke, he hurriedly grabbed hold of Yi Jinghan, intending to sneak away while everyone's attention was on them. However, Yi Jinghan didn't move at all, and just kept looking around with her beautiful eyes. "Yizi, what are you doing?" Du Xian panicked. Yi Jinghan replied, "Young Master Yang won't die. It's impossible for him to be killed so easily." Du Xian didn't know where her confidence came from. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "He is already dead. What are you still looking for?" Yi Jinghan replied, "I've seen young Master Yang's abilities before. How could he possibly die just like that?" After all, Yang Kai had promised her that he would return to Thousand Leaves sect with her to repair the Transrealm spatial array, as this was related to the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect. How could Yi Jinghan not be attentive? Before seeing Yang Kai's body, she felt that Yang Kai was definitely not dead. So what if he's powerful? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, Yi. Du Xian tried his best to persuade him. "I believe in him." Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and continued to search the void. All of a sudden, she seemed to have discovered something and stared intently in a certain direction. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Du Xian and the others were stunned. Following her gaze, they saw a master from the city lord's mansion standing there. He seemed to be a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, and was one of the people who had participated in the attack on Yang Kai. However, at this very moment, a faint phantom image had appeared behind this person's back. This phantom image gradually solidified into Yang Kai's appearance. Du Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he said in a trembling voice, "He's really not dead." The depths of his heart throbbed. Just how strong was this person? How could he escape from such an attack without anyone noticing? Not only was he not dead, he was completely unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Many divine senses covered the hall. The few masters from the third order Tao Source realm seemed to have not let down their guard. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, they detected him. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Upon seeing Yang Kai's figure, Luo Jin's face changed drastically as he roared, "Boy, what are you trying to do?" Yang Kai poked his head out from behind the second-order Tao Source Realm Cultivator, looking at Luo Jin with a sinister smile. He waved his hand in front of him, causing a concealed space principal fluctuation to appear before quickly dissipating. After doing that, he spoke. I've already said it. If anyone dares to take action against me, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he said those words, Luo Jin inexplicably shivered as an extremely uneasy feeling started to spread in his heart. Right at that moment, the second-order Tao, Source Realm Cultivator, in front of Yang Kai suddenly fell forward. Before his body landed on the ground, blood spurted out from his neck as his head flew high into the air. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions as countless people looked at Yang Kai in horror, retreating continuously to put some distance between them. The person who had just died was a famous master in Sky Crane City. He had always been Luo Jin's right-hand man, and was a Vice City Lord-level master who governed Sky Crane City together with Luo Jin. However, such a master had been silently killed by Yang Kai. From the blank look in his eyes before he died, it seemed that he did not realize what had happened until the moment of his death. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was this young man to be able to kill a second-order Tao Source Realm Cultivator so stealthily? Even the person who had been killed did not notice it. Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin and said calmly, "I'm sorry to let City Lord Master see blood on such a big day, so I hope that no one will stop me." After saying that, he walked towards the bride, who had been standing motionless all this time. Along the way, everyone unconsciously opened up a path for him, while the cultivator from the city lord's mansion slowly retreated with ugly expressions. No one dared to disturb him. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water as he stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes flickering with thick, murderous intent. This young man, named Yang Kai, had caused a huge commotion during today's ceremony, so his prestige would definitely be greatly damaged. If he could not save his face, how could he establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future? However, several second-order Tao Source Realm Masters were unable to do anything to him, so he was afraid that only he could subdue him. Thinking of this, Luo Jin glanced at a certain spot in the crowd without anyone noticing. Over there, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the bride with a complicated look on his face. He reached out to grab the bride's red veil and said, "Excuse me." The surrounding guests all opened their eyes wide. On one hand, they wanted to know how the situation would develop, but on the other hand, they were also curious about the bride's appearance. Yang Kai had caused such a commotion because he wanted to see what the bride looked like. He had even not hesitated to offend the city lord's mansion and kill a vice city lord. Because of this, even those who were not curious about the bride's appearance became interested. For a moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths, waiting to witness this crucial moment. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to grab the red veil, the bride in front of him suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. At the same time, monster chi surged from her delicate body, and she sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. The palm contained an extremely powerful energy. "Be careful." Chai Hu roared out fiercely. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the bride just now. If not for that, how could he have been captured so easily with a hostage in his hands? Seeing this unforeseen event, Yi Jinghan cried out in alarm. The palm strike was extremely powerful, and Yang Kai did not dare to block it due to his apprehension for fear of injuring the bride. As such, he allowed the jade-like hand to strike his chest. Feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, he was sent flying backwards. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew through the air, while his internal organs churned. At this moment, Luo Jin had already arrived behind Yang Kai without anyone noticing. Suddenly, he summoned a jade scepter-like artifact and sent it smashing down heavily towards Yang Kai. At the same time, a malevolent grin appeared on his face. "This king will send you on your way." As his words rang out, the jade scepter smashed into Yang Kai's body. Radiance blossomed from the scepter as it radiated with an extremely mysterious power. In an instant, a black hole appeared in the air and devoured Yang Kai's body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body was torn apart. Having succeeded in his attack, Luo Jin laughed heartily. This is the result of disobeying this king. The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the jade scepter in Luo Jin's hand. It was as if this artifact was an extremely powerful artifact. However, in the next instant, the smile on Luo Jin's face froze as he suddenly discovered that not a single drop of blood flowed out from Yang Kai's shattered body. Instead, it started to distort under his gaze before dissipating like smoke. An afterimage. Luo Jin's expression changed greatly, as he never expected that such a foolproof sneak attack would actually fail. So, it was you who messed around. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, causing the surrounding guests to jump in fright. Their expressions changed greatly as they retreated backwards. By the time they turned their heads to take a look, they saw Yang Kai reaching out to grab a middle-aged man by the neck with a sneer on his face. The crowd did not seem to recognize this middle-aged man, and upon seeing his misfortune, they could not help but reveal looks of sympathy, as they did not know why Yang Kai had targeted him. This middle-aged man had a cultivation of the first-order Tao source realm, and his strength was pretty good. However, after personally witnessing Yang Kai killing the Vice City Lord, how could he dare to resist? His body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Little brother, let's talk things over properly. What's the meaning of this?" Yang Kai exerted a bit of force, causing creaking sounds to ring out from the middle-aged man's neck as he sneered. "Stop acting in front of me. Tell me, exactly how did you manage to control the bride?" Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and panic filled his eyes as he tried his best to cover it up. I don't know what you're talking about." "You know what I'm talking about in your heart. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to obediently dispel that secret technique. If not, you'll never be able to dispel it." The middle-aged man instantly panicked as he shot a pleading look towards Luo Jin. Upon hearing those words, the despairing Chai, who seemed to have realized something, struggling to crawl up, he looked towards Yang Kai and said, "Friend, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 23:10. A faint smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at Chai, who with some sympathy. Instead of answering his question, he asked, "Are you feeling very sad and desperate? The person that you risked your life to save actually attacked you from behind. How does that feel?" Chai, whose face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with a single eye. Yang Kai replied, "She didn't take action of her own accord." Chai, who was shocked as he clenched his teeth, "Are you saying that she was controlled by someone?" As he spoke, he shot a hateful look at the middle-aged man that Yang Kai was holding in his hand, killing intent surging from his face as he asked, "Could it be that person?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "You finally understand." A vexed look appeared on Chai, whose face as he replied, "I should have understood long ago. I should have understood long ago. How could fifth sister attack me from behind? Damn it, I should have understood long ago. Why am I so stupid? Chai, who am the stupidest person under the heavens." As he shouted, a look of guilt and self-blame appeared on his face. "Big brother Chai." Luo Bing's face was covered in tears. It was unknown whether it was due to the shock or something else, but she rushed forward and pushed away the cultivator from the city lord's mansion, who was holding Chai Hu down. She then opened her arms and stood in front of Chai Hu like a mother hen, shouting, "Big brother Chai, leave. I'll stop them." She didn't know why she would do such a thing. Before she met Chai Hu, she was still the princess of the city lord's mansion. She was pampered and cared for, living a carefree and happy life every day. However, in just a single night, she felt as though she had matured a lot. When she saw Chai Hu's heartbroken and self-blaming expression, she felt an indescribable heartache. Her body couldn't help but take action. She simply didn't think too much about it. Bing, Luo Jin flew into a rage, his eyes spewing flames of fury as he glared fiercely at his daughter. He never expected that his obedient and well-behaved daughter would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. She had even gone as far as to protect the evildoer who had ruined his marriage ceremony. He felt as though the world was spinning as a raging inferno started to burn in the depths of his heart. Father, let Big Brother Chai leave. I beg you, he is my savior. You can't hurt him. Luo Bing knelt on the ground, weeping and begging bitterly. A complicated emotion surfaced in Chai, whose single eye as he stared blankly at the delicate figure before him, while his heart was filled with complex feelings. The expressions of the surrounding guests also changed as they stared at the weeping Luo Bing. His heart was filled with respect. Lady Bing, well done. Yang Kai laughed from the side and gave Luo Bing a thumbs up. He couldn't help but look at her in a new light as he shouted, Don't worry, your big brother Chai won't be hurt today. I guarantee it with my life. Luo Bing heard this. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at Yang Kai. Really? Are you sure? Yang Kai said solemnly, I promise. Luo Bing wiped her tears and said happily, Thank you. Thank you. Take him away quickly. Big Brother Chai's cultivation has been sealed by them, so he can't leave by himself. You are so powerful, so you can definitely take him away. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. That won't do. I still have things to do. I'll take him away once I'm done. He paused for a moment before continuing with a faint smile. Of course, if Lady Bing wants to leave with us, you can come with us. Me? Luo Bing was startled upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her father before looking at Chai, who behind her. With a sad smile, she said, Forget about me. I have to stay by my father's side. Luo Jin closed his eyes and said in a pained voice, Bing, if you don't return to your room and continue to spout nonsense here, your father won't have a daughter like you anymore. He had had enough. He felt that he had spoiled Luo Bing too much, which had led her do such a disgraceful thing today. The pain in his heart was far greater than the anger he felt when Yang Kai and Chai, who disrupted the ceremony. Luo Bing's tender body started to tremble as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked pitifully at her father, tears flowing down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Luo Jin had never been so strict with her, nor had he ever said such heartless words to her. This caused her to be unable to accept it for a moment, causing her to become completely dumbfounded. As for you two, although Luo Jin was furious at his daughter's reckless actions, he couldn't bear to look at Luo Bing when he saw her in such a state. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said fiercely, None of you can leave today. Activate the array. As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord's mansion suddenly buzzed, and a surge of energy surged. A layer of solid light curtains suddenly appeared outside the entire city lord's mansion. Clearly, some kind of array had been activated, sealing off the entire city lord's mansion. That's exactly what I wanted. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Now, before this matter is resolved, none of you can think of escaping. This brat is crazy. He's really crazy. He actually dares to offend the city lord's mansion by himself. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. He's still young and full of vigor. It looks like he's going to die here. Why do you care so much? Just watch the show. A flurry of discussions rang out as the surrounding guests retreated far away from the scene, leaving a large empty space in the center, leaving only Yang Kai and the middle-aged man he had subdued. Tell me, what method did you use to control the bride? I don't have much patience, so if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill you right away. Yang Kai's palm pulsed with source chi as he stared at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the first order Tao source realm, which was one level lower than Yang Kai's. When he heard this, his expression changed greatly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He said in a trembling voice, "Little brother, you must have misunderstood." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and made a small cut on his arm. Pooh! A soft sound rang out as the man watched his arm fly out from his body, exploding into a bloody mist in midair. In the next moment, dark red blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. "Ah, my arm!" The middle-aged man cried out miserably. Due to the pain, his face seemed to have twisted together. "This is just a small warning. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer next time, your head will fly out." A chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said coldly, "No matter what method you use to control the bride, I believe that as long as you die, the bride will be able to escape, right?" The middle-aged man's body trembled, his face filled with fear and shock. As he shouted out, he shot a look in Luo Jin's direction, only to see the latter shaking his head slightly. Clenching his teeth, he shouted out, "Kill me! It's useless even if you kill me. If I die, the bride will definitely die as well." As his words rang out, the surrounding guests instantly went into an uproar, while Luo Jin's face sank and turned incomparably ashen. Although the middle-aged man did not directly reveal any information, his words were enough to explain some things. If not for the bride not agreeing to this marriage, why would Luo Jin want to control her? If she was truly willing, there was absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. In other words, she was truly being forced to marry Luo Jin. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chai, whose single eye suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance as he grinned foolishly, appearing as though the knot in his heart had been untied. Seeing him so happy, Luo Bing could not help but giggle, causing her to look extremely beautiful. "You want to lie to me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly before speaking out in a sinister voice. "Do you know the price of lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you," the middle-aged man shouted out. "Everything I've said is true." Yang Kai stared coldly at him, but was unable to see any trace of lying in his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, "Good. Since that's the case, remove that secret technique." Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he shook his head continuously. "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai roared out fiercely. The middle-aged man replied, "If I don't remove it, you won't dare to kill me. However, if I remove it, I'll definitely die." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. If he did not remove the secret technique, Yang Kai would naturally not take his life out of fear of harming the innocent. However, if he removed it, not to mention whether Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river, even Luo Jin would definitely not let him off. Today, Luo Jin had already lost all of his face. If the middle-aged man's actions were not to his liking, how could Luo Jin take things lying down? He had a heart of tolerance for Luo Bing and was helpless against Yang Kai. However, he would definitely turn this middle-aged man into ashes. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "What a good plan you've made." The middle-aged man gave a miserable laugh. "I was forced by the circumstances. I hope that little brother will not blame me." "Then tell me exactly what kind of secret technique is that?" Yang Kai asked once again. The middle-aged man timidly glanced at Luo Jin, only to see the cold expression on Luo Jin's face, causing him to hurriedly avert his gaze. "It looks like you're determined not to cooperate with me. Fine. I won't take your life, but I can chop off your limbs." Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand to do the same. "Wait." The middle-aged man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but he shouted out loudly upon hearing this. "What else do you have to say?" Yang Kai asked in a stern voice. The middle-aged man hesitated for a long while before clenching his teeth and saying that wasn't a secret technique. "It wasn't a secret technique?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Then, what method did you use to control the bride? The middle-aged man cried out, I can't tell you. Little brother, please let me go. I can only tell you this much. I have elders and children in my family, and I also live in Sky Crane City. Little brother, please be magnanimous. Young Kai stared coldly at him, knowing that he wouldn't get any results even if he continued to force him. Thus, he threw the middle-aged man towards the thousand-leaved sex side and said through clenched teeth, Missy, help me keep an eye on him. If he dares to play any tricks, just kill him. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Jinghan came back to her senses and hurriedly reached out to grab the middle-aged man, restraining him by her side. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and come to the bride's side. This time, the bride didn't attack him, instead standing in place like a statue. However, as Yang Kai approached her, her breathing started to become rapid, as if she was extremely excited. Even her delicate body started to tremble slightly. Chapter 23:11. After a short while, Yang Kai finally arrived before the bride and extended his hand to grab her red veil. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly, though he continued to restrain himself from taking action. No one knew what he was planning. At this moment, the surrounding guests opened their eyes wide as they focused their attention on the bride, quietly waiting for the exciting moment to arrive. With a whoosh, the red veil flew up, revealing a charming and absolutely beautiful face, causing the eyes of the numerous guests to light up as they felt endless envy in their hearts. In the instant that the bride regained her vision, her beautiful eyes shot towards Yang Kai, filled with excitement and rebuke, as though she was blaming Yang Kai for taking so long to lift her veil. Yang Kai also took a deep breath, as though a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Sending a grin towards the bride, he said, Senior, it's really you, fifth sister. Chai Hu called out in a soft voice. Rolling her eyes, the bride shot a look towards Chai, who, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Although she had no choice today, she had witnessed everything that Chai Hu had done. Being controlled by the middle-aged man, she had secretly taken action against Chai, who, causing her to feel endless self-reproach, wishing that she could take his place. Can't Senior speak? Yang Kai asked with a grin towards the bride. The bride shot a fierce glare towards Yang Kai, as though she was asking the obvious. Yang Kai replied with embarrassment, Can I move even then? The bride blinked her eyes. Hearing Yang Kai's words, many of the guests revealed looks of suspicion, as they could sense that Yang Kai was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, while the bride was only in the first-order Dao Source realm. Yet, Yang Kai had actually addressed her as Senior. What was going on? Chai Hu also looked towards Yang Kai with a blank look on his face. He asked, Little brother, do you know my fifth sister? Although he had guessed that Yang Kai was extremely familiar with his fifth sister, Chai Hu was still somewhat astonished. According to his knowledge, his fifth sister and big brother did not have any acquaintances in the star boundary. Yang Kai smiled and said with a strange expression, Of course I know him. Senior Chiyu is my master mother-in-law. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Countless guests opened their mouths wide and stared at Yang Kai blankly. It was as if he was hallucinating. There were also quite a few people who had peculiar expressions on their faces as they glanced at Chiyu before glancing back at Luo Jin, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Yang Kai addressed the bride as master mother-in-law. Didn't this mean that the bride in front of him had already given birth to a child? However, the famous Sky Crane City Lord didn't know about this, and even wanted to take her as his concubine? After understanding this point, many of the cultivator who had a problem with the city lord's mansion revealed gloating expressions as they looked at the ashen-faced Luo Jin. It was as if there was a huge green hat on his head that was radiating with an enchanting brilliance. After saying those words, Yang Kai's surging emotions finally calmed down. The bride in front of him was shockingly the monster King Chiyu, who had broken the seal on Shadowed Star, and arrived in the star boundary together with Yang Kai. She was also Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother. When he first saw the bride, he did not pay much attention to her, and only felt that something was amiss. However, when the bride used her strength to launch a sneak attack on Chai, he discovered that the monster chi fluctuations were somewhat familiar to him, and secretly guessed that he definitely knew this bride. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was a possibility that she was Chiyu, which was why he insisted on seeing her face. He had deliberately mentioned the words High Heaven Sect in order to test the new bride's reaction, and the new bride's reaction was indeed as he had expected. It was at that moment that he confirmed the guess in his heart, though he was stopped by Luo Jin. It was just some trouble. Now that he saw Chiyu's face, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt excited in his heart. That day in the Starlight Corridor, he and the other 5 third-order origin kings were separated due to some unforeseen circumstances. Even Lu Yen and the stone mongoose Xiao Zhao's whereabouts were unknown. After such a long time, he was only able to find Lu Yen by chance and let her return to his side. However, he did not know where Xiao Xiao and the others were. Yang Kai had always been worried about them and did not know how they would survive in this unfamiliar star boundary. However, the star boundary was vast and he had no connections or backing, so he was powerless to inquire about anything. This time, it was simply a miracle that he was able to meet Chiyu in Sky Crane City. If he hadn't promised Yi Jinghan that he would make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect, he definitely wouldn't have shown himself in Sky Crane City. If Yi Jinghan hadn't received a message from Yi Hen asking her to attend the ceremony, he would have missed out on Chiyu. All kinds of coincidences had led to today's coincidental meeting. Life was really unpredictable, and the heavenly way was constant. For a moment, Yang Kai sighed. "Brat, what are you calling her for?" Luo Jin could not bear such an insult, and after a moment of indifference, he suddenly roared. Chai, who was also shocked, and looked at Chiyu in astonishment. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, "Fifth sister, she has a son?" Chiyu stood there quietly, unable to move, but her cheeks flushed red. She glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if she was blaming him for speaking without thinking and ruining her reputation. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Chai, you've misunderstood. Senior Chiyu has an adopted daughter. An adopted daughter." Upon hearing this, Chai Hu smiled and said in a carefree manner, "It doesn't matter whether she's an adopted daughter or a biological daughter. In any case, you're a family with us." Yang Kai said, "This young has seen Brother Chai's actions. On behalf of mother-in-law and master, this young thanks Brother Chai for your assistance." After saying that, he cupped his fists and bowed. Waving his hand, Chai Hu said, "Fifth sister is imprisoned, so this is something this Chai should do. Little brother, you should take a look at how to remove the seal on fifth sister's body." Nodding his head, Yang Kai shot a look at Chiyu and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, senior." As he said that, he grabbed Chiyu's white and tender wrist before sending the source chi in his body into her meridians. Chiyu's tender body trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Previously, she had been covered by the red veil and was unable to see what had happened outside. She could only sense that Yang Kai had fought with quite a few people. At this moment, upon sensing the purity and density of Yang Kai's source chi, shock could not help but appear on her face as she secretly admired him. She was now a Tao Source realm cultivator, so she naturally knew the disparity in strength between two realms. She could clearly sense that the source chi in Yang Kai's body had already been completely transformed and was no longer something that she could compare to. Thinking back to the time when they had first arrived in the star boundary, Her cultivation was still higher than his by a small realm. However, when they met again today, he was already far ahead of her. Only a short span of 2 to 3 years had passed since then. Qi Yu was extremely curious as to exactly what Yang Kai had experienced in such a short period of time, to actually be able to grow to such an extent. Just as Qi Yu was secretly shocked, Yang Kai had already sunk his consciousness into investigating. After a short while, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, it's not a secret technique, nor are there any traces of a seal." Hearing that, Qi Yu continuously shot glances at Yang Kai, as though she wanted to tell him something. However, she was unable to release her divine sense, nor was she able to open her mouth to speak. She was completely powerless to do anything, causing her to become as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Jin observed all of this from afar, sneering without the slightest intention of interfering. It was as though he had complete confidence in the methods used by the middle-aged man, and felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to dispel them with his current abilities. What the hell is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully examined it, not letting go of even the slightest bit of suspicion. The other guests also looked around curiously, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of dread towards the middle-aged man. They had all personally witnessed how powerful Yang Kai was. However, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still unable to find a way to control the middle-aged man. From this, one could see how strange the middle-aged man's methods were. If one were to interact with such a person, one would definitely have to be on their guard. If not, once the middle-aged man used such a strange method to control them, they would turn into walking corpses. Exactly what method did you use to control the bride? Seeing that Yang Kai was unable to figure out anything after busying himself for so long, Yi Jinghan could not help but ask out of curiosity. Hearing that, the middle-aged man shook his head continuously. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything." How could he dare to reveal any clues? His entire family was in Sky Crane City, and once he revealed this secret, it would bring disaster to his family. Luo Jin would definitely not let him off so easily. What a coward! Yi Jinghan spat out. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, but he was powerless to refute and could only remain silent as he looked towards Yang Kai with fear and dread. All of a sudden, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something, and his expression changed. His divine sense sank into a certain part of the dantian on Qi Yu's abdomen, and carefully investigated it. After a short while, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Puppet sprout? It's actually a puppet sprout?" Ooh. As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man's mouth fell open as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and exclaimed, "How can you recognize this thing? This thing has long gone extinct, so it's impossible for anyone to recognize it." "So, it really is a puppet sprout." Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at the middle-aged man. "I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but after hearing this friend's words, I'm certain that it is a puppet sprout." The middle-aged man's expression froze for a moment before he shouted furiously, "You tricked me!" Du Xian slapped the middle-aged man's head, causing him to stagger as he sneered. "Your IQ is so low. Heist." Yang Kai laughed. "Thanks." The middle-aged man felt as if he had lost his soul, his entire being feeling unwell, as he felt that the world was filled with evil intentions. Turning his head to look at Luo Jin in horror, he said, "Sir City Lord, I wasn't the one who told him about this. I didn't reveal any information to him." "Trash." Luo Jin snorted coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned stiff as he fell weakly to the ground, completely without any strength left in his body. However, in the next instant, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shouted towards Yang Kai, "So, what if you know about it? Without my unique secret technique, it's impossible for you to expel it. If you want your mother-in-law to be safe and sound, then obediently ask them to let me go and apologize to the City Lord Master." Even at this moment, he still wanted to hug Luo Jin's thigh, and hoped that he would be forgiven. "Shut him up," Yong Kai roared impatiently. In response, Yi Jinghan chopped down with her palm, knocking the middle-aged man unconscious. Chapter 2312. Puppet Sprout, ranked 52nd on the Earth ranking. Thin and hairy, it was born in a dark place 30,000 meters underground and was extremely difficult to find. After connecting with its owner, it could control others for its own use. Some information he had read in the exotic insect scripture flashed across Yong Kai's mind, and he quickly recalled how to restrain it. This was all thanks to the insect enslavement bracelet left behind by the Insect Emperor, which contained the exotic insect scripture. If not, with Yong Kai's knowledge and experience, he would definitely be helpless in this situation. The puppet sprout wasn't ranked high on the exotic insect rankings and was almost at the bottom of the rankings, although it had thin and hairy, making it hard to detect, and the person it planted with would become like a puppet that would obey orders. It had some other drawbacks that caused its ranking to not be high. After knowing how to deal with it, Yong Kai hurriedly immersed himself in searching through his space ring, and after a short while, he found a few herbs. Many guests looked at him curiously, not knowing what exactly he was planning to do. Even the crowd was confused about what the puppet sprout was that he had mentioned earlier. Seeing him take out these herbs, they were all secretly guessing whether or not they could restrain the puppet sprout. "Miss Yi, do you have the monster core of an Earth attribute monster beast of Tao source grade, or above? Lend it to me." Yong Kai suddenly turned his head and asked Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan gawked for a moment before hurriedly searching through her space ring. However, before she could find it, Du Xian had already taken out a rolling yellow monster core. Looking at Yong Kai, he said, "This Du just happens to have one. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, feel free to take it." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Jin suddenly roared out, "Du Xian, if you still care about the friendship between Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves Sect, then leave. Take your junior brother and junior sister, and leave this place. This king will not pursue the matter from before." Hearing this, Du Xian frowned and shot a look at Yi Jinghan. Seeing her nod her head slightly towards him, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang is a friend of my Thousand Leaves Sect. This Du naturally can't sit by and do nothing when a friend has a request." Luo Jin's face turned ashen. He nodded repeatedly. "Good, very good. This king will remember today's matter and will definitely visit Thousand Leaves Sect in the future to discuss it with Yi Hen." Du Xian frowned slightly, but still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "As long as master of the city is happy." As he spoke, he tossed the Earth attribute monster beast's monster core to Yong Kai. Yong Kai took it and checked its grade and color. He was very satisfied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a pill furnace suddenly appeared in front of him. The alchemy furnace expanded in the wind and soon grew to the height of a person. The exterior of the alchemy furnace was engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. "Hiss, is this kid also an alchemist? Oh my God, this pill furnace seems to be Tao's source grade high rank. Being able to use such a pill furnace, doesn't that mean he's a Tao source grade alchemist? What did he say his name was? Yong Kai. High Heaven Sex Yong Kai. Yong Kai? That name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before." Everyone started to discuss among themselves, with quite a few people revealing shocked expressions. They had already witnessed the powerful strength Yong Kai had displayed before, but now that he had taken out a Tao source grade high-rank alchemy furnace, they were still shocked and started to make guesses. There were already quite a few people who had spread rumors about him and the previous incident. The person who had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm was connected to him. After all, the two of them shared the same name, had Tao source realm cultivation, and seemed to be proficient in alchemy. Although the world was big, there weren't many people who had so many similarities. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai pushed the flames of the furnace, causing the temperature of the entire inner hall to rise by quite a bit. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and paid attention, not showing any intention of rushing to take action. He seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai's next move. Yang Kai was very happy as he continued to form hand seals and engrave spirit arrays, throwing the herbs and earth attribute monster core into the pill furnace one after another, controlling the temperature of the flames. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to the side. Source chi surged from his palm and sucked a bowl over. Immediately after, he leapt up and arrived in front of the black jade furnace. Patting the pill furnace, he sent the lid flying before reaching out and sucking the contents of the furnace out. It was a green-colored medicinal liquid that looked extremely strange and sticky, appearing to be in a semi-solidified state. From an alchemist's point of view, opening the furnace at this moment meant that the refinement had failed. However, this was exactly what was needed to expel the puppet bud. Placing the strange medicinal liquid that was emitting a strange smell into the bowl, he carefully brought it in front of Chiyu and said in a serious tone, "Senior, drink this." Chiyu's brows furrowed as her face turned pale. When Yang Kai brought the semi-finished medicinal liquid in front of her, she immediately smelled an extremely unpleasant odor. This odor was similar to a pair of socks that had not been washed for a few decades. Just smelling it was enough to make one feel nauseous. How could such a thing enter one's stomach? Seeing the look of disdain in her eyes, Yang Kai grinned and said, "Good medicine tastes bitter. You'll feel better after drinking this." Chiyu glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, giving him a look that said, "If you dare to trick me, you're dead meat." Yang Kai ignored her and coaxed her like a child. "Come, drink it obediently." After saying that, he opened Chiyu's mouth with one hand and poured the contents of the bowl into her mouth with the other. At the same time, he secretly urged his source chi to help Chiyu swallow. Gulp, gulp, gulp. All of the guests turned their gazes away, feeling their stomachs churn and their entire bodies turn unwell. Wah. At a certain moment, Chiyu suddenly vomited and half knelt on the ground. Her expression was extremely painful, as if she wanted to vomit out all of her internal organs. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile on his face. He threw away the bowl in his hand and reached out to pat Chiyu's back. "Smelly brat, how dare you make me drink such a thing?" Chiyu turned her head and glared at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. She had lived for so many years but had never drunk such a disgusting thing. If not for the fact that her movements were restricted today, how could she have suffered such a disaster? "Senior, please calm down. This brat had no other choice." Yang Kai laughed mischievously. "Fifth sister." To the side, Chaihu stared at Chiyu in a daze and said happily, "You can move now." Chiyu was stunned, as if she had just awoken from a dream. She slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, "I'm really not restricted anymore." After saying that, she turned her head and regained her dignified appearance as she said hatefully, "Since you're speaking the truth, I'll let you off this time, if you dare to make me drink such a thing again." Halfway through her words, Chiyu hurriedly covered her mouth as her face turned pale, seemingly recalling an extremely bad memory. However, she quickly turned her gaze towards Chaihu and said with a guilty look on her face, "Fourth brother, I've implicated you." Chaihu laughed heartily. "We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. I believe that if I were to encounter such a situation, you wouldn't just sit by and watch." Chiyu nodded her head, a look of gratitude on her face. Turning around, she stared coldly at the middle-aged man being restrained by Yi Jinghan and said, "He actually dared to make me suffer such a thing. I want him dead." At this moment, A blank look appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he stared blankly at Chiyu, muttering incessantly, "Impossible! This is impossible! The puppet bud is almost extinct. How could there be a way to break it?" He seemed to be unable to accept the fact that his unique skill had been broken so easily, causing his mind to be greatly shaken, causing him to fall into a daze for a moment. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Playing with insects in front of me? You're still a few hundred years too early. Ha ha ha." His wild and complacent laughter attracted the attention of quite a few people, all of them thinking that this brat had gone crazy. After his laughter came to an end, Yang Kai extended his hand and sent a blast of energy towards the ground. The energy transformed into flames that burned the vomit out of Chiyu's mouth. At the same time, the middle-aged man appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His entire body shook violently as he involuntarily spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned incomparably pale as his aura weakened. Although the puppet bud had been forced out, it had not died, allowing the middle-aged man to remain safe and sound. However, Yang Kai's attack had not only destroyed the puppet bud on the spot, it had also caused the middle-aged man, who was mentally connected to it, to suffer a heavy blow. The reason why the puppet bud was not ranked high on the exotic insect list was because its vitality was not as strong as other exotic insects, allowing it to be easily destroyed. However, this was not the case for the soul-devouring insect, as it was extremely difficult to completely destroy it. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to keep the puppet bud in the insect enslavement bracelet, as it might come in handy in the future. However, the puppet bud was an extremely special exotic insect. Once someone left a mark on it, it could no longer be used by a second person. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to destroy it. Seeing the middle-aged man in such a state, Chiyu frowned slightly. She no longer had any intention of finding trouble with him, and instead shot a cold glare at Luo Jin. The main culprit behind everything that had happened to her today was Luo Jin. If not for Yang Kai's miraculous appearance and saving her from this predicament, not only would she not have been able to escape today, even Chai, who would have been implicated. She naturally hated a vile person like Luo Jin to the bone. "Little you, it's not too late for you to come to this king's side now. This king promises you that everything that happened before will be forgotten." Luo Jin looked at Chiyu and said indifferently, "Little you." Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared dumbfoundedly. In the past, the monster king of the monster star, Chiyu, had controlled the entire stars, with billions of monster clan members obeying her orders. However, when she came to the star boundary, she was actually addressed as Little You. If the other monster clan lords of the monster star were to find out about this, who knew how they would feel? Chiyu seemed to have sensed the subtle changes in Yang Kai's expression and glared fiercely at him, before snorting coldly, "Old dog, you imprisoned my big brother and the others, forced me to marry you, and now you actually wanted to come to your side? Have you not woken up from your sleep yet?" Luo Jin's face darkened as fury filled his face. He knew that after today he would most likely lose all of his face. Originally, he wanted to use Chiyu to redeem himself, but he never expected to be rejected so bluntly by her. In that instant, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. Chapter 23:13. Have Big Brother and the others really been imprisoned by this old dog? Chai, whose expression turned furious as he asked furiously, "Yes." Chiyu gritted her teeth as a trace of sadness flashed across her face. "It's all my fault for believing this old dog's words and causing Big Brother and the others to be controlled. Despicable scum." As Chai, who cursed, he fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was severely injured, the mouthful of blood still shot towards Luo Jin like an arrow. Luo Jin stood there without moving, merely channeling his strength to block the blood, while his gaze turned exceedingly gloomy. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, the big brother you speak of, who is he?" Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't dare to be sure, so he could only ask. Chi Yu replied, "Your High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder, Guizu." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow, overjoyed. "Elder is also here?" "Yes, but he is now imprisoned in a certain place in the City Lord's mansion. I don't know where he is." Chi Yu sighed. "Where are the others? Also here?" Kai Yang asked anxiously. Chi Yu said, "Alliance Master Gu and President AI, are both here." Yang Kai observed her expression carefully. He was slightly surprised and said, "Then what about Master Wu Dao?" When they set off from Shadowed Star that day, there were 6 of them. In addition to Yang Kai and Chi Yu, there was also AIO, President of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union's Union Master Gu Yun, High Heaven Sect Supreme Elder Guizu, and the last one was recognized as the strongest Third Order Origin King in Star Territory, Wu Dao. Of these 6, except for Yang Kai, who was only a Second Order Origin King at the time, the remaining 6 were all Third Order Origin Kings. They were the top fighting force within the territory of the Star Realm. The 6 of them used the Star Emperor tokens left behind by Yang Yen after opening the Starlight Passage and overcoming all obstacles to reach the star boundary. They were ambushed in the passage. After a chaotic battle, they were separated. Yang Kai had also guessed that other than himself, there was a high chance that the others would be together. Now that he heard Chi Yu mention Guizu, AIO, and Gu Yun, he couldn't help but frown. He immediately knew that he was right. But she didn't say where Wu Dao was, which made Yang Kai feel uneasy. Sure enough, hearing Yang Kai ask like this, Crimson Moon's expression dimmed, and he said, "Master Wu Dao, he already left." "What?" Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. He could hardly believe it. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest Origin King in the Star Territory back then, having reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source realm, but the world principles of the Star Territory did not allow him to do so. That was why he couldn't advance. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Elder Long Tianshang was respectful to Wu Dao. Chi Yu and the others also regarded him as the strongest. But what Yang Kai didn't expect was that Tyrannical was actually dead. As the strongest expert, he had actually died, just like that. How did Master Wu Dao die? Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he turned his head to look at Luo Jin. Did he do it? He didn't have much contact with Wu Dao, only getting to know him when he left the Star Territory and opened the Starlight Corridor. They had gone through thick and thin together for some time. But when he heard this news, he still felt incomparably furious. There were only a few people who came from the Star Territory, and now one of them had already died. Yang Kai felt inexplicably stifled and uncomfortable. Crimson Moon shook her head. This has nothing to do with him. Master Wu Dao, he failed to break through to the Dao Source realm and died in the World Tribulation. Yang Kai became absent-minded after hearing this, and only after a long while did he sigh. It's his fate. He originally thought that with Wu Dao's cultivation and heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Dao Source realm after coming to the star boundary. Even if he didn't have a 100% chance of success, he would at least have an 80% to 90% chance of success. But according to Crimson Moon, he actually died because he failed to break through. If this matter hadn't come from Crimson Moon, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. That's because Crimson Moon had already broken through to the Dao Source realm. So how could Wu Dao fail? This could only be described as a world tribulation that wasn't something that a human could contend against. What about Guizu and the others? Yang Kai asked again. Crimson Moon replied, "They were fine when we parted last time. Furthermore, they had already broken through to the Dao Source realm. I just don't know how they are now." Yang Kai nodded lightly. At this moment, Chai, who had been listening from the side, suddenly spoke out, "Little brother, you actually know my big brother and the others." Yong Kai smiled upon hearing that. "Your big brother is the supreme elder of my High Heaven sect, while I'm the sect master of the High Heaven sect. Do you think I don't know them?" Chai, who gawked and looked at Crimson Moon. "Could it be that he's also—" Crimson Moon nodded gently. Chai, who immediately felt deep veneration for Crimson Moon, cupping his fists and saying, "I've been disrespectful." Clearly, Chai, who knew that Crimson Moon and the others had come from the star territory of the lower planes. At this moment, he knew that Yong Kai was also from the star boundary and had actually grown to such a level in such a short period of time. He couldn't help but feel incomparable admiration for Yong Kai. With a smile, Yong Kai replied, "Brother Chai, you don't need to worry about it." After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Oh, that's right. Senior, where's my Xiao Xiao?" "Xiao Xiao?" Crimson Moon furrowed her brows. "You're talking about that stone. Could it be that it's not with you?" Yong Kai's heart sank as he replied, "I haven't found it. We haven't seen it either. When we arrived here that day, the few of us were together. Although we had separated, we weren't too far apart. After 2 days, we gathered together. We've also looked for you, but we haven't been able to find you. So Xiao Xiao isn't with you." Yong Kai felt a sense of loss and worry. Crimson Moon and the others had come to the star territory, and although their cultivations weren't high, they were still people who had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. They were nimble and adaptable, so surviving was naturally not a problem for them. However, Xiao Xiao was different. Its intelligence wasn't high, and it was also a special kind of life form. If it was discovered, it would inevitably be captured and studied. Yong Kai was most worried about Xiao Xiao over the past few years. However, he didn't expect that he still wouldn't be able to find any news about it after meeting Crimson Moon. Seeing his expression, Crimson Moon comforted him. "You don't need to be too worried. Although Xiao Xiao is a little special, its life won't be in danger even if it's captured. As long as we continue to search, we'll definitely find it one day." Yong Kai nodded. "I hope so." The two of them didn't deliberately lower their voices when they spoke, so everyone in the surroundings could hear them clearly. However, they were completely unaware of what they were talking about, only knowing that the two of them had reunited after a long time. Their relationship wasn't shallow. All of a sudden, Luo Jin said with a grin, "Since the few of you are so worried about your old friend, why don't you send me over? This king will send the two of you off. How about it?" Crimson Moon replied furiously, "Old dog, if you know what's good for you, obediently release my big brother and the others. If not, I'll flip your city lord's mansion." Luo Jin replied, "Little you should restrain your temper. As a woman, it's improper for you to have such a fiery temper." Crimson Moon sneered, "That depends on who I'm talking to. Do you think that I'll be amiable towards a despicable person like you?" Luo Jin snorted coldly. "This king can give you a chance. Obediently return to this king's side, and I'll let bygones be bygones. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being impolite." Yong Kai gave a hearty laugh. "I really want to see how impolite the city lord's master is going to be. Could it be that you're going to rely on the 70 to 90 subordinates you've secretly placed in this area? Since you've discovered something, there's no need to say anything else. Take action!" Luo Jin roared out. As his voice rang out, a dozen figures suddenly shot out from all directions, all of them possessing Tao's source realm cultivation. Floating in the air, these cultivators' expressions turned solemn as they formed hand seals. Their hands continuously changed. As the hand seals changed, the source chi within these dozen cultivators seemed to form a unique resonance. Yong Kai's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in astonishment, "A spirit array?" With a single glance, he could tell that these people seemed to be using some kind of spirit array. Just like the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, it was a secret technique that used the cultivator's body as its foundation. Just as his voice rang out, the dozen cultivator took action in unison, sending their strength out in pairs. In an instant, their attacks connected together, transforming into a large net visible to the naked eye that enveloped Yang Kai and the others. The large net was formed purely from source chi, yet possessed an extremely powerful sealing effect. As it enveloped them, it seemed to be able to lock down an entire region. All of a sudden, Chai Hu and Chi Yu felt their shoulders sink, as though they were being pressed down by a large mountain. The circulation of their strength became sluggish, while their meridians were blocked, causing their chests to feel stifled to the point of being unable to breathe. Although Yang Kai was slightly better off, he still felt his body shrink. As the large net descended, it caught Yang Kai and the others completely off guard. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in shock. Du Xian's expression had also turned ugly as his mind raced. Today, he had helped Yang Kai in front of everyone, going against Luo Jin and completely falling out with the city lord's mansion. He was only acting according to Yi Jinghan's wishes. If not, how could he have acted so recklessly? Upon seeing Yang Kai being captured, he knew that the situation wasn't good. If they couldn't escape from the city lord's mansion today, they might have to stay here forever. Thinking about that, he clenched his teeth and secretly sent a message to Yi Jinghan. Yi, wait for my signal, and we'll rush out of here together. Hearing that, Yi Jinghan shook her head. We have to save young Master Yang. Du Xian replied, that's impossible. Once Luo Jin is done with young Master Yang, we'll be next. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. If young Master Yang can't escape, we definitely won't be able to. If we want to live, we can only save young Master Yang. Du Xian looked at her in astonishment. You have that much confidence in him? He's just a second-order Dao source realm cultivator. Yi Jinghan gave a bitter laugh. You'll know in the future that there are some people who can do things that others can't even if their cultivations aren't too high. Furthermore, young Master Yang is related to the future rise and fall of our 1,000 Leaves sect. Even if we have to die, we have to save him. Du Xian's expression fluctuated, and for a moment, he was at a loss. From the looks of it, Yi Jinghan was determined to take Yang Kai with her. However, how could the few of them from 1,000 Leaves sect rescue him in front of so many experts from the city lord's mansion? What's more, Yang Kai and the others had already become turtles in a jar, making it extremely difficult to rescue them. Ha ha! Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others being bound by the spirit array, Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a look of ridicule on his face, he said, Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that this king's city lord's mansion is a place where you can act as you please? The expressions on the faces of many guests changed, as they knew that Luo Jin was trying to make an example out of them. Today, he had lost a lot of face, and if he wasn't able to capture Yang Kai and the others, he really wouldn't be able to establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future. Fortunately, the secret arrangements he had made earlier had finally played a crucial role, causing his mood to instantly improve. A vicious glint of hatred flickered in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly considering how to deal with Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. Chapter 23:14. In the hall, over a dozen Dao Source realm masters formed a spirit array, trapping Yang Kai, Chi Yu, and Chai Hu in their original positions. Luo Jin laughed heartily as he surveyed his surroundings with a smug look on his face. This king will be eternally grateful if any of you can help this king kill this brat. He had no intention of personally taking action, not because he was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, but because he didn't want to. Instead, he wanted to use this method to regain some face and consolidate his position. Sure enough, As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately cupped his fists and volunteered. White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng is willing to help City Lord Master. Another person stood up and cupped his fists. Heart-seeking Pavilion's Guozha is willing to listen to your orders. A third person also stood up. This brat is despicable and shameless, using lies to deceive the masses. My soul-seizing sword sex Yuan Mo can't stand by, and is willing to take his head as a warning to others. In an instant, 7 or 8 people stood up, representing 7 or 8 different forces, expressing their sincerity to Luo Jin through this method. Luo Jin's gloomy mood finally cleared up as he nodded with a faint smile. Good, then I'll have to trouble everyone. A few people said in unison, Please rest assured, City Lord Master, we definitely won't disappoint you. As they finished speaking, they turned around and looked towards Yang Kai with sinister smiles on their faces. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was somewhat extraordinary, he was currently trapped by the spirit array set up by the City Lord's Mansion's cultivator, and was completely unable to move. He was just like a piece of fatty meat on the chopping board that they couldn't kill in any way they wanted to. All of a sudden, White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng smiled. Everyone, it wouldn't be good for us to bully him with numbers. What's more, there are many guests here. Even if we win, it would be an unfair victory. Guo just said. Then, according to Brother Mu, what should we do? Everyone looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was planning to do. With a faint smile, Mu Zheng said, What I mean is that one person should take action, while the rest of the friends can provide support. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone smiled faintly. Knowing what he meant, they nodded in agreement. Brother Mu's words are correct, Mu Zheng said. Then, who will do it? Yuan Mo of the Soul Snatching Sword Sect said, Since it's Brother Mu's suggestion, we'll let Brother Mu do it. When the others heard this, they didn't have any objections. After all, they had already stood up at the crucial moment and expressed their loyalty to the city master. As for who would kill Yang Kai, it didn't matter anymore. They were going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Mu Zheng's expression was exactly what I wanted. He nodded with a smile and said, Since everyone agrees, this Mu will not decline. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was sure he would win. Then he walked towards Yang Kai at a moderate pace. Yang Kai, Chi couldn't help but become nervous. He desperately urged his own origin energy, but no matter what, she could not break free from the bindings on her body. She was so anxious that her beautiful face changed color. She said, If you can leave, then leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Where there's life, there's hope. Chai-Hu chimed in. That's right, little brother. Just remember to take revenge for us. Ha ha ha. You still want to leave in this state? Mu Zheng laughed out in ridicule before looking at Chi-Yu and saying, Rest assured, madam. This one has always acted appropriately, so I won't hurt you by mistake. At this point in time, he did not forget to express his goodwill towards Luo Jin. Standing not far away, Luo Jin nodded his head in satisfaction upon hearing those words. Do you think that you can kill me with your abilities? Yang Kai stood there calmly, smiling as he looked at Mu Zheng, who was approaching him step by step. That smile imprinted itself into Mu Zheng's eyes, causing his heart to involuntarily skip a beat. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread within his heart, causing him to instantly become flustered. Clenching his teeth, he roared out fiercely, You're still so arrogant even in the face of death. Brat, watch carefully as I take your dog life. As he roared out, he suddenly summoned a large blade. As his origin energy surged, a blade light sparkled, and blade shadows appeared one after another. A dazzling brilliance erupted as it chopped down towards Yang Kai. Clearly, he did not want to drag this out any longer, and only wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Therefore, he used his full strength right from the start. This move of his had completely enveloped Yang Kai and Chai, who, while excluding Chiyu, clearly he had guessed Luo Jin's intentions and would only leave the newlywed madam behind, while killing everyone else. Seeing the blade light coming towards him, a chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he coldly said, "A mere first-order Tao source realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master." As his words rang out, his figure flashed before disappearing from his original location, as though he was completely unaffected by the restrictions of the spirit array. Spatial energy surged out, appearing right before Mu Zheng. Using his finger as a sword, 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his fingertips as he chopped straight towards his opponent. Mu Zheng was greatly shocked, his face instantly turning incomparably pale, seemingly unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation was only at the first-order Tao source realm. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had been restricted by the spirit array, with Yang Kai's ferocious display, how would he dare to take the initiative to touch the tigers? However, the sudden change in the situation, with Yang Kai actually escaping from the spirit array, instantly scared the wits out of him. His entire body started to tremble, while the might of the attack he had unleashed with the artifact in his hand instantly disappeared. As the blade light and sword shadows intersected, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Mu Zheng appeared to have suffered heavy injuries as he was sent flying, vomiting blood continuously in the air. Yang Kai roared out in a stern voice, "Since you guys don't know how to write the word death, this young master will teach you guys." As he spoke, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his finger, moving like a dragon and snake, sticking close to Mu Zheng's body. It continued to draw something in the air. Mu Zheng's miserable shrieks instantly resounded across the world, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. No one knew exactly what kind of torture he had suffered to cause him to scream in such a miserable manner. The surrounding guests all fell silent out of fear. As for Yi Jinghan, who was prepared to risk everything to rescue Yang Kai, she was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary, she never imagined that he would be so monstrous. The spirit array that the City Lord Master had secretly set up was actually unable to do anything to him. However, when she recalled that Yang Kai possessed the Tao of space, Yi Jinghan felt relieved. With the spatial divine technique, even if Yang Kai was no match for his opponent, escaping would not be a problem, unless a powerhouse from the Emperor realm took action and suppressed him with their powerful cultivation, preventing him from using his Tao of space. After a short while, Mu Zheng smashed heavily against the wall, spurting out a mouthful of blood mixed with his shattered internal organs. His entire body was motionless, and his aura was completely gone. He had actually died. Right at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly snapped his fingers. With a bang, Mu Zheng exploded, his corpse turning into a bloody mist. However, miraculously, it did not disperse. Instead, it was imprinted onto the wall by a mysterious force, dyeing it blood red, as though someone had splashed a basin of red paint on it. The stench of blood rushed to the sky, causing everyone to feel nauseous. Asterisk gasps rang out, followed by gulping sounds. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. This unforeseen event happened in a flash, causing everyone to be dazed. Before many people could regain their senses, Mu Zheng, who had charged towards Yang Kai in an aggressive manner, had actually died. What kind of strength did one need to be able to achieve such a feat? Come. Yang Kai shouted with all his might, pointing at the blood-red wall. "Those who don't know how to read, come take a look and see how the word death is written." He smiled coldly. "Don't say that this young master didn't teach you. It won't be fun if you die with your eyes open." Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked again, and suddenly the soles of their feet cramped. On the blood-red wall, A large death character had actually appeared. Blood was still dripping from the character, making a dripping sound. Each dripping sound was like a soul-calming song, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Between the characters, there were countless pieces of flesh and organs stuck to the wall, recalling Yang Kai's previous actions. Everyone was horrified to find that he had actually used his finger as a pen and Mu Zheng's body as ink to write this character on the wall. This was a blatant provocation, a demonstration of strength. However, no one dared to say anything about it. Luo Jin's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally hoped to borrow a knife to kill someone and intimidate the guests that had arrived today, taking the opportunity to regain some face. However, he never expected that he would end up smashing his own foot with a rock, causing his face to twitch in pain. Someone just said that I'm despicable and shameless, and that I'm trying to mislead the crowd with my lies. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed, appearing beside soul-snatching sword sex Yuan Mo. Appearing like an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time, he hooked his arm around the latter's shoulder and asked with a grin. Before Yuan Mo could react, he was still immersed in the fact that Mu Zheng had been killed, unable to extricate himself from it. Yang Kai had already closed in on him, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to escape. On the other hand, upon seeing this fiend appear beside them, the others jumped in fright, dodging one after another as they looked at Yang Kai in fear, afraid that he would take action against them. From Yang Kai's earlier performance, if he truly wanted to kill them, they would definitely not be able to put up any resistance. Each and every one of them felt extremely vexed in their hearts, regretting that they had chosen a side too early, causing them to get into trouble for no reason. Yuan Mo's entire body trembled as his legs and stomach trembled uncontrollably. With a pale face, he stammered, "Young Master Yang." This one spoke without thinking and offended young Master Yang. "Young Master, Master Yang, please be magnanimous and not lower yourself to this one's level." Spoke without thinking? Yang Kai raised his brow. "Then this young master will give you some time to think carefully. Tell me, who exactly is the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses?" Yuan Mo's entire body shivered as he lowered his head, not daring to raise it. With a trembling voice, he said, "It's me, it's me, it's all me. I'm the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses." Yang Kai snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Looks like you still don't know how to spell the word death. Do you want me to teach you again?" Yuan Mo was on the verge of tears as he knelt down on the ground and cried out, "It's City Lord Master. He's the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses and deceived us. Young Master Yang, please spare my life. Young Master Yang, please spare my life." Even though he knew that he would offend Luo Jin by speaking rudely in front of so many people, how could he care so much when it was a matter of life and death? Chapter 23:15. You're worth teaching. Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, patting Yuan Mo's head as a reward. However, Yuan Mo thought that Yang Kai was about to kill him, causing his entire body to tremble in fright. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. "Trash!" Luo Jin scolded while clenching his teeth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the other people with a cold gaze. Before he could say anything, those people started to shout out, "Young Master Yang, we've already seen how the word death is written. It's our utmost honor to see young Master Yang's authentic handwriting. Young Master Yang is truly a miraculous person to be able to use blood as ink to write such good words. Admirable. Admirable." These people were all trying their best to flatter Yang Kai. Although they were praising and flattering him, the smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. Clearly, they were extremely afraid in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would kill them if he was in a bad mood. Many of the guests looked at them with disdain, feeling pained by their shamelessness. However, after thinking about it, if they were to encounter such a situation, would they be able to perform any better than them? With a blade on their necks, honor and loyalty were no longer important. Surviving was the most important thing. Thinking about this, many people sighed inwardly, knowing that it wasn't that these people were afraid of death, but rather that they were in a disadvantageous situation. Since you know how the word death is written, hurry up and scram. Don't dirty this young master's eyes. Yang Kai retracted the smile on his face as he roared impatiently, as though they had been pardoned. Those people scurried back into the crowd, not daring to show their faces again. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and look at Luo Jin. He said coldly, "Hand her over. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Luo Jin remained unmoved, only snorting coldly. "Is this how your master taught you to speak to your seniors?" Yang Kai replied, "I've always respected the old and loved the young. However, if City Lord's master doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for beating you up until your mother can't recognize you." As he said that, he walked towards Luo Jin at a steady pace. Clearly, he wasn't willing to drag things out and wanted to end this quickly. A trace of nervousness flashed across Luo Jin's face. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's by a small realm, he had seen everything that Yang Kai had done just now, so he knew that this youth wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Luo Jin immediately looked in a certain direction and said, "Master Ko, please lend me a hand. This Luo will be eternally grateful." He knew that it was meaningless to ask for the help of those second-order Dao Source realm masters from the first-order Dao Source realm, so he directly invited a master from the third-order Dao Source realm who he was familiar with and had a close relationship with. In this situation, only the third-order Dao Source realm could suppress Yang Kai. Just as Luo Jin finished speaking, an old man slowly walked out from the crowd. This old man had a head of white hair and a restrained aura, while his eyes were extremely bright. His face was rosy. He looked like an elder. He smiled slightly and said, "Since Master Luo has invited me, this old man will naturally comply." A trace of joy flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he nodded. "Many thanks." At this moment, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. Turning his head to look at the old man, he asked with a grin, "Old man, are you going to intervene in this matter?" The old man with the surname Ku smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If little brother doesn't mind, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? This old man's body isn't strong and can't be compared to you youngsters." If possible, this old man doesn't want to take action against little brother. "Sure." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then why don't you sit by the side and watch? Old man, how about you drink some wine and eat some food?" The old man with the surname Ku replied, "I'm afraid that won't do. Since Master Luo has spoken, this old man can't just sit by and watch." Yang Kai sighed, "Old man, it's not easy for you to live to such an old age. Even the king of hell isn't willing to accept you. So why do you still want to charge into the gates of hell?" The old man with the surname Ku narrowed his eyes and said, "Young people are indeed full of vitality. Your tone is filled with confidence. If this old man's guess isn't wrong, little brother should be the rumored grandmaster who refined the extraordinary treasure pill, right?" It wasn't strange for the old man with the surname Ku to be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. During this period of time, Yang Kai's name had spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. He had also announced his name in front of everyone before, arousing the suspicions of many people. Coupled with the fact that he had suddenly used his space force to break free from the binding spirit array, the old man with the surname Ku was naturally able to confirm his suspicions. The old man with the surname Ku wasn't the only one who had guessed Yang Kai's origins. It was just that no one else had said anything. On the other hand, some of the cultivator, who didn't know the truth, exclaimed when they heard this, their eyes filled with shock and passion as they stared at Yong Kai. No one knew what the extraordinary treasure pill was before, but with the news of the Four Seasons realm, the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill had long been known. It was a pill that had been lost for a long time and could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Besides the few pills that Yong Kai had refined, there was no other pill in this world. What? He's the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Luo Jin's face changed slightly as he exclaimed in a low voice. The old man with the surname Ku replied, "They share the same name, a second-order Tao, source, realm cultivation, and proficient in the Tao of alchemy. Other than that grandmaster, this old master can't think of anyone else with such capabilities." Yong Kai raised his eyebrows. "It's just an insignificant name. Not worth mentioning. You really are one." Luo Jin's eyes suddenly burst with light, turning scorching hot in an instant, as if Yong Kai had turned into a delicious piece of meat. The old man with the surname Cook continued, "This old master has heard of Grandmaster Yang's name like thunder and has admired you for a long time. Today is also the day of the City Lord's Master's wedding, so it's truly not a good time to take action. Grandmaster Yang, can you give this old master some face and let today's matter end here?" Yong Kai smiled. "Give you face? Then who's going to give me face?" "If the City Lord's Master wants to marry your mother-in-law, Master, regardless of whether she's willing or not, how would you feel about that, old master?" The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he spoke out in anger. "This old master is already old, and my mother-in-law, Master, has already passed away. Little brother, don't be too vicious with your mouth." Sorry. Yong Kai had an apologetic look on his face, as if he was sincerely admitting his mistake. Changing the topic, he asked, "What if the City Lord's Master wants to marry your wife?" The old man with the surname Ku's body shook as his aura surged. "Impudent!" Yong Kai sneered. "He's not really marrying your wife. I'm just casually mentioning it. Yet you're already so angry, looking as if you want to kill someone. Do you think that I'll let him off so easily for doing such despicable things to this young master's mother-in-law? Master?" Luo Jin replied in anger. "Master Ko, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's join hands and capture him first." The old man with the surname Ku replied, "All right." Exchanging glances, the two of them did not wish to speak any more nonsense. Luo Jin took out his jade scepter-like artifact once again, while the old man surnamed Ku flipped his hand, summoning a token-like object. The token was only the size of a palm, but arcs of electricity curled around its surface, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. "Be careful, young Master Yang. Ku Tian is the great elder of the Sky Peak Temple, and the 9 Heavens' divine thunder is sealed within that Heaven's thunder token. Don't take it head-on," Yi Jinghan reminded loudly. Hearing that, Ku Tian glared at Yi Jinghan and shouted, "Shut up, little girl, or this old master will teach you a lesson." Yi Jinghan replied in disdain, "Using numbers to bully the weak. So it turns out that Great Elder Ke is such a despicable and shameless person. To think that I respected you in the past. I was truly blind." Ku Tian felt extremely uncomfortable from her words, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. "What do you know?" Scram. As he spoke, he had already joined hands with Luo Jin. The jade scepter-like artifact in Luo Jin's hand was extremely mysterious, as it tapped lightly towards Yong Kai from a distance. Yong Kai felt as though a large mountain was smashing towards him, the ferocious force seemingly causing the surrounding space to collapse. Not daring to take it head-on, Yong Kai could only dodge. At this moment, Ku Tian leisurely took action. Forming a hand seal, large arcs of lightning surged out from the Heaven's Thunder token, transforming into lightning snakes that wrapped around Yong Kai. In an instant, incessant crackling sounds rang out. Banish. At the critical moment, Yang Kai roared out as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A black hole instantly appeared in the air, filled with nothingness and chaos. All of the lightning bolts surging out from the heaven's thunder token were devoured by the black hole, leaving Yang Kai completely unharmed. What? Could Tian turn pale with fright? When he felt the might of the heaven's thunder token weaken, he hurriedly retracted his artifact, no longer daring to release lightning bolts rashly. The lightning bolts in the heaven's thunder token were all collected over the course of a stormy day, so every bit used up was a bit less. Once it was used up, it would need to be replenished. With such a large amount of lightning bolts being devoured by the void, it meant that the might of the heaven's thunder token had weakened significantly, causing him to feel extremely pained. This exchange could be said to have been as quick as lightning and earth-shattering, causing the entire great hall to shake and sway, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding cultivators all scattered in shock, each of them extremely terrified. Ku Tian had failed, but Luo Jin continued to tap the jade scepter in his hand a few times in the air. Streaks of formless energy surged towards Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink as he instinctively felt a chill in his heart. With a flick of his finger, a few moon blades slashed out. The jet-black moon blades brought with them an unparalleled might, causing Luo Jin to jump in fright the moment they appeared. However, in the next moment, a few bangs rang out as they collided with the formless attacks sent out by the Jade Scepter, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Formless thunder. Formless thunder. Ku Tian let out a roar as lightning arcs appeared on the surface of his body. They danced around his body and transformed into a lightning rope that wrapped around Yang Kai, as if trying to bind him to his spot. Yang Kai dodged to the side. However, at this crucial moment, a sly smile appeared on Luo Jin's face before he tapped the jade scepter in his hand heavily once again. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's body sank, as though a large mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel as though he was unable to straighten his back. In that instant, the lightning rope had already wrapped itself around Yang Kai, instantly binding him tightly. Crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by the smell of barbecued meat. Luo Jin gave a hearty laugh. Young people don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You have to suffer a little before you can clearly see your own strength. He had a look of absolute confidence on his face, causing him to appear exceedingly savage. Ku Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead, secretly feeling shocked by Yang Kai's strength. One had to know that both he and Luo Jin were a minor realm above Yang Kai. Although they were able to capture Yang Kai within a dozen breaths of time after joining forces, this was already an inconceivable feat. It was simply impossible for an ordinary second-order Dao Source realm cultivator to last more than 3 moves against them. Chapter 23:16. Grandmaster Yang, victory and defeat have already been decided. This old master hopes that you will not continue to resist stubbornly. Otherwise, you might really get injured, Ku Tian said, as he looked towards Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai grinned. What's wrong? Old master, are you trying to act like a whore and erect a monument to your chastity? Ku Tian's face sank. This old master is just trying to persuade you. Yang Kai laughed heartily. If that's the case, I also have something to say to old sir. What? Ku Tian frowned slightly. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, if you know what's good for you, you'd quickly stop. If not, I'm afraid that old sir won't be able to protect his integrity in his later years. Ku Tian's heart jumped upon hearing those words, while Luo Jin also felt somewhat uneasy. Both of them hurriedly sent a silent signal towards a certain direction within the crowd. In the next instant, a sword light erupted from within the crowd. Sky Illumination Palace's Chiu Yu wielded a long sword, his body wrapped within it as he transformed into a streak of light as he slashed towards Yang Kai. This sword seemed capable of shattering the sky. Clearly, Chiu Yu had used his full strength. Everyone's attention had been focused on the previous fight, so none of them had expected Chiu Yu to take action at this moment. Only when they saw the sword light did they come to a sudden realization. Clearly, Chiu Yu had already secretly discussed this with Luo Jin. Although Chiu Yu's cultivation was only at the first order Dao source realm, his sneak attack could be said to be as powerful as a thunderbolt. In an instant, he had already arrived before Yang Kai with an imposing aura. Yang Kai wasn't startled, but instead smiled. You finally can't hold back and want to take action? What? Chiu Yu's face changed greatly upon hearing those words. Raising his head, he saw Yang Kai's eyes filled with ridicule, as though he had already expected this and was looking at him with ridicule. Not good. Chiu Yu turned pale with fright as the long sword in his hand trembled. He wanted to retreat. However, how could he make it in such a short time? A series of crackling sounds rang out as a five-colored glow suddenly blossomed from Yang Kai's body. His entire body seemed to expand as an aura that far exceeded that of a second-order Dao source realm erupted from him. Kacha, the lightning chains binding Yang Kai were broken in an instant. Ku Tian's body trembled as he stared dumbfoundedly in front of him, his body involuntarily taking a few steps back. Young Master Chiu, be careful, Luo Jin shouted out. Chiu Yu's heart turned cold. He could only watch as Yang Kai swung his fist at him. At the critical moment, he turned his long sword and released a sword light in front of him, hoping that it could save him from danger. The wind from the fist met with a rumbling sound. The entire void trembled slightly as the dazzling sword light was instantly shattered by the fist force. The remaining force continued to blast toward Chiu Yu. How dare you? With a loud roar, the two old men from the third-order Dao source realm who had been following Chiu Yu attacked as well. One of them stretched out a finger and pointed at Yang Kai from afar, while the other pounced toward Chiu Yu, wanting to save him. Yang Kai remained motionless, completely ignoring the power of this finger strike as he punched out with all his might. A loud sound was heard. Violent energy spread out in all directions. It was accompanied by a muffled groan and the sound of bones breaking. Chiu Yu was sent flying like a ragged sack. Even though the other old man, who had been following him, came to his rescue in time, Yang Kai's punch still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. While he was still in the air, he was already bleeding profusely. At this moment, Chiu Yu could not help but recall what Yang Kai had said to him before. Brother Chiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your eyes are unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is red. I'm afraid that you're about to face a bloody calamity. Chiu Yu was filled with grief and indignation. So, this bloody calamity is about to befall this guy. At this moment, he even felt like dying. Before he could finish his thoughts, his head tilted to the side, and he passed out completely. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Young Master, the old man who was holding Chiu Yu's face changed drastically as his face turned pale. The other old man also looked in that direction absent-mindedly, unable to react for a long time. Chiu Yu had attacked first, and the two of them had been secretly coordinating from behind. However, they had not expected that Yang Kai would still be able to injure Chiu Yu. Not only had they lost a lot of face, but they would also not be able to answer to the palace master when they returned to Sky Illumination Palace. Before the old man could recover, Yang Kai had already closed in on him. The myriad sword in his hand suddenly appeared, and sword chi resonated. Myriad sword phantoms. Moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Countless sword chi streaked across the surroundings, wreaking havoc, an Emperor artifact. The old man's eyes narrowed as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. After sensing the Emperor intent pulsating from the myriad sword, his entire body began to tremble under that terrifying Emperor intent. His cultivation had been suppressed by more than 30%. Furthermore, Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack at close range. How could he possibly avoid it? In this moment of crisis, the old man could only circulate his source chi to form a barrier and retreat with all his might. Asterisk, pu piu piu, asterisk, blood splattered in the air. The old man was like a lone boat sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Asterisk, hong long long. Asterisk, with a series of rumbling sounds. The entire hall collapsed. Dust flew everywhere, as many guests cursed and fled to the side. When the dust settled, everyone looked over and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yang Kai stood calmly on the spot, holding the large myriad sword in his hand. Sword chi lingered around him, his figure arrogant and his expression cold. Not far away from him, the old man from Sky Illumination Palace was covered in blood. He stood there panting, on the verge of collapsing. It was obvious that his injuries were not light, and his expression was extremely ugly. The other powerhouse from Sky Illumination Palace was protecting the heavily injured Qiu Yu. Although he was unharmed, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai casually. If he took action, Qiu Yu would not be able to protect him. With Yang Kai's unpredictable speed, he could take Qiu Yu's life at any moment. All of the guests were overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. Looking at Yang Kai's figure, it was as if they were looking at a mountain, causing immense pressure to weigh down on them. In that short period of time, Yang Kai could be said to have been attacked from both sides. He was surrounded by 4 third-order Dao Source Realm Masters. However, not only was he unharmed, he had even heavily injured one of them. Who could achieve such a feat? The corners of Du Xian's mouth twitched as he asked Yi Jinghan in a soft voice, "Young Master Yang, is he really a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator? Is he some senior from the Emperor realm pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" His words seemed to represent everyone's thoughts, as no Dao Source Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat by themselves. Everyone could not help but suspect that Yang Kai was hiding his true cultivation. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. He had entered the Four Seasons realm before. At that time, he was only in the first-order Dao Source realm. How could he have advanced to the Emperor realm in such a short period of time? Du Xian agreed with her. All cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm had to be personally inspected by the masters of the various sects. If Yang Kai had really hidden his cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to hide from the eyes of those masters. Thinking of this, Du Xian became even more shocked. He discovered that his strength was basically a joke compared to Yang Kai, causing his feelings to become extremely complicated. Surnamed Yang, my Sky Illumination Palace will remember this debt and will definitely repay it in the future. The old man who was hugging Qiu Yu glared hatefully at Yang Kai, gnashing his teeth in anger. Yang Kai sneered at him. "It was you who launched a sneak attack, and now you have the nerve to bite back? Are you dogs?" The old man's face turned uneasy, but he did not have the confidence to refute. His face turned red, and he could only grit his teeth and say to the other old man, "Let's go." After saying that, the two of them carried the unconscious Qiu Yu and fled. The seal around the city lord's mansion had been destroyed in the previous battle, so the two of them were able to leave without much effort, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They were probably in a hurry to return to Sky Illumination Palace to treat Qiu Yu's injuries. Seeing them leave so decisively, Luo Jin's face turned ugly. Although he had only invited Kutian for help, he had already secretly reached an agreement with the people from Sky Illumination Palace to launch a sneak attack. He had originally thought that with the 4 third-order Dao Source Realm experts joining hands, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything, no matter how strong he was. However, who knew that Chiu Yu's mishap would cause the two great helpers of Sky Illumination Palace to leave? The situation had instantly turned into him, and Ku Tian joining hands to deal with Yang Kai. Luo Jin's forehead was covered in cold sweat, as the pressure he felt was immense. When the Sky Illumination Palace experts left, Yang Kai did not stop them, as he knew the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. The most important thing right now was to get Luo Jin to release Guizhou and the others. Everything else could be ignored. Therefore, after the two Sky Illumination Palace elders disappeared, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Ku Tian and sneered, "Old thing, why aren't you scramming? Do you believe that this young master won't split you in half in the blink of an eye?" Anger flashed across Ku Tian's face. If someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner in the past, he would definitely not let it go, and would teach that person a good lesson. However, it was Yang Kai who had said those words, so he did not have the confidence to get angry. Even the Sky Thunder Command was unable to do anything to Yang Kai, so Ku Tian really could not think of any way to defeat him. Seeing the change in his expression, Luo Jin hurriedly said, "Master Ku, don't listen to his frightening words. If the two of us join hands, he will definitely die." Yang Kai sneered. "Then why is this young master still standing here? Has City Lord Luo's eyes been blinded? Why don't you look at the situation before you speak?" Luo Jin ignored him and continued to persuade Ku Tian, "Master Ku, if we can kill this fiend today, this Luo will give 5 years of Sky Crane City's profits to your esteemed sect." At this moment, he no longer cared about his face and directly discussed a deal with Ku Tian in front of the countless guests. Indeed, Ku Tian was moved. Sky Crane City was flourishing with each passing day, and 5 years of profits was definitely not a small amount. However, when he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile, his heart started to beat faster. Luo Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Master Ku, could it be that a little brat is enough to make you stop in your tracks? If that's the case, then Master Ku's martial path will end here. I'm afraid that you will never be able to pry into a higher realm in your lifetime." Once those words were said, Ku Tian's expression shook. He knew that Luo Jin was right. If he hesitated here and did not move forward, then today's matter would definitely become a demon in his heart, interfering with his cultivation. He could forget about breaking through to the Emperor realm and whatnot. If he did not do well, then he might even become the demon race due to shame in the future. Thinking of this, Ku Tian's expression turned resolute. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine. This Ku will risk his life to accompany you today and properly teach this young man how to behave." Chapter 23:17. Seeing that Ku Tian had agreed, Luo Jin rejoiced. With Master Ku's help, this Luo can be at ease. Yang Kai sneered, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Since you refuse to take the path to heaven and choose to enter hell instead, this young master will fulfill your wishes." As he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ku Tian. Ku Tian's expression changed greatly, as he had not expected Yang Kai to be so fast. He hastily retreated. Yang Kai had no intention of stopping him and simply stared at him coldly. "There are secrets in my eyes." Hearing this, Ku Tian subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai. However, he quickly realized that he had fallen into a trap. In the instant that he looked over, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly glowed with a golden light, and a vertical pupil filled with dignity appeared, causing him to tremble in fear. He wanted to avert his gaze, but he couldn't do it. There seemed to be a mysterious force coming from the golden vertical slit that restrained his gaze, forcing him to keep staring at it. Not only that, even his soul was slightly shaken, and his sea of consciousness was tumbling. Blossoming lotus! Yang Kai snorted coldly as a pure, white lotus flower bud flashed within his demon eye of annihilation. Ku Tian looked as if he had been struck by lightning as his entire body trembled. He held his head with his hands as he screamed continuously, as if he had been greatly tortured. The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear, as they looked at Yong Kai with gazes filled with fear. They were completely unaware of what had happened. All they saw was Yong Kai and Ku Tian looking at each other before Ku Tian became like this. Luo Jin, on the other hand, felt a concealed divine sense in that instant, and immediately understood that Yong Kai had used some sort of soul secret technique. He shouted in panic, "Master Ko, guard your mind." As he shouted, the jade scepter-like artifact in his hand suddenly grew larger, pressing down on Yong Kai like a mountain. Yong Kai sneered and extended his hand forward to grab Ku Tian, who was struggling in pain after being hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique before throwing him upwards. Luo Jin's expression changed drastically as he continuously formed hand seals with his hands. He wanted to take back his artifact. However, he had used all his strength just now, so how could he withdraw it now? He could only watch helplessly as Ku Tian was struck by his own artifact. Rumble. The instant the sound rang out, Ku Tian exploded into a bloody mist. Not even his bones remained. His blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating an extremely gory scene. Luo Jin was instantly dumbstruck, unable to believe his own eyes. The surrounding guests also let out cries of surprise. None of them had expected Ku Tian, a powerhouse from the Third Order Dao source realm, to die so easily. Previously, when he had teamed up with Luo Jin once again, preparing to launch a pincer attack on Yong Kai, everyone had assumed that Yong Kai would not be able to escape this calamity. Who would have guessed that in the blink of an eye, Ku Tian would be the first to die? Furthermore, he had died under Luo Jin's jade scepter. No one could accept such a bizarre ending. Huohua. Yong Kai let out an eccentric laugh as he looked towards Luo Jin. "Master Luo sure is ruthless. You didn't even let your own ally off. Old Mr. Ku's death was truly tragic. This is what people call burning the bridge after crossing the river." His pitiful appearance made the surrounding guests feel both amused and horrified. After all, everyone had seen that Ku Tian's death was partially due to Luo Jin not being able to retrieve his jade scepter in time. However, the main reason was that he had been struck by some kind of secret technique Yong Kai had used on him, causing him to be unable to evade. The main culprit was still Yong Kai. However, he was now pushing all the blame onto Luo Jin, as though it had nothing to do with him. Luo Jin was also dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Yong Kai had only been able to scare off the two elders of Sky Illumination Palace due to luck. If Chiu Yu had not been severely injured, the two elders would not have been able to escape, and no one would have been injured. However, he now understood that Yong Kai's strength could not be judged by common sense. The fact that he could render Ku Tian completely powerless in an instant was enough to show how powerful he was. After hearing Yong Kai's words, Luo Jin hurriedly shouted, "Bullshit! Master Ku, it was clearly you." Yong Kai snorted heavily and said, "Old Mr. Ku was clearly killed by Master Luo's secret treasure in front of everyone's eyes. All the guests here can bear witness to this. What does this have to do with me? I really don't know what kind of enmity Master Luo has with old Mr. Ku for you to take advantage of the situation to kill him. This is truly heartbreaking." Luo Jin was so angry that his blood and qi churned, causing his face to turn red. He wanted to defend himself, but did not know where to start. Feeling extremely sullen, he roared, "This king will never forgive you." As he shouted, Luo Jin spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his jade scepter. In an instant, the jade scepter flickered with light as energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing an extremely dangerous feeling to spread out. A mocking smile appeared on Yong Kai's face as his figure flashed, Using the power of space, he appeared right in front of Luo Jin. Under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, Yang Kai thrust his sword towards him. His state of mind had already been affected by Ku Tian's death, and Yang Kai's irresponsible words had caused his blood and qi to churn, making it impossible for him to remain calm. When Yang Kai's sword arrived, he was unable to react in time. A soft puchi sound rang out as Luo Jin froze on the spot, the blood in his body turning cold as he stared blankly ahead. A devilish smile hung on Yang Kai's face as he sneered. "Master Luo, it's best if you don't move. I don't have much courage. If you move recklessly, I might just stab you in the heart in a moment of panic." Luo Jin's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he felt the myriad swords stab into his body and stop half an inch away from his heart. How could he dare to make any sudden movements? He could only nervously gulp down his saliva. Don't. Luo Bing suddenly rushed over like a madwoman and stood between Yang Kai and Luo Jin. She opened her arms wide to protect her father as she cried out tearfully, "Don't kill my father. Big brother, Bing begs you, don't kill my father." She shouted and cried at the same time. Her beautiful face was filled with tears. Chai, who looked at her, wanting to say something, but hesitated before letting out a heavy sigh. The surrounding guests all wore solemn expressions as they felt sorry for Luo Bing. If one were to ask who had the greatest impact from today's series of twists and turns, it wouldn't be Chai who had started this storm, nor would it be the overbearing Yang Kai, nor would it be the heavily injured Luo Jin. It was Luo Bing. When Chai who was injured, she did her best to beg her father to let Chai who go. Chai who was her savior, and she didn't want to see her father hurt him. When Luo Jin was injured, she went to Yang Kai and begged Yang Kai to let her father go. After all, blood was thicker than water, and Luo Jin's blood flowed in her body. Before today, she was still the carefree and happy princess of Sky Crane City. However, she had witnessed too much bloodshed, too many battles, and too many unforeseen events in a single day. She didn't know how to choose between kinship and gratitude. Her delicate body was almost unable to bear the continuous impact. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her with an indifferent expression. Frankly speaking, he didn't have a good first impression of Luo Bing, as he felt that she was an overly pampered little princess who acted recklessly. However, today's events changed his opinion of Luo Bing by a lot. The scene of her trying her best to protect Chai, who was still vivid in his mind. Although she was a little ignorant, she at least knew how to be grateful. "I beg you, don't hurt my father. Let him go. Bing is at your mercy." Luo Bing cried as she knelt on the ground beside Yang Kai. She hugged one of his legs and refused to let go. Such a scene moved all of the guests present, and they all looked at Luo Bing with complicated gazes, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Chai, who couldn't bear to see this, and his Adam's apple moved as he said in a hoarse voice, "Little brother Yang." "Sigh." Yang Kai sighed and said indifferently, "Don't worry, your father isn't dead yet." Yang Kai felt that Luo Jin's actions and attitude would not be enough to kill him 10,000 times. However, Luo Bing's pleading touched his heart, and he suddenly couldn't bear to do it. Chai Hu dragged his injured body in front of Luo Bing and held her hand, saying, "Stand up first." Luo Bing raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with tears on her face, crying, "Don't kill my father." Yang Kai said, "That depends on how he treats my friends." "If my friends lose even a single hair," Luo Jin hastily said, "I only sealed their cultivations and locked them up in the dungeon. I didn't hurt them." Yang Kai shot a glance at him and said, "You know what to do." Luo Jin was shocked upon hearing this, and he hastily shouted, "Invite those master cultivators out." His life was in someone else's hands, and he couldn't be unyielding at this moment. The only thing on his mind was to survive. Hearing Luo Jin shout, the city lord's mansion cultivator didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took action. The surrounding guests also curiously looked in a certain direction, wanting to see exactly what kind of people Yang Kai was trying to rescue. After a short while, a group of 3 people walked out under the lead of the city lord's mansion cultivator. The person in the lead exuded an extremely sinister aura, seemingly cultivating some kind of evil art that caused people to feel uncomfortable. This person wasn't young and was shockingly an old man. However, the evil smile hanging at the corner of his mouth caused people to shudder. Following closely behind this evil-looking old man was another old man. However, this person's figure was ramrod straight, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. His entire body was filled with invisible sword intent, and it was obvious that he was a sword expert. As for the last person, he was tall and sturdy, with a dignified expression on his face. Looking left and right, his gaze was fierce. Without exception, these 3 people all had cultivations in the first order Tao source realm. When the 3 of them arrived, they clearly didn't know exactly what had happened and were only curiously and vigilantly sizing up their surroundings. Their divine senses intertwined with one another, as if they were secretly communicating about something. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Seeing the 3 of them, Chai-Hu shouted out excitedly. Hearing this, the 3 of them turned to look at him, and their eyes lit up as they hurried over. The evil-looking old man in the lead said, "Fourth brother, what are you doing here?" As he said that, he continuously shot glances at Chai-Hu, seemingly wanting him to quickly escape. Chi-Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Fourth brother is here to save me." Chapter 23:18. Fourth brother, you're being silly. The second old man frowned and scolded him. The last middle-aged man with a ferocious expression laughed and said, "Since it's already like this, then let's turn this place upside down." Saying so, he was really about to take action. Seeing that they still didn't understand the situation, Chi-Yu was speechless and said, "Wait, look at who this is." The 3 of them stared blankly for a moment before looking in the direction that she was pointing at. With a single glance, the 3 were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Seniors, long time no see." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. "Sect Master," Guizhu exclaimed. Even though he was used to seeing great storms, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement at this moment. "Sect Master Yang." Yang Boy, Gu Songyun, and President AIO were also speechless, as if they were dreaming. Chi-Yu smiled and said, "It's all thanks to him that my 3 brothers were able to escape today." Hearing what she said, the 3's expressions turned serious, and they quickly released their divine senses to check Yang Kai's cultivation. After seeing that he was already a second-order Tao source realm cultivator, they couldn't help but gasp. They remembered very clearly that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin king when they set off from the Star Territory, but who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 years he would already be ahead of them? Such a speed of growth was simply embarrassing. It was one thing for him to have such a cultivation, but from Chi-Yu's words, everything that happened today seemed to be because of Yang Kai. It all ended because of Yang Kai. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the word death was written in blood and flesh on the wall. It was a ghastly sight. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin was stabbed in the chest with a wide sword, so he didn't dare to move. The eyes of the surrounding guests were filled with shock and fear. The 3 were all experienced people, so they just glanced around and understood the situation. Now that he had a rough understanding of what had happened, he was even more shocked. How could a second-order Tao source realm cultivator accomplish such a feat in someone else's territory? Guizhu and the others couldn't even begin to imagine. "Seniors, are you in good health?" Yang Kai asked. Guizhu replied, "Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. We're doing well." Yang Kai could also sense that they were fine, as Luo Jin had indeed not mistreated them. He had most likely only sealed their cultivations after capturing them and locking them up in the dungeon. At this moment, the seal had already been removed, allowing them to recover. After all, the three of them were only in the First Order Dao Source realm. With Luo Jin's control over the City Lord's mansion, he did not place them in his eyes, so there was no need for him to be overly vigilant. We'll talk about the details later. Let's leave this place first, Red Moon suggested. Gui Zhu raised his brow and revealed an evil smile as he looked towards Luo Jin, the soul of the Third Order Dao Source realm. I'll gladly accept it. While he was speaking, as he spoke, he summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew within the City Lord's mansion, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Strands of black aura visible to the naked eye started to spread out, transforming into indistinct human figures that wandered in all directions. The faces of the numerous guests changed drastically as they sensed the evil aura radiating from this artifact. Their hearts trembled in fear as they wondered exactly what kind of evil secret art this old fellow was cultivating, for even his artifact to be so evil. Don't come over. Although Luo Bing's beautiful face had turned pale from fright, her face was still pale. Despite that, she continued to stand guard in front of Luo Jin and shout. Luo Jin was also flustered as he looked towards Yang Kai. Young Master Yang, I really didn't hurt them. Furthermore, I've already released them according to your instructions. You can't go back on your word. Yang Kai shot a cold glance at him before extending his hand to stop Gui Zhu's actions. Although Gui Zhu didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he didn't continue. Instead, he continued to laugh sinisterly, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Chai, who gulped as he spoke out, "Little brother, Miss Luo has helped me quite a bit in the past. She was also the one who brought me in. Don't hurt her." Hearing his words, Gui Zhu and the others couldn't help but look at Chai, who with strange expressions. Chai who replied, "One must clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges." Chi Yu pursed her lips into a smile. What fourth brother says is right. Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment, before exerting a bit of force in his hand, pulling out the myriad sword, causing blood to spurt out. Luo Jin wasn't startled, but instead rejoiced as he hurriedly said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang." Just as his voice rang out, Yang Kai suddenly sent a palm towards him, smashing right into his chest. Luo Jin was caught off guard and was completely unable to react in time as he was sent flying by a gigantic force. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, he landed heavily on the ground, his aura dispirited. "Daddy!" Luo Bing shrieked as she scrambled towards Luo Jin. On the other side, Luo Jin sat up with great difficulty as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. After being struck by Yang Kai's move, he finally understood how powerful this youth was. The source qi in his body was so dense and pure that even he couldn't compare to it. Was he still a second-order Dao source realm cultivator? What would happen if he advanced to the third-order Dao source realm? At that time, he would be invincible under the Emperor realm. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Luo Jin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he secretly feared that he had provoked such a monster. "You should rejoice that you have such a good daughter." Yang Kai snorted coldly as he shouted towards Gui Zhu and the others, "Let's go." As he spoke, he strode out. No one dared to obstruct him as they made way for him, as though they were avoiding the god of pestilence, all of them distancing themselves from Yang Kai. Gui Zhu and the others followed after him, while Yi Jinghan shouted out in a low voice, "Let's go too." As she spoke, she, Du Xian, and the others hurriedly followed after them. The city lord's mansion was completely silent. Even though Yang Kai and the others had already left, no one dared to speak out loud. All of them were looking at Luo Jin with complicated gazes. Some were gloating over his misfortune, some sympathizing with him, while others were frowning as though they were pondering over something. No matter what, Luo Jin's prestige would definitely plummet after today. During his wedding ceremony, not only was the concubine he was going to marry snatched away, but such a scandal was also exposed. Furthermore, he was heavily injured and had lost all of his prestige. Who would respect such a city lord? Many people secretly felt that Sky Crane City was about to undergo a great change. Many cultivators were no longer in the mood to greet Luo Jin, and left one after another after waiting for a while. The grand ceremony had gone from lively to empty in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only Luo Bing, who was crying as she took care of her old father. Luo Jin clenched his fists tightly as he stared in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. His face was filled with resentment and hatred, while his eyes burned with rage. On the ship, Du Xian arranged a room for Yang Kai and the others so that they could talk peacefully after reuniting after such a long time. All of them came from the Star Territory together, so there was no need to hide anything from each other. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned about their various encounters after they were separated from him. According to them, after the void shattered, they fell out of the Starlight Corridor one after another, and they just so happened to land near Sky Crane City. Even though they weren't familiar with the star boundary, they concealed themselves well, and no one discovered any flaws. 2 days later, due to various coincidences and opportunities, they reunited and began to search for Yang Kai. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find any trace of Yang Kai, let alone Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao. After trying for 2 months, they had no choice but to give up and start planning for their own situation. Their initial life in Sky Crane City was extremely difficult. Although they were top-notch masters in the Homestar territory and had considerable wealth, they had to start from scratch in the star boundary. A third-order Origin King's cultivation wasn't considered strong in Sky Crane City, and there were plenty of such cultivators in Maplewood City, let alone in Sky Crane City. In this strange place, they had no connections and no experience. They were like newborn babies who were learning to walk. On one hand, they carefully hid their identity as they came from the lower star territory, while on the other hand, they worked hard to earn source crystals to buy cultivation materials. Fortunately, there was a training ground 10,000 miles away from Sky Crane City. There, they could team up and kill demonic beasts. They could obtain all kinds of demonic beast body materials and sell them in Sky Crane City. They accumulated source crystals bit by bit and bought cultivation materials bit by bit. They did not dare to waste anything. It was at this time that they met Chai Hu. Although Chai Hu had a rough appearance, he was an open-minded person. After working together a few times, they became familiar with each other. Furthermore, Chai Hu was a native cultivator in Sky Crane City. His understanding of the surrounding environment was not something that Gui Zhu and the others could compare to. With his leadership and strategizing, the speed at which they earned source crystals increased by a lot. After going through life and death together and helping each other countless times, they formed a friendship with Chai Hu. After a big battle, Wu Dao suddenly had an epiphany. His aura surged, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Naturally, the few of them did not decline to protect him. However, what they did not expect was that Wu Dao would fail at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Dao source realm. As a result, he died under the world tribulation, causing the few of them great heartache. After that, the few of them became sworn brothers and swore to look out for each other. After 2 to 3 years of hard work, the few of them managed to break through to the First Order Dao source realm. Gui Zhu and the others were already Third Order Origin Kings when they were in the Homeland Star territory. If not for the world principles they're not allowing them, they would not have taken the trouble to come to the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao realm. Therefore, their breakthroughs were natural, and there were not too many twists and turns. Wait. Hearing that, Yang Kai suddenly interrupted. What do you mean? Senior Chai is also a Tao Source realm cultivator? Chai, who had become sworn brothers with Guizhu and the others. Logically speaking, he could be considered as Yang Kai's senior. Therefore, Yang Kai naturally had to address him as senior. As he spoke, his divine sense continued to sweep Chai Hu's body. That was because he had clearly sensed that Chai Hu was only a third-order origin king. Why did Guizhu and the others say otherwise? This caused him to feel puzzled. However, no matter how Yang Kai probed, he found that Chai, who was still just a third-order origin king and not a Tao Source realm cultivator. Chapter 23:19. Hearing Yang Kai's question. A sliver of sadness flashed across Chai Hu's face, while Guizhu and the others also had looks of shame on their faces. Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if he had discovered something. Extending his hand towards Chai Hu, he said, "Excuse me?" As he said that, he placed his hand on Chai Hu's wrist and released his source chi to investigate. After a while, he raised his head to look at Chai Hu. As Senior Chai's cultivation dropped, he could sense the existence of source chi within Chai Hu's body. That was simply impossible. After all, with Chai Hu's third-order origin king cultivation, the energy within his body was still at the Saint Chi stage. Only after reaching the Tao Source realm would it start to transform into source chi. However, that wasn't the case. There were indeed traces of source chi within Chai Hu's body. There was only one explanation for this. Chai Hu was once at the Tao Source realm, and the energy within his body had transformed into source chi. However, for some unknown reason, his cultivation had dropped. Chai Hu gave a bitter laugh. Little brother's words are correct. Guizhu also gave a heavy sigh. Half a year ago, when we went out to train, we encountered a group of 11th order monster beast. We were outnumbered and had to flee. In order to stall for time, 4th brother stayed behind. In a moment of carelessness, he was seriously injured. Dantian was also injured, and after returning to recuperate for a period of time, he ended up like this. One of 4th brother's eyes was also destroyed in that battle. Chi Yu said with a look of self-blame, if we had stayed behind, this might not have happened. Although Gut Songyun and AIO didn't say anything, their faces were filled with guilt. Clearly, they were unable to let go of this matter. They felt that they had a huge responsibility for Chai Hu's misfortune. A drop in a cultivator's cultivation was definitely not a small matter, as once it fell, it was possible that one would never be able to raise it again. From then on, one's martial Tao would be stagnant. For a cultivator who pursued a higher realm, this was tantamount to a death sentence. Furthermore, it was a punishment worse than death. Seeing their desolate expressions, Chai Hu said, "Why are all of you showing such expressions? You're making it seem like I'm about to die. It's just a temporary drop in my cultivation. It's not like I won't be able to regain it." Although he had an optimistic look on his face, who didn't know how slim the chances of him regaining his cultivation was. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely stifling. Yang Kai suddenly asked Senior Yen, "Does the Dantian feel any pain when you use your power in the past 6 months?" Chai Hu was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked this, but he still answered honestly, occasionally. After all, my Dantian was indeed injured in the battle half a year ago. There should be some sequelae. Yang Kai nodded and said, "When you circulate your strength, do you feel any blockages?" "Not bad. Sometimes my meridians will swell and hurt, causing the circulation of my energy to become sluggish." Chai Hu said with some admiration. Yang Kai was 1 level higher than him. However, the fact that he was able to grasp his situation with just a simple inspection showed how powerful his divine sense was. Chi Yu's expression changed as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Did you discover something? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and withdrew his hand, saying, Senior Yan's condition may not be due to the Dantian's injury. Then what is it? Chai Hu immediately opened his eyes wide. Everyone else also looked curiously at Yang Kai, wanting to know exactly what he meant. Senior Yan, can you lift up your clothes and let me see your lower abdomen? Yang Kai didn't answer, but asked instead. Chai Hu nodded and raised his hand to lift up his clothes. However, he quickly realized something and raised his head to look at Chi Yu, saying, Fifth sister, turn around. Chi Yu curled her lips in disdain, saying, What's the big deal about taking a look? Don't be so hesitant. Chai, whose face was covered in sweat, as he said, Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Chi Yu's charming face turned stiff as she snorted, Are you going to lift it up or not? If not, I'll take action. Okay, I'll do it myself. Chai, who was truly afraid of her fiery temper, he knew that if he continued to dilly-dally, she would really take action. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and lifted up his clothes. In a split second, several pairs of eyes looked towards his abdomen. What's this? Chi Yu suddenly cried out, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chai Hu's dantian. What? Chai Hu gawked and lowered his head to take a look. In the next instant, his eyes widened as he said in astonishment, What the hell is this? A few dark red stripes had appeared on his abdomen, crisscrossing with each other, seemingly concealing some profound mysteries. Clearly, these stripes weren't innate, but had appeared due to some unknown reason. You don't know about this, old five. Gui Zhu looked at Chai Hu in astonishment. Chai Hu shook his head, a blank look appearing on his face. Chi Yu immediately looked at him in disdain and said, How long has it been since you bathed? You don't even know what's on your body. No wonder your body smells so bad. Chai Hu gave an embarrassed smile and said, I'll take a shower in a while. In a while. Yang Kai said thoughtfully from the side. Sure enough, hearing his words, AIO immediately looked towards him and said excitedly, Young boy, do you know something? Hurry up and tell us. Everyone else also looked towards Yang Kai with eager looks on their faces. Yang Kai said, Senior Chai's fall in cultivation shouldn't be caused by the Dantian's injuries. Then what's the cause? Everyone asked in unison. He's poisoned. Yang Kai replied. Chai, who was stunned, and said in astonishment, Poisoned? How did I get poisoned? He had an ignorant look on his face. Clearly he didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's words. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't come into contact with any poisonous creatures during this period of time, nor did he feel poisoned. Yang Kai said, Was the monster beast you guys encountered a profound, heavenly wolf spider? Everyone opened their eyes wide and cried out in surprise, How did you know? Yang Kai looked towards Chai Hu and said, Senior Chai, did you drink the profound, heavenly wolf spider's blood? Chai Hu said, I bit one to death. Hearing his words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at Chai Hu in disbelief. Chai Hu said, There were quite a few of those damned creatures. I had no choice but to bite one to death. That's right. The profound, heavenly wolf spider's blood is poisonous. You can't ingest it. Shock appeared on Gu Sangyun's face as he said, Sect Master Yang, are you saying that the reason why Fourth Brother's cultivation fell was because he drank the profound, heavenly wolf spider's blood? Yes, the profound, heavenly wolf spider's blood has the effect of suppressing one's cultivation. It can be used to refine pills. If it's combined with some herbs, it can be used to refine profound wolf pills. A single spirit pill is enough to cripple a Tao Source realm cultivator's cultivation and destroy their foundation, making it impossible for them to cultivate ever again. Ooh. As his words rang out, everyone's faces changed drastically as their faces turned pale. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Chai, whose fate in the future would be, they didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Originally, they had assumed that Chai, who had only fallen to the third-order origin king realm, and that he might be able to find a way to regain his cultivation. However, they never imagined that it would be so serious. If that was really the case, not only would it be impossible for Chai, who to regain his cultivation, as time passed, his cultivation would continue to fall until it was completely destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Seeing their ugly expressions, Yang Kai said with a smile, "That's just the effect of the profound wolf pill. The profound, heavenly wolf spider's blood alone isn't that powerful." Ao asked anxiously, "Is there a way to save him?" Yang Kai turned his head and shot a look at Chiyu. "Why are you looking at me?" Chiyu asked with a confused look on her face. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chiyu's blood has a slight effect of suppressing the poison." Ha! Everyone became even more confused, as they didn't know the reason for that. On the other hand, Chiyu's eyes lit up as she said, "I understand." She was the monster king of the monster star, and was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, with the bloodline of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider remaining in her body. The profound Heavenly Wolf Spider and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider were the same species, but their grades were far from equal. The aura of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was enough to restrain the low-grade profound Heavenly Wolf Spider. Saying so, Chiyu didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Using her finger as a sword, she made a vicious cut on her wrist. In an instant, dark red blood flowed out from her white wrist. Handing her wrist over to Chai, who, she said, "Fourth brother, drink it." Chai, who was dumbfounded by her actions, his face turning red as he asked, "What are you doing?" Chiyu chuckled, "You're still shy? Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and drink it." Saying so, she stuffed her wrist into Chai-Hu's mouth without any explanation. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chai, if you want to recover your cultivation, it's best that you don't refuse." Hearing that, a conflicted expression appeared on Chai-Hu's face. In the end, he clenched his teeth and took the initiative to suck on her wrist. Yang Kai said, "Although Senior Chiyu's blood has some suppressive properties, you'll still need a condensation pill if you want to completely remove the poison. I'll refine the pill. Before the pill is successfully refined, Senior Chai shouldn't use any strength. Otherwise, it might become even more troublesome." While Yang Kai was speaking, Chai, who had already let go of Chiyu's hand, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, little brother." Yang Kai grinned. "Senior is sworn brothers with my sex elder, as well as my master and mother-in-law. That means that we're a family, so there's no need to be so polite." Mother-in-law and mother-in-law? A strange expression appeared on Chai-Hu's face as he turned his head to look at Chiyu, saying, "Fifth sister, you're married?" Chiyu spat at him, saying, "Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." Ao gave a cold snort, saying, "I'm the father-in-law of this little brat. This brat looks so repulsive. I don't know what kind of despicable methods he used to actually make so many girls fall for him. Even my precious daughter didn't manage to escape from his evil hands. This is really heartbreaking." Yang Kai flipped his hair, saying proudly, "Born beautiful." Chiyu gave a cold snort, saying, "Now that you're in the star realm, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. You must have been quite the womanizer, right? Tell mother-in-law and master about how many innocent girls you've hooked up with in the past 2 years. Yang Kai had an embarrassed look on his face as he said, feeling wronged. "How is that possible? Ever since I came to the star realm, this brat has always kept himself clean and chaste." Chiyu gave him a sidelong glance, saying in a cold voice, "That better be the case. If I find out that you've been flirting with any girl, this queen will first cut that girl into 1,000 pieces before chopping you into mincemeat." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, saying, "That definitely won't happen. Chapter 23:20. Over the next half a day, Gui Zhu and the others inquired about what had happened to Yang Kai after he entered the star boundary. Yang Kai did not hide too much and told them everything he had experienced, causing Gui Zhu and the others to feel uneasy. Even though they knew that Yang Kai was able to overcome all kinds of dangers, they still could not help but feel worried for him. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai had experienced much more than them over the past few years and had faced much more dangers. However, Yang Kai's growth was much faster than theirs, and he had walked further than them. This caused them to feel ashamed, as though they were heroes in their twilight years. Half a day later, the group dispersed and found their own rooms to rest and recuperate. Yang Kai went to look for Yi Jinghan and asked her to help him find a few herbs. Refining a condensed pill was not a difficult task, and Yang Kai just did not have the necessary materials on hand. If not, he would have been able to start refining on this ship. These herbs were not too difficult to find, so Yang Kai could naturally leave them to Yi Jinghan without any worries. She agreed to such a small matter without any hesitation, and immediately sent a message back to the sect. The ship continued to move forward, and in just 2 days, they entered the hinterland of Thousand Leaves Mountain Range. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly felt the hull of the ship tremble. In the next moment, a humming sound rang out as the ship slowly came to a stop. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai realized that they had arrived. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a knock came from the door, followed by Yi Jinghan's voice, "Young Master Yang, we're here." Yang Kai got up and opened the door, sending a faint smile towards Yi Jinghan, gesturing for her to lead the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived on the deck. Gui Zhu and the others had already gathered with the Thousand Leaves sect disciples. It seemed that he was the only one missing. Seeing him come out, Gui Zhu and the others turned to look at him, with faint smiles on their faces. "Father!" Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out, leaping down from the ship and flying into the arms of an old man. Hugging him tightly, she raised her head and asked, "Why did you come out?" The old man looked to be very old. He had a head of white hair, and although his vitality was still quite good, his vitality had clearly begun to weaken. In other words, he had already begun to decline on the martial Tao. As time passed, his cultivation would become lower and lower, and so would his vitality. If he could not break through to the Emperor realm, they would die in less than 10 years. Furthermore, the old man's features bore some resemblance to Yi Jinghan's. Yang Kai immediately understood that this old man was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, who was also Yi Jinghan's father. With a faint smile, Yi Hen gave a light pat on Yi Jinghan's shoulder and said, "I naturally have to come out and welcome an honored guest. But you're not young anymore, yet you're still playing these games with your father. You'll become a joke to the honored guests." Yi Jinghan wrinkled her nose and said, "Who said I'm not young anymore? I'm not married yet." Yi Hen laughed. "I'll marry you off tomorrow." Yi Jinghan pouted. "You dare?" While speaking, Du Xian and the others also flew down from the ship and came to the front of Yi Hen. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yi Hen nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Du Xian replied, "You're too kind, Lord. It's our duty to work for the sect. We dare not claim credit for ourselves." Yi Hen nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze towards Yang Kai and the others. Shifting his gaze slightly, he fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. With a faint smile, he cupped his fists. "You should be Grandmaster Yang, right? You're indeed a dragon amongst men at such a young age." Clearly, he had already obtained quite a bit of information from Yi Jinghan and knew why Yi Jinghan had brought Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect this time. Therefore, when he said those words, he was clearly excited. However, he suppressed it well, so no one could see it. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Junior Yang Kai greets Sect Master Yi. He had always treated the elderly and the elders with the proper respect, and would never look down on them, just because of the increase in his strength. Grandmaster Yang, you've spared no effort to come all the way here. This Yi can't thank you enough, Yi Hen said in a deep voice. Du Xian and the others were stunned when they heard this, not knowing what their sect master was thanking them for. All of them thought that Yi Hen had made a slip of the tongue, causing strange expressions to appear on their faces. Yi Jinghan did not tell them the true purpose of Yang Kai's visit, so they naturally did not understand. It wasn't that Yi Jinghan did not trust these people, but this matter concerned the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Sect Master Yi is too polite. Yang Kai greeted him, before his gaze shifted slightly towards the other old man beside Yi Hen, asking suspiciously, This senior is. This old man was dressed in black, and had been standing beside Yi Hen without saying a single word. His gaze was sharp, and his cultivation was at the third order Tao source realm. He did not seem to be much weaker than Yi Hen, and the source qi in his body was vigorous and pure. While Yang Kai and Yi Hen were talking, this old man had been watching coldly without any intention of interrupting, nor did he have any intention of greeting Yang Kai. However, in Yang Kai's opinion, since this person had a cultivation at the third order Tao source realm and was standing beside Yi Hen, his status should not be low. Out of courtesy, he naturally had to ask. Yi Hen frowned slightly, but quickly introduced him with a smile. This old man is Thousand Leaves Sect's vice sect master. Shirt Songing, the black-robed old man, interrupted Yi Hen's words as he stared gloomily at Yang Kai. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling that this old man held some hostility and rejection towards him. Yang Kai could not help but carefully size up the other party, confirming that he had never seen this person before, nor had he had any dealings with him. For a moment, Yang Kai was puzzled, wondering how he had offended this old man. Yi Hen tried to smooth things over. Vice Sect Master Shi is a pillar of our sect. It is thanks to his help that Thousand Leaves sect has been able to survive all these years. So it is Vice Sect Master Shi. Junior has been rude. Yang Kai did not mind too much, and simply cupped his fists with a smile. However, Shirt Songing had no intention of giving him any face, and simply snorted coldly, turning his head to look at Yi Hen. Master. This old master thought that the person you personally came out to greet would be some outstanding young talent, but it seems that he is nothing more than that. How could a mere brat make you make such a big fuss over him? Sect Master, you must have become muddle-headed. These words not only belittled Yang Kai, but also scolded Yi Hen as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became stifling. Although the Thousand Leaves sect disciples were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Yi Hen also wore an awkward expression. He obviously did not expect Shirt Songing to be so ignorant as to say such things in front of Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to step down. Shirt Songing continued. What's more, these people just caused a ruckus in the City Lord's mansion 2 days ago. Not only did they offend City Lord Luo, they also offended many guests. This old master heard that even Sky Peak Temple's Master Ku was beaten to death by them, and even Sky Illumination Palace's young palace Master Cho was severely injured. If such vicious people were to enter our Thousand Leaves sect, what would happen? Yi Hen frowned. Brother Shi, it's not like what you said. There are some reasons, Shirt Songing said. This old master understands the whole story, so there is no need for sect master to explain. City Lord Luo only took in a concubine. So what crime did he commit to be humiliated in front of so many guests? Sect Master, if you allow these people to enter the sect, you will be inviting a wolf into the house. When that time comes, Sky Crane City, Sky Peak Temple, and Sky Illumination Palace will definitely not let this matter rest. Our Thousand Leaves sect will be powerless to stop them. Yi Hen's expression changed slightly When he heard this, obviously, he was also extremely apprehensive of these forces. Gui Zhu let out a strange cackle, looking incomparably sinister. Black chi swirled around his body as he stared at Shirt Song Ing with a pair of ghastly eyes. From what this friend is saying, you're saying that we're the ones in the wrong? That Luo Jin wants to take my fifth sister as a concubine, so we have to obediently cooperate with him? Are we not ashamed, but proud of it? Shirt Song Ing looked at him coldly. Strength is everything. Your cultivations are mediocre, so it's your fortune to be able to rely on a big tree like the city lord's mansion. However, you don't know how to appreciate it, and instead brought trouble to yourselves. How laughable. Old man, you're spouting nonsense. Chi was so angry that her face turned red. She clenched her teeth and scolded. Why don't you marry your wife and daughter to that old dog and rely on a big tree like him? Why do you have to talk about others? Shirt Song Ing became furious when he heard this, and the source chi in his body suddenly surged. Chi Yu, a cultivator of the first order Tao source realm, dared to speak to him in such a manner, so he naturally couldn't tolerate it and couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson. However, before he could circulate his strength, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes filled with ridicule staring at him. Under the gaze of those eyes, Shirt Song Ing inexplicably shivered. He had a feeling that if he made a move, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He turned his head and looked over just in time to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. Shirt Song Ing frowned, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he proudly said, This old master is a master of the third order Tao source realm, so I don't have to act according to Luo Jin's wishes. If you have such a cultivation, you can naturally act like this old master. At this moment, Yang Kai also understood why this Shirt Song Ing was so hostile and repulsive towards them, even though they had only met for the first time. He was clearly afraid of drawing fire to himself. After all, he had just caused a huge ruckus in Sky Crane City's City Lord's mansion 2 days ago, offending many great forces and killing many people. Among those forces, there were a few that Thousand Leaves sect was extremely wary of, especially Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace, both of which had masters overseeing them. With Shirt Song Ying's personality, what he was truly afraid of was not that Yang Kai and the others would bring disaster to Thousand Leaves sect, but that he himself would be implicated. As such, he had been very rude to Yang Kai and the others from the very beginning, wanting to immediately drive them away and prevent them from having anything to do with Thousand Leaves sect. Therefore, he didn't care about Yi Hen's presence at all, nor did he give any face to Yang Kai and the others. Old Sir's words make a lot of sense. Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile, Stinking brat. Chi Yu's pretty face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. She never thought that Yang Kai would not only not speak up for her, but also agree with that loathsome old man. This was something that she found hard to accept. Yang Kai winked at her and said with a smile, Strength is king, and the strong are respected. Whoever has the biggest fist can speak. No matter the time or place, this is an unchanging truth, isn't it? Shirt Song Ing sneered. Could it be that you're able to see things so clearly at such a young age? Good, very good. Chapter 23-21. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Everyone understands the logic, but there are only a few who can actually do it. Shirt Song Ing looked at him and said, This old master sees that you're not bad. Since you're able to say those words, you're definitely a reasonable person. Since that's the case, this old master will speak frankly. At this point, his expression sank as he waved his hand. Thousand Leaves sect does not welcome you. Everyone, return to where you came from. Vice sect mastershur. Yi Hen could not help but shout coldly, his face filled with anger. Yang Kai, was someone that Yi Jinghan had gone to great lengths to invite over to repair the transboundary space array. If he succeeded, Thousand Leaves sect would definitely be able to make a comeback and would no longer have to drag out an ignoble existence like before. This was a major event that concerned the future of the sect. If not for this, why would he personally come out to welcome Yang Kai and the others? However, he never expected that Shirt Songing would actually want to ruin this good thing. So how could he not be angry? Yi Jinghan's pretty face also sank as she looked at Shirt Songing and said, "Martial uncle, young Master Yang is a friend that I invited. Please be polite to them." Shirt Songing sneered. This old master will naturally be polite to true friends. But this old master does not wish to see people who will bring disaster to the sect. Let them go. Yi Jinghan roared out, "Impossible!" Martial uncle quickly apologized to young Master Yang. "Impudent!" Shirt Songing flew into a rage and glared at Yi Hen's sect master. "Master, is this the good daughter that you've taught? She has no respect for her seniors and even dares to shout at her martial uncle. What a scandal!" Yi Hen said with a sullen face, "Jinghan has always been gentle and kind. If she is angry, she must have her reasons." You. Shirt Song Ying's beard trembled as he looked flustered and exasperated. It seems that this young master's appearance has caused some displeasure. I've caused some discordant voices to appear in your noble sect. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He smiled faintly. "Little brat, stop making sarcastic remarks." Shirt Songing shouted in a low voice as he looked at Yang Kai with a displeased expression. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Old mister, you're already so old. Don't get angry so easily. It's bad for your health. Stop crying crocodile tears. If you're really little Ye's friend, then you should think of her, and leave Thousand Leaves sect as soon as possible." Shirt Songing seemed to have steeled his heart to drive Yang Kai away. He had no intention of concealing his thoughts at all, and every 3 sentences he spoke were all about the same thing. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I told you not to get angry. A few days ago, an old fellow called Kutian got angry in front of me, and then he died." As soon as these words came out, Shirt Song Ying's expression changed abruptly as he cautiously retreated a few steps and asked in shock, "What do you want to do?" Although Yang Kai's words were concise and did not contain any threat, Shirt Song Ying's hairs still stood on end when he heard them. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Even Yi Hen's expression changed abruptly, as if he was afraid that Yang Kai would make a move here. They had already received news that Yang Kai had killed many people in the City Lord's mansion, including Sky Peak Temple's Kutian. Originally, they did not dare to believe it, but now they heard it from his own mouth. They had no choice but to believe it. Yang Kai sneered. "According to old mister's previous philosophy, strength is the strongest. This young master is stronger than you, so you should know your place in front of this young master. If not, this young master doesn't mind letting you know the difference between us." Chi Yu immediately fanned the flames when she heard this. "Young boy is a big tree. Old man, do you want to lean on him? Don't miss this opportunity. It'll be too late for regrets in the future." Gue Zhu snickered. "If you have any granddaughters or daughters, you can also marry them to young Master Yang as concubines. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune." Aio and Chi Yu immediately glared at him and said in unison, "Big brother, do you still want someone to take care of you when you're old?" Gue Zhu's face was covered in cold sweat as he said embarrassedly, "Pretend I didn't say anything." Their words were full of sarcasm, causing Shirt Song Ying's old face to turn green and red. The source chi in his body surged, and he looked like he was about to take action. However, when he thought about how even Kutian had died at Yang Kai's hands, and how this young man's true strength could not be judged by his cultivation, he panicked and did not dare to act rashly. He felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. he could only grit his teeth and shout angrily at Yi Hen, "Sect Master, are you just going to watch these outsiders humiliate our sex vice sect master?" Yi Hen quickly said, "Brother Shi, if you're really thinking about the sect, then stop. Young Master Yang is a friend that Jing Han invited, so he is our sect's guest. Our sect does not treat our guests this way." You, Shirt Song glared at Yi Hen angrily. Suppressing the boiling blood in his heart, he shouted, "Sect Master, since you treat this old master's good intentions as ill intent, then please take care of yourself." Saying so, he turned around, flicked his sleeves, and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Shirt Song had really left, Yi Jinghan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Kai apologetically, she said, "Young Master Yang," just as she spoke, she suddenly paused as fear filled her eyes. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was staring at her coldly with an extremely unhappy look on his face. "Miss Yi, give this young master an explanation. If you can't satisfy this young master, then this young master will return home. Forgive me for not accompanying you," Yang Kai said coldly. He was also filled with annoyance. Originally, it was because of Yi Jinghan's persistent pestering that he had no choice but to make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect to help them repair the world crossing space array. However, he never expected that before he could even enter the sect, he would be put in his place by the other party's vice sect master. Although he did not suffer any losses, nor did he lose any face, Yang Kai was still unhappy. If not for the fact that they had coincidentally found Chi Yu and the others on this trip, which could be considered as Yi Jinghan's contribution, Yang Kai would not have bothered to waste time with them. With Shi Song Ying's attitude and tone just now, he would have already killed him. On the other side, Yi Jinghan and Yi Hen's faces changed drastically after hearing Yang Kai's words. Yi Jinghan said in a terrified voice, "Please calm down, young Master Yang. Martial uncle has always been at odds with father. That's why." Yi Hen patted Yi Jinghan's shoulder and interrupted her words. Looking at Yang Kai, he sighed. "This he can understand why young Master Yang is so angry. This he has not been a good host and has caused young Master Yang to feel wronged. This he apologizes to young Master Yang and everyone here. I hope that young Master Yang can give this sect another chance." As he spoke, he gave a deep bow, his attitude extremely sincere. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling his sincerity. The anger in his heart subsided considerably. "There's no need for that, Senior Yi. I'm just curious as to why a mere vice sect master dares to order a sect master around in such an arrogant manner." Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh, a tiger that has lost its teeth. "Is there anyone who would be afraid?" "Ooh, father." Yi Jinghan's eyes brimmed with tears as she called out softly. Yi Hen smiled as he glanced at her. "Birth, aging, illness, and death is human nature. Why do you have to be like this?" After saying that, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. "My Thousand Leaves sect started out with the art of puppetry and shook the Southern Territory in the past. However, my descendants are unfilial, causing our inheritance to decline and gradually weaken. This Yi is incompetent and has been unable to lead the sect to prosperity ever since I took charge of it. Vice Sect Master Shi and the others feel that we should abandon the art of puppetry and look for other secret arts and secret techniques. Only then will we be able to restore the prestige of our Thousand Leaves sect. However, the art of puppetry was passed down by the old ancestor. So how could this Yi dare to abandon it? If I were to do so, wouldn't I be unfilial and untrustworthy? I would be too ashamed to meet my ancestors in the afterlife." Chiyu said thoughtfully, "Sect Master and Vice Sect Master have different ideals. How will the sect develop?" Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh. "That's right. The current Thousand Leaves sect has already been divided into two factions. One is conservative while the other is new. Although they aren't completely incompatible, there is still some friction between them. Coupled with the fact that you're already so old, Is that why he didn't give you any face? In fact, he even wanted to suppress your prestige? AIO gradually understood the situation. I've made a fool of myself. Yi Hen's expression dimmed. Du Xian and the others stood to the side with ashen faces and tightly clenched fists. Clearly, they weren't in a good mood. Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and said, "Young Master Yang, what happened just now wasn't Father's intention. Please don't be angry." Yi Hen said, "Although it wasn't this Ye's intention, this Yi is still the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so this Yi can't absolve himself from the blame. If young Master Yang really isn't willing to help my Thousand Leaves sect, this Yi won't force you. However, I really hope that young Master Yang can be magnanimous and give my sect another chance." Yang Kai looked at him and said indifferently, "Although Vice Sect Master Sure is a little annoying, what he said just now is right. I've offended quite a few people. Is Sect Master Yi not afraid of drawing fire to yourself?" Yi Hen said, "Even without young Master Yang, our sect is still a nail in the eyes of those people. It's only a matter of time before our swords are pointed at each other. What's more, so many people saw young Master Yang and my daughter together in the city lord's mansion. Even if young Master Yang leaves now, my Thousand Leaves sect won't be able to stay out of this matter." Ooh, Yang Kai grinned and said, "Sect Master Yi sees things more clearly than Vice Sect Master Sure." Yi Hen said, "If Vice Sect Master Sure thinks that you'll be fine by taking the initiative to withdraw, I can only say that he's too naive." Yang Kai said, "What if even I can't do anything about this matter?" Yi Hen pondered for a moment before replying, "Time and fate. Let nature take its course, and don't force anything. At the very least, when I meet my sect ancestors in the netherworld 100 years later, I can calmly tell them that this Yi has tried his best." "All right, then this young master will try his best," Yang Kai said with a nod. Yi Jinghan rejoiced upon hearing this and called out, "Young Master Yang, are you going to stay?" Yi Hen laughed heartily. "Silly girl, why are you still asking?" Saying so, he stepped aside and said, "Young Master Yang and everyone else, please." Yang Kai no longer acted as overbearing as before and said politely, "Please follow me, Sect Master Yi." Yi Hen hesitated for a moment before walking into Thousand Leaves sect with Yang Kai. Along the way, Guizhou and the others looked around curiously, their eyes flickering with shock. Although they had already been in the star boundary for 2 to 3 years, they had always been active in the vicinity of Sky Crane City. This was the first time they had entered a sect. Thousand Leaves sect might be in decline now, but it was still one of the top sects in the Southern Territory a long time ago. The heritage it had left behind was not something those small sects could compare with. The ancient and desolate buildings and the winding paths seemed to be able to pierce through space and time, connecting the past to the present, allowing one to experience the many wonders of the past. Chapter 23-22. Although Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to a true top-level sect, it was still quite impressive thanks to the heritage it had left behind over tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai observed the scenery with great interest as he walked. However, Yang Kai could sense that the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was indeed not very dense. For such a precious place to not have the corresponding amount of world energy lingering around it, it meant that the earth veins in this place were not outstanding. Logically speaking, such a place should not be used as a place to establish a sect, but the ancestral founder of Thousand Leaves sect had chosen to establish a branch here, which was obviously because of the sealed world. Just like how when Zishan chose to establish Azure Sun Temple in the Azure Sun Mountain Range, the existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror was a decisive factor. The mountain path was rugged, and the group flew through the air. Clouds and mist swirled around them, creating a beautiful scenery. That small mountain over there. It looks like a demonic beast. Chi Yu suddenly seemed to have discovered something as she pointed at a small mountain that was about 50 meters tall. The one next to it is also quite interesting. It looks like a person holding a sword. Gu Songyun's eyes burned as he looked towards the other mountain with great interest. Everyone turned their heads to look in that direction, and soon discovered that these two mountains weren't the only interesting ones. Within Thousand Leaves mountain range, there were at least a dozen small mountains that looked like living creatures. These small mountains weren't very tall, ranging from a few dozen meters to a few hundred meters tall. They were either standing or standing, making them look like living creatures that had been magnified countless times. Yang Kai also found them interesting and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, his expression soon changed, and he released his divine sense, enveloping those strange small mountains. After a short while, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He asked in shock, "Sect Master Yi, these small mountains aren't as simple as they look, right?" Yi Hen smiled. Young Master Yang's eyes are truly sharp. To be able to see this Yi is impressed. "Is it really what I think it is?" Yang Kai's expression immediately turned solemn. Yi Hen nodded. "Yes, it is indeed what young Master Yang thinks it is." "Father, what are you talking about?" Yi Jinghan looked at her father blankly, not knowing what kind of riddle he was playing with Yang Kai. Chi Yu and the others were also confused, but they didn't dare to ask. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel awe. She praised, "Your sect's ancestors are indeed extraordinary figures. Originally, I thought that Miss Yi was exaggerating about the past glory of Thousand Leaves sect, but now it seems that there is no falsehood at all." Yi Hen sighed. "Although the foundation is still there, the inheritance has already declined. This Yi is ashamed." Yi Jinghan said, "This isn't father's fault. If not for that generation's ancestor losing their inheritance, we wouldn't have ended up like this." "Impudent." Yi Hen glared at Yi Jinghan. "The actions of our ancestors are not something you can casually comment on." Yi Jinghan pouted, a look of displeasure appearing on her face. Seeing that Yi Hen wasn't in a good mood, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, his impression of the Thousand Leaves sect had improved significantly. In 100 years, they might even be able to rise to the level of a top sect. Just those inconspicuous and strange little mountain peaks alone were enough to achieve such a feat. After a short while, the group arrived at the main peak of Thousand Leaves mountain range, Thousand Leaves Peak. Just like the other sects, there were many magnificent pavilions at the top of this peak. It was obvious that this was an extremely important place for Thousand Leaves sect. At the top of this peak, there was an ancient hall that stood tall. The desolate aura of the flowing time great emperor rushed towards them. The group landed in front of the hall. The other members of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to have received the news long ago and had been waiting here. When they saw Yi Hen, Yang Kai, and the others, they all bowed and paid their respects. However, Shirt Song Ing was nowhere to be seen. Yi Hen introduced Yang Kai to the higher-ups of Thousand Leaves sect one by one. After the two sides exchanged some pleasantries, Yi Hen led Kai Yang and the others into the main hall to hold a welcoming dinner for them. Outside the hall, there were two cultivators wearing black armor and holding long halberds standing on both sides. Not only that, but there were also some monster beasts of various shapes and sizes lying motionless on the ground. When Yang Kai and the others walked past these guards, they didn't move at all, not even blinking their eyes, nor did they show any intention of taking the initiative to salute them. This made Yang Kai feel a little strange. After taking a few more glances at these guards, he suddenly trembled and stopped in his tracks, releasing his divine sense in surprise. Yi Hen also stopped when he saw this and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Sect Master Yang, what's wrong?" Gu Songyun didn't know what Yang Kai had discovered, and asked curiously. Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment before taking a deep breath and looking at Yi Hen, he asked, Sect Master Yi, these guards are all puppets. What? Chi Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the guards standing on both sides of the hall in disbelief and released their divine senses to investigate. After a short while, all of them opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to it and only felt that these guards gave off a strange feeling, but after Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that these black-armored, weapon-wielding guards were not living creatures, but rather extremely lifelike puppets. They looked no different from real people, and even the skin exposed outside of their armor was that of a normal person's. Chi Yu and the others turned their heads and looked around. They discovered that the various demonic beasts on the ground also seemed to be puppets. This time, they were completely shocked. Yi Hen smiled. These are one of the few Earth-grade puppets in our sect. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of young Master Yang, and everyone. Although he said so, there was a proud look on his face. Obviously, he was quite proud of his sect's heritage. The other elders of Thousand Leaves sect also had proud expressions on their faces. Yang Kai raised his brow. Puppets are also divided into grades? Yi Hen replied, Of course. In our Thousand Leaves sect, all puppets are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth Profound, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks, and the higher the grade, the stronger the puppet. Then these Earth-grade puppets, Chi Yu pointed at the 30 or so puppets around them, and asked curiously, How strong can they be? Yi Hen replied solemnly, The strongest can be in the 3rd Order Tao Source realm, while the weakest can be in the 1st Order Tao Source realm. A series of gasps sounded out. Everyone looked at Yi Hen in disbelief. If what he said was true, then the 30 or so puppets here were equivalent to 30 or so Tao Source realm masters, and there was no lack of 3rd Order existences among them. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? Furthermore, this was only the strength of the puppets, and it did not take into account the strength of the cultivator, who controlled the puppets. If a cultivator in the 1st Order Tao Source realm could control a puppet from the 3rd Order Tao Source realm, they should be able to fight even against a peak Tao Source realm opponent. Gui Zhu said with a look of shock, Your noble sect's Tao of puppets is so amazing, yet there are still people who want to seek other secret arts and secret techniques to replace them. They are simply short-sighted and don't know how lucky they are. Yi Hen said sadly, Our sect no longer has the methods and secret techniques to control these puppets, so they can only be placed here now. The group of Thousand Leaves sect elders also fell silent, their previous arrogance gone, and their mood was downcast. Let's not waste time on idle chatter. Young Master Yang and all our honored guests have come from afar, so our sect has prepared some wine to welcome you all. Please don't refuse this way, please. Yi Hen quickly changed the topic, obviously not wanting to continue talking about this sad topic. Yang Kai and the others naturally did not refuse. The other party had good intentions, so it would not be good to refuse, so they followed Yi Hen into the main hall. Although the cultivator in Thousand Leaves sect did not know why the sect master valued Yang Kai, and the others so much that he did not hesitate to personally come out of seclusion to welcome them, they did not dare to ask too much. They were very polite during the banquet, frequently toasting each other, and for a time, both guests and hosts were very happy. Yang Kai and Yi Hen sat together, not seeming to be reserved at all, and were extremely forthright. As long as someone toasted him, he would happily drink, giving others the impression that he was an open-minded person who could be made friends with him. After 3 rounds of wine, the song ended, and everyone dispersed. Yang Kai and the others were arranged to rest in one of the main halls on the main peak. The few of them occupied the entire hall, and aside from a few servants and maids, the rest of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples had already left. Chi Yu and the others all went to rest, and Yang Kai was also led to his room by the maid. After instructing the maid not to disturb him without his orders, Yang Kai placed a barrier around his room. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful face appeared out of thin air in front of him. Hua Qingxi turned her head to take a look and said in dissatisfaction, "I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Why did you call me out?" Currently, the small sealed world was extremely rich in world energy, and aside from the imperfect world principles, the cultivation environment here was even better than the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in Star Soul Palace. During this time, Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoshi had been cultivating happily inside. This was especially true for Zhang Ruoshi, whose strength was rising steadily and had already broken through to the Origin King realm, which really made Yang Kai have a whole new level of respect for her. After the mysterious bloodline power in her body awakened, it was as if Zhang Ruoshi had become a completely different person. Although Hua Qingxi had not broken through, her source qi had become much purer during this period of time, which could be considered as laying a good foundation for her breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future. Naturally, she was a little unhappy that Yang Kai had suddenly interrupted her cultivation. "How is Sister Hua's cultivation?" Yang Kai asked with interest. The stronger Hua Qingxi was, the more help she would be to him. So naturally, he hoped that Hua Qingxi could break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. If that was the case, then it would be equivalent to having a hired thug from the Emperor realm by his side, and he could beat up whoever he wanted. Hua Qingxi frowned and said, "I'm still a little bit away, just a little bit away. Maybe the opportunity hasn't come yet." Her tone was a little annoyed. After all, Yang Kai had given her a precious, extraordinary treasure pill, so it would be unreasonable if she still couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. Chapter 23:23. Cultivating too quickly is not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He could also see Hua Qingxi's eagerness. "How could I not understand this principle? But if you've reached my level, you'll understand how I feel." Hua Qingxi sighed and waved her hand. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Where is this place, and why did you call me out?" "This is Thousand Leaves Sect. Thousand Leaves Sect." Hua Qingxi raised her eyebrows and pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you talking about the Thousand Leaves Sect famous for their puppet techniques? Does Sister Hua know about this sect?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Hua Qingxi replied, "Although Thousand Leaves Sect isn't a first-rate sect, it's still quite famous in the Southern Territory. So how could I not have heard of it? I was quite interested in their puppet techniques and studied them for a while, but unfortunately, I heard that their inheritance has been broken and they've declined for many years. Now, they can't even control the puppets left in the sect." That's true. Yang Kai immediately understood that Hua Qingxi knew a lot about Thousand Leaves Sect. "Why did you come to Thousand Leaves Sect? Are you also coveting their puppet techniques?" Hua Qingxi asked curiously. "I was asked by someone to help you with something." Yang Kai smiled lightly and explained the whole story a little. Hua Qingxi was surprised. Thousand Leaves Sect actually has an independent sealed world? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's no wonder that Thousand Leaves Sect has declined. If the entrance to the sealed world had been sealed, it would be quite possible. With your divine ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to repair that entrance. "I'll do my best." Yang Kai shrugged. Hua Qingxi suddenly smiled slyly. She said, "Young Master Yang, if you can find Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance in that sealed world, can you make a copy for me to take a look?" "That's not very good." Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at her. After all, it's someone else's inheritance. What's the point of you secretly observing and comprehending it? Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, You make it sound like you're not interested in it at all. I'm going to break through to the Emperor realm soon anyway. I don't have the time to comprehend those things now. Yang Kai grinned and said, Let me try. Hua Qingxi said, That's right. I heard that Thousand Leaves sex puppets are divided into Heaven, Earth Profound, and Yellow grades. Currently, the members of Thousand Leaves sect can only control puppets below the Profound grade. The method to control puppets above the Earth grade has long been lost. That's right. On this main peak, there are more than 30 Earth-level puppets, but Yihen and the others can't control them at all. There also seem to be quite a number of heaven-level puppets. Yang Kai's face was full of emotion as he recalled the many strange little peaks he had seen before. His heart was shaken. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, Do you know that there are spirit-grade puppets above the heaven-grade puppets? Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he said in shock, Spirit-grade puppets? Hua Qingxi nodded and said, I don't know if these puppets really exist. I've only read about them from some ancient books in Star Soul Palace. The records aren't comprehensive. You also know that Star Soul Palace is a big organization, so they have done some research on the secret techniques of the Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. Tell me about it. Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, Each of Thousand Leaves' sex heaven-grade puppets can display the strength of a master in the Emperor realm. If it's a peak heaven-grade puppet, it won't be inferior to a third-order Emperor realm master. This is the reason why they were able to become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As for the spirit-grade puppets, they seem to have gained sentience. They can think independently and have their own consciousness. They can also cultivate various secret arts and secret techniques. They can constantly improve their strength, just like that big rock of yours. What she was referring to was naturally the embodiment. Yang Kai was shocked, and he stared at Hua Qingxi in shock. The reason why puppets were called puppets was because they had no consciousness and could only act under someone's command. If they could think independently and have their own consciousness, they could even improve their strength through cultivation. How could they still be called puppets? That was clearly a right that only living beings had. Hua Qingxi chuckled. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I read in the ancient books. It's just that although Thousand Leaves sect was famous for their puppet techniques back then, they didn't have many spirit-grade puppets, and no one knows where these spirit-grade puppets went. Yang Kai remained silent for a long time. Puppets gaining sentience sounded a little unbelievable at first, but it wasn't completely impossible upon careful consideration. This world was vast and filled with countless strange things. Even Lu Yan was an artifact spirit, so why couldn't puppets gain sentience? It was just that too many opportunities were required to achieve this. By the way, why did you call me out? If there's nothing else, I'm going back to cultivate. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask after seeing Yang Kai in a daze for a long time. Yang Kai came back to his senses and said, Sister Hua, don't go back for now. I need you to help me with something. What is it? I found a few old friends on my way to Thousand Leaves sect, but the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect doesn't seem to have a good impression of us. I'm afraid that if I'm not here, that old man will do something to them. He needed to repair Thousand Leaves sect space array, and if he had the chance, he wanted to enter the sealed world to take a look and see if he could find any opportunities. Naturally, he couldn't accompany Chi-Yu and the others at all times. Chi-Yu and the others were only in the First Order Dao Source Realm, while Shirtsong Ing was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so the difference between their cultivations wasn't small. If Shirtsong Ing secretly attacked them while he was away, Chi-Yu and the others definitely wouldn't be able to resist. The reason he called Hua Qingxi out was to protect Chi-Yu and the others in secret. After explaining his thoughts to Hua Qingxi, she immediately agreed, "That's not a problem. Young Master Yang, you should just mind your own business. It's just a third-order Tao source realm. If he really wants to seek his own death, I don't mind sending him on his way." As she spoke, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. She was obviously annoyed that her cultivation had been delayed because of Shi Songying. Although Hua Qingxi and Shi Songying's cultivations were the same, their backgrounds were different. Shi Songying was only the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could his secret arts and secret techniques be compared to Hua Qingxi's from Star Soul Palace? If the two of them really fought to the death, Shi Songying had no chance of winning. "Then I'll have to trouble elder sister Hua." Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi glared at Yang Kai and said faintly, "Ever since I handed the soul brand to you, elder sister Hua has already accepted her fate. I only hope that you can treat elder sister Hua better in the future. Elder sister Hua will be content as long as you don't scold or beat me." Speaking of which, she even reached out to wipe the corners of her eyes. Looking like she was going to follow her husband wherever he went, Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he wiped his forehead. "Elder sister Hua, you must not speak to me like that in front of that Yao race woman. Otherwise, I'll be dead for sure." Hua Qingxi's face was filled with resentment as she pursed her red lips. "Young Master Yang, you already have elder sister Hua and Lu Yan, but you're still not satisfied? You actually want to provoke other women? What part of us sisters can't compare to them?" Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he said in embarrassment, "Stop playing around, or else I'll cut you." Hua Qingxi giggled, and with a twist of her body, she scuttled to the door and turned around. "Since young Master Yang is so afraid of that Yao race woman, it seems that she has something on you? What are you going to do?" Yang Kai turned pale with fright. "Don't tell me you're going to look for her." Hua Qingxi replied, "Don't worry. I'll protect them in secret. There are so many rooms here, I'm going to find a room to meditate." Saying so, she opened the door and with a nimble slide disappeared. Yang Kai's face was filled with apprehension as he released his divine sense. After confirming that Hua Qingxi had really just found a room to cultivate, he finally relaxed. The next day, Yi Jinghan came to look for Yang Kai, but contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Yi Jinghan did not mention anything about repairing the space array, and instead brought over some herbs. These herbs were the ones Yang Kai had previously instructed her to find and refine for Chai Hu's antidote. Although these herbs weren't too hard to find, they weren't easy to find either. Yang Kai never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would be able to gather them for him in just a single day. Since he had already gathered all the herbs, Yang Kai naturally planned to refine the common condensation pill for the antidote before anything else. After thanking Yi Jinghan and sending her off, Yang Kai immediately opened his furnace and started refining. In less than half a day, he had successfully refined a furnace of common condensation pills. Chi Yu and the others rushed over after hearing the news from Chai Hu's room, all of them nervously looking at him. At this moment, Chai Hu was holding a jade bottle in his hand, with 6 rolling spirit pills within it. Sitting on the ground, he looked somewhat absent-minded as he held onto the jade bottle. "Yang Kai, are these the common condensation pills you mentioned?" Chi Yu turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and said with a serious look on his face, "Senior Chai can take one now. Please help him refine its medicinal efficacies. After 3 days, he can take another one. After half a month, the monster poison will be neutralized." Hearing this, Chai Hu's body shook. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, "After neutralizing the monster poison, my cultivation, you'll still be a third-order origin king." Yang Kai gave a faint smile. Hearing his words, Chai Hu's face couldn't help but turn gloomy, while the hearts of the others also turned heavy. All of them believed that Chai Hu would remain at this level for the rest of his life without the slightest possibility of improving. Yang Kai continued. However, as long as you continue to cultivate, you'll quickly recover. Chai Hu's eyes abruptly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Young Master Yang means to say that I can still recover to my previous state. Yang Kai replied, naturally. Senior Chai's cultivation has only been suppressed due to the monster poison. It hasn't been that long, so your foundation hasn't been damaged. As long as you continue to cultivate diligently, you'll definitely recover. Guizhu asked nervously, are you sure, Sect Master? With a smile, Yang Kai replied, why would I joke about such a matter? That's great. Chiyu instantly relaxed, as though a large stone had been lifted from her heart. If Chai Hu's cultivation really stopped progressing, everyone, including her, would definitely feel uneasy for the rest of their lives. After all, Chai Hu had only stayed behind to defend against the danger for the sake of buying time for them. However, now that Yang Kai had said that Chai Hu's cultivation wouldn't be hindered in the future, they were naturally happy. Chapter 23-24. After receiving an affirmative reply from Yang Kai, Chai Hu no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed a common condensation pill. Chi Yu and the others stood to the side to help him neutralize the effects of the pill, all of them feeling extremely nervous. Thousand Leaves Sect. On another mountain peak, approximately 150 kilometers away from the main peak, there was a majestic hall. In a wing of the hall, Shirt Song Ying stood with his hands behind his back, a dark expression on his face as he listened to the report of a disciple behind him. After a short while, he spoke, you're saying that those outsiders have entered the main hall? The disciple respectfully replied, reporting to Vice Sect Master. That is indeed the case. Have there been any signs of them going out in the past 2 days? No, but young Sect Master has made a trip there. Have you managed to find out why they're here? Shirt Song Ying asked again. The disciple replied, this disciple is incompetent and has yet to find any clues. However what? However, I've heard that that guy called Yang Kai is proficient in alchemy and is the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He's a Dao Source grade alchemy grandmaster. This disciple guesses that their trip this time should be related to alchemy. Alchemy! A glint flashed across Shirt Song Ying's eyes as he nodded lightly. That's possible. Yi Hen is already so old, but his cultivation hasn't improved. Perhaps he's thinking of ways to refine pills. If it's just alchemy, why would Yi Hen value that little brat so much to the point of disregarding this old master's face? The disciple asked, is it possible that that little brat surnamed Yang still has extraordinary treasure pills on him? He was just casually making a guess, but those words caused Shirt Song Ying's entire body to tremble. A glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking about it from a different perspective, Yi Hen currently had a cultivation in the third order Dao Source realm and was in need of extraordinary treasure pills. If Yang Kai truly had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There wasn't a single cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm who didn't covet such a spirit pill. It was a peerless spirit pill that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Hen definitely knew something, which was why he was so polite to that little brat, to the point that he didn't even care about Shirt Song Ying himself. Thinking about it, Shirt Song Ying's heart immediately began to burn. He was also a cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm and was still far from reaching the Emperor realm. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, he might be able to pry into the Grand Dao in a very short time and reach the top of the world in a single bound. Vice Sect Master, there is another matter. The disciple spoke up again after seeing Shirt Song Ying remain silent for a long time. What is it? Shirt Song Ying asked. I've heard that Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple have made some moves, and it seems like they're going to harm our Thousand Leaves sect. Shirt Song Ying's body shook. He turned his head to look at the disciple and asked, "Is this news true?" The disciple replied, "It's just some rumors. I'm not too sure about the details." "Go and investigate. Investigate the authenticity of this news at all costs. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report it immediately," Shirt Songing said somewhat anxiously. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Thousand Leaves sect would not be able to resist them with their current strength. Neither of these two sects were inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace. It was said that Sky Illumination Palace's palace master, Chiozei, had been trying to break through to the Emperor realm for the past few years, but he had never been able to do so. If he was allowed to ascend to the Emperor realm, the division of forces within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers would be reshuffled, and all sects would have to depend on Sky Illumination Palace for their survival. Hearing that these two sects were going to harm Thousand Leaves sect, Shirt Song immediately panicked. After the disciple left, he continued to pace anxiously in his room. After a long time, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Yi Hen, oh Yi Hen, you've really gone senile. Since you're willing to lead a wolf into the house and refuse to listen to this old master's advice, then don't blame this old master for ignoring our many years of friendship. This old master also needs to plan for the future of Thousand Leaves sect. The foundation of our ancestors cannot be destroyed by your hands. Otherwise, how will we face our sect ancestors in the underworld?" As he spoke, he seemed to have made up his mind, and his eyes became resolute. After a short while, with a slight movement of his divine sense, he summoned a few of his trusted disciples and secretly gave them some instructions. These disciples quickly left after receiving their orders. On the third day after Yang Kai and the others moved into Thousand Leaves sect, Chayu's situation had improved significantly after taking the condensed pill. Although the monster poison in his body had not been completely removed, it was no longer constantly corroding his dantian and meridians. As long as he continued to take the condensed pill according to Yang Kai's instructions, the poison in his body would be completely removed in half a month's time. Chai, who was naturally extremely grateful to Yang Kai. On the other hand, Chi Yu and the others did not say anything. Everyone had come from the same star territory, so they had long been inseparable from each other. Chai, who was their sworn brother, which made him Yang Kai's senior, so it was only natural for him to lend a helping hand. Yang Kai was also very happy that Chi Yu and the others were able to befriend Chai, who in the star boundary. According to what they had told him, if not for Chai Hu's constant help during the past 2 years, their lives in the star boundary would definitely not have been so smooth. For the sake of rescuing Chi Yu, Chai Hu had not hesitated to put himself in danger. Despite knowing that the chances of success were not high, he had still snuck into the city lord's mansion without any hesitation, without the slightest bit of apprehension about the various dangers he would encounter. Facts had also proven that if not for Yang Kai's coincidental presence, Chai Hu would definitely have died without a burial place. He was clearly a person who placed great importance on relationships. There was no need to have too many of such friends and brothers in one's life. One was enough. Yang Kai was truly happy for Chi Yu and the others. On the third day, while Yang Kai was meditating, light footsteps rang out from outside his door. The footsteps quickly stopped at the door. Without waiting for anyone to knock on the door, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the door, only to see Jinghan standing outside. As their eyes met, Yi Jinghan softly called out, "Young Master Yang, come in and talk." Yang Kai invited her in. Yi Jinghan nodded her head and walked in. After entering the room, Yi Jinghan found a chair and sat down before asking, "Has young Master Yang been well these past few days?" Yang Kai gave a faint smile and replied, "Miss Yi, you didn't come here to ask about this, right?" Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to have already guessed her intentions for coming here, Yi Jinghan could not help but blush, not knowing how to reply. Yang Kai said, "Please lead the way, Miss Yi." Hearing this, Yi Jinghan rejoiced and asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other matters to attend to?" Yang Kai replied, "What other matters do you have? I've come here for that sealed world. Could it be that Thousand Leaves sect hasn't finished their preparations?" "No, no, no." Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands. "Thousand Leaves sect is ready at any time. My father has been waiting for you. Please follow me, young Master Yang." As she spoke, she immediately led the way in front. Following Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai flew through the Thousand Leaves mountain range. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mountain valley. The scenery in this mountain valley was extraordinary and beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. After arriving here, Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow as he stared at the scenery in the mountain valley, a strange glint flashing across his eyes. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this mountain valley, but he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Yi Jinghan took the initiative to explain, "There's an illusory array here that was set up by an ancestor of my Thousand Leaves sect. Please wait a moment, young Master Yang. I'll send a message to my father and have him remove the restriction." So it was an illusory array. Only now did Yang Kai understand why he felt that something was amiss. His current strength was not bad, and his divine sense was incomparably powerful. However, he was still unable to see through the mysteries of this illusory array with a single glance. From this, it could be seen how profound this array was. The person who set up this illusory array was undoubtedly a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. Only a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm would be able to do something like this. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. His divine sense continued to shuttle back and forth within the mountain valley in an attempt to pry into its mysteries. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to pry into anything. The illusory array in this mountain valley seemed to be formed naturally, with not a single flaw to be found. This caused Yang Kai to sigh in amazement. Thousand Leaves sect had been in decline for many years, so this illusory array should have been around for countless years as well. However, even after experiencing so many changes, this illusory array was still standing here. From this, one could see that not only did the person who set up this array have an extraordinary cultivation, their comprehension of the Tao of arrays was also not something that others could compare to. On the other side, Yi Jinghan carefully released her divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Clearly, she was sending a message to Yi Hen. After a short while, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the air in front of her, as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan hurriedly said with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yang, please follow me closely. Don't take a single wrong step, or you'll trigger the killing array in this mountain valley." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded his head. Yi Jinghan took a step forward, and her entire body seemed to melt into the wall of air, quickly disappearing from sight. Yang Kai followed her and took a step forward. In the next instant, the scenery before his eyes changed. This place was still a mountain valley, but it was different from the beautiful scenery he had seen before. This place was extremely desolate, with not even a single blade of grass growing. It was a completely barren land. Yi Jinghan stood in front of him and waited quietly. Seeing Yang Kai enter the array, she nodded her head lightly towards him, before leading the way in front with light steps. Clearly, she had entered this place countless times, so she knew the safe routes in this array like the back of her hand. Step by step, she walked forward in an extremely orderly and efficient manner. Originally, she was worried that Yang Kai might not be able to keep up, so she had slowed down her pace. However, after walking forward for a while, she discovered that Yang Kai appeared to be in an extremely relaxed state. Immediately, she knew that her worries were unnecessary, causing her speed to increase by quite a bit. Yang Kai continued to follow closely behind Yi Jinghan, not leaving her by even a single step, like a shadow following her. The two of them walked for an entire incense stick's worth of time within the illusion array, before the area before them suddenly opened up, revealing a gigantic platform. This platform was clearly man-made, as there were traces of carvings on it. However, it gave off an ancient aura, clearly having been passed down for a long time. At this very moment, the sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect, Yi Hen, was standing beside this platform with a lonely and ashamed expression on his face. Hearing a sound, Yi Hen turned his head and looked over. Seeing that his daughter had brought Yang Kai here, he hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Master Yang." Chapter 23-25. Sect Master Yi. After returning the greeting, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the gigantic platform in front of him. His eyes stared intently at the platform as he carefully observed it, his eyes overflowing with light. Young Master Yang. Just as Yi Jinghan was about to say something, Yi Hen suddenly raised his hand and stopped her before gesturing for her to remain silent. Yi Jinghan also knew that she was being a little too abrupt. Sticking out her tongue playfully, she stood beside her father and waited anxiously. In front of the platform, the trio remained silent for a long time. Yi Hen and his daughter had been paying attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression, while Yang Kai's attention was completely focused on the platform in front of him. The platform in front of him was clearly a gigantic array base. Yang Kai did not have much understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. The only spirit array he was proficient in was space arrays, and that was all thanks to Yang Inflammation. Back then, in order to set up space arrays in the territory of Shadowed Star, and even the Homeward Star, he had put in a lot of effort. Yang Inflammation had even imparted the method of setting up space arrays to him. Therefore, Yang Kai's understanding of space arrays was extremely thorough. Using his divine sense, he immediately sensed that there were countless mysterious array diagrams engraved on the platform, all of which were connected to one another, forming a hub that connected the star boundary and the sealed world. Those array diagrams were incomparably mysterious. Although there were many differences between them, and the ones Yang Kai had grasped, Yang Kai only needed to study them for a short while to understand them thoroughly. Not only that, he had also comprehended some other things from those array diagrams, causing him to fall into deep thought. The knowledge of spirit arrays imparted to him by Yang Inflammation was undoubtedly the best of the best, and was definitely superior to the array base platform in front of him. However, he could use the stones of other mountains to polish jade. The array diagrams engraved on the array base platform still allowed Yang Kai to gain some insights. Half a day later, only then did Yang Kai take a deep breath and retract his divine sense, his eyes shining brightly. Young Master Yang, seeing that he had finally regained his senses, Yi Jinghan called out nervously. Yi Hen also asked nervously, "Young Master Yang, did you find anything?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Your noble sect's ancestors are really talented. The person who arranged this spirit array is definitely an array grandmaster. Let's put it this way, the array base here is completely fine. It's just that its energy has been depleted. It only needs to be replenished with some energy, and it will be able to operate again." Hearing this, Yi Hen's eyes lit up as he whispered, "Young Master Yang, Are you sure? After a short pause, he awkwardly said, It's not that this ye doesn't trust young Master Yang, but this matter concerns my thousand leaves sect. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, I understand. Sect Master, ye doesn't need to explain, but I can tell you with certainty that there is no damage to the array foundation here. Furthermore, even if it's damaged, as long as I have the materials, I can refine another one. Yi Hen's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yang Kai's attainments in the space divine technique. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had some understanding of the Tao of space. With his age, his cultivation definitely wouldn't be too deep. However, after hearing his words, he knew that he was wrong. Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space could be counted on one's fingers in the entire star boundary. If not for this, he definitely wouldn't have been able to refine an array-based platform with such confidence. Yi Jinghan asked, if there is no problem with the array base here, why is the entrance to the sealed world closed? Yang Kai replied, space arrays are bidirectional. Just because there is no problem with one side doesn't mean that there is no problem with the other side. It might be that the array base on the other side is damaged, which is why it can't be used. The other side? Yi Hen furrowed his brows and said in shock, Young Master Yang means to say that the array base in the sealed world is damaged. That's about it. What should we do? Yi Jinghan's face turned pale. If the array base on the other side is damaged, we won't be able to teleport to the other side at all. Even if we have the means to repair it, we won't be able to use it. Yi Hen looked towards Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, do you have any ideas? Yang Kai grinned and said, For an ordinary person, if the array base on the other side is damaged, they will naturally be unable to teleport. However, if one possesses the Tao of space, it is not impossible to follow the connection between the two array bases and open a passage to the other side. Therefore, I should be able to give it a try. He didn't speak too confidently. Even if he had 80% confidence before the matter was over, giving too much hope would only make it easier for him to be disappointed. He had always been a cautious person. Hearing this, Yi Hen couldn't help but become excited, cupping his fists and saying, If young Master Yang is truly able to repair this array, you will be the benefactor of my Thousand Leaves sect. If young Master Yang has any orders in the future, my Thousand Leaves sect will definitely obey, even if it costs us our lives. Yang Kai replied indifferently, Sect Master Yi is too serious. It's just that I won't be able to do it even if I give it a try, but it might take some time. My friends are still in Thousand Leaves sect, so I will have to trouble Sect Master Yi to take care of them. Of course, Yi Hen nodded. As if he knew what Yang Kai was worried about, he immediately said, This he will definitely take good care of them. If they are harmed in the slightest, young Master Yang can hold me accountable. That's good, Yang Kai nodded, then continued, Does Sect Master Yi have a map of the sealed world? If I really am teleported there, I might need to repair the array base on the other side, so I will need to find some materials inside the sealed world. Yang Kai still had some materials to arrange space arrays, all of which were leftovers from the territory of Homeworld Star. Although they weren't of high quality, they would definitely be able to repair the array base. When he was studying the array diagrams on the array base, he had also memorized them all. The reason why he said this was naturally because Yang Kai was also very interested in the sealed world. This sealed world was Thousand Leaves sect's absolute secret, and only a few people in each generation knew about it. There should be some good stuff inside such a sealed world, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore it and see if there were any opportunities. Furthermore, Yi Jinghan had mentioned before that there was a place called the Emperor Heaven Valley in this sealed world, an excellent place to comprehend the heavenly ways Emperor intent. If a Tao Source realm cultivator could comprehend it, it would greatly benefit them when they broke through to the Emperor realm in the future. How could Yang Kai miss out on such a good place? Looking for materials was just an excuse. Yi Hen was obviously well aware of this, but he didn't refuse in the slightest. Instead, he straightforwardly took out a yellowed animal skin map and handed it to Yang Kai, even if young Master Yang didn't ask. This Yi was prepared to give this map to you. Yang Kai took it and gave it a quick glance. He knew that this map was genuine, so he immediately kept it in his space ring. I'll leave everything to you, young Master Yang. Yi Hen cupped his fists solemnly. Yi Jinghan also said from the side, young Master Yang, be careful. It'll naturally be good if you succeed, but if not, there's no need to force it. Yang Kai replied, I'll do my best. Saying so, his figure flickered, and he appeared on the platform of the array base before sitting down in a cross-legged position. In the next instant, space principles suddenly surged out, lingering around his body. In an instant, the space in a radius of 100 feet suddenly collapsed as tiny pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, swimming around him like fish. The faces of Yi Hen and his daughter changed drastically as they sensed the danger brought about by the spatial cracks. They quickly retreated, looking ahead in shock and uncertainty. This is space principles. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes widened as she cried out in shock, trying to sense exactly what was going on with space principles. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to sense anything. She could only feel that the principles lingering around Yang Kai were incomparably mysterious, something that she couldn't comprehend at all. Yi Hen sighed. A cultivator who has grasped the Tao of space is publicly acknowledged as the most difficult cultivator to deal with within the stars' territory. I never thought that young Master Yang's grasp of space principles would have reached such a level. In the future, you might be able to achieve a grand Tao through space principles. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled as she looked at her father in disbelief. She never thought that her master would give Yang Kai such a high evaluation. However, after thinking about it again, before meeting Yang Kai, when had she ever seen such an outstanding Tao Source Realm cultivator? She was also in the Tao Source Realm, so she naturally knew how strong a Tao Source Realm cultivator should be. However, Yang Kai's strength was far from what she could estimate. Ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivators were as weak and laughable as babies in front of him. Even those from the Third Order Tao Source Realm weren't Yang Kai's match, and were easily crushed by him. It was rumored that every single one of those Master Realm cultivators were astonishingly talented when they were young. Wasn't Yang Kai one of them? Perhaps in the future, he might really achieve what her master had said, and achieve a grand Tao that would shake the entire star's territory. Thinking up to this point, Yi Jinghan couldn't help but tremble in excitement. She was able to get to know Yang Kai when he was young, and had the opportunity to witness the growth and rise of a master. Even though her relationship with Yang Kai wasn't that close, she still felt proud. Just as Yi Jinghan's thoughts were running wild, a strange sound suddenly rang out from the void. After the sound rang out, Yi Jinghan's beautiful face instantly turned pale as she discovered that the space around her had completely frozen in an instant. It was as if she was wrapped in a block of ice. Not only was it difficult for her to breathe, even the circulation of the source qi in her body had started to become intermittent. Turning her head to look, Yi Jinghan discovered that her father seemed to be in the same situation, with a difficult expression on his face as he resisted the suppression of the Tao of space. Just as her mind was in a state of panic, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. With a solemn expression on his face, he extended his hands into the void before him. Under Yi Jinghan's gaze, the two hands strangely disappeared, as if they had been isolated into another space. Yang Kai put on an extremely difficult expression as he spread his hands apart while letting out a loud roar. Chi 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 chi. Following Yang Kai's actions, a jet black crack suddenly appeared in front of him. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate and panic spread out from the crack as if it could even devour one's vision. A void crack! Yi Hen cried out in alarm, his gaze fixed on the jet-black crack as he felt incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic void crack, and he could clearly sense how dangerous it was, causing him to stare blankly at it. Under Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the crack continued to expand, quickly turning into a passageway large enough for one person to pass through. The passageway was filled with chaos and nothingness, seemingly extending to the end of the world. Chapter 23-26. This is the Void Corridor. Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and exclaimed softly, although she had used space arrays to travel between two places and knew that there were void corridors connecting space arrays, she had never seen one with her own eyes. This was her first time seeing one. Although Yi Hen was also extremely shocked, he stared at the void corridor without blinking, seemingly trying to comprehend something from it. There weren't many opportunities to see a void corridor, especially one that had been opened by someone leaving obvious traces. If he could really gain something from it, he would definitely benefit immensely. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to grasp the traces of Space Force, causing him to feel extremely vexed. As for Yang Kai, he had already stood up. With a flash, he entered the void corridor. At the same time his figure disappeared, the void corridor seemed to have lost its support and closed up in an instant. Yi Hen and his daughter had worried looks on their faces. They did not know if Yang Kai's trip would be smooth, or if he would get lost in the void corridor and never find his way back. Within the void corridor, Yang Kai walked forward leisurely. The surrounding void turbulence rushed towards him, but was pulled aside by a mysterious force from his body, causing him to be completely unharmed. Yang Kai was no longer the ignorant person he used to be in terms of Space Force. The Space Force had already penetrated deep into his bones. Therefore, the mere void turbulence could not hinder him at all. At this moment, the only thing that made it difficult for him was how to find the exit of the sealed world. Although there were two array bases that were connected, the one in the sealed world had been damaged for countless years. Yang Kai could only vaguely grasp the connection coming from the other side. However, he was not completely sure. In this void corridor, he could only follow the direction of the weak connection and move forward quickly. Fortunately, as time passed, the subtle connection became clearer and clearer, allowing Yang Kai to be certain that he was not going in the wrong direction. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped at a certain place and released his divine sense to investigate. After releasing his divine sense, he muttered to himself, "It should be here." Saying so, Yang Kai used his Space Force again and slowly stretched out his hands towards the turbulent void in front of him. Wherever his hands passed, ripples spread out and the turbulent void was smoothed out like a crumpled piece of paper. As Yang Kai opened his hands, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that his senses were right. He increased his strength. After a short while, Yang Kai once again tore open a crack in the tunnel. From the inside of the crack, Yang Kai vaguely saw some unique scenery. He was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. He directly jumped out of the crack. There was a slight feeling of weightlessness. Kai Yang quickly stabilized his body, and when his vision was restored, he found that he had arrived in another world. The world energy here was extremely rich, no worse than his own sealed world bead. The stagnant world energy even showed signs of turning into mist, a breathtaking sight. With such rich world energy, the vegetation here was also growing extremely well with dense grasses. The place he was standing on just happened to be an array base platform. This array base platform was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai saw in the Thousand Leaves Sex Illusion Array Mountain Valley. It was obvious that they were all made by the same person, and they were the other part of the formation-based platform that was connected to each other. However, probably because it had not been used for many years, this array-based platform was covered in grass, making it look a little damaged. Upon seeing this array-based platform, Yang Kai knew that he had not found the wrong place. This should be the Thousand Leaves Sex Sealed World, the foundation of Thousand Leaves Sex prosperity back then, as well as the reason why Thousand Leaves sect had declined. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a scorching power spread out, instantly burning the grass to ashes and revealing the complete platform. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, wanting to know what was wrong with this array-based platform that caused the two places to be unable to connect. Soon, he discovered something and could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Although things were similar to what he had expected, there were still some discrepancies. There was indeed a problem with this array-based platform, but it was not a natural problem, but a man-made one. Yang Kai discovered that there was a sword mark on one of the array diagrams that ran through the entire platform. It was the destruction of these diagrams that caused this array-based platform to become defective and unusable. How could this be? Yang Kai could not help but feel a little suspicious. According to Yi Jinghan, the reason why Thousand Leaves sect had gradually declined was because the entrance to the sealed world had suddenly closed. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves sect would not have declined so thoroughly. The key point was that when the entrance to the sealed world closed, the Thousand Leaves sect master was still inside. That generation's sect master had brought in most of the sect's secret arts and secret techniques, causing Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance to be severed, causing it to gradually decline. Now, Thousand Leaves sect could not even control those earth gray puppets, and could only let them be exposed to the elements on the square in front of the main hall. He had originally thought that all of this was just a coincidence, and had lamented the bad luck of that generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. It just so happened that the entrance to the sealed world had closed when he entered. However, he never imagined that the truth of the matter would be very different from what he had guessed. The array-based platform here had been destroyed by someone, and judging from the strength and smoothness of the sword mark, the person who destroyed the array base was undoubtedly very clear-headed at that time. He had not wantonly destroyed the array-based platform, and had only cut a crack in it, causing the connection between the two arrays to be severed. Combined with Yi Jinghan's words, this sword mark was undoubtedly made by the Thousand Leaves sect master. He was not trapped here because the array base was suddenly damaged, but because he wanted to stay here. In order not to be disturbed, he did not hesitate to destroy this world-crossing space array. What was he doing here with so many Thousand Leaves sect secret arts and secret techniques? Could it be that he wanted to comprehend some secret technique and did not want to be disturbed? A blank look appeared on Yang Kai's face. If that was the case, then it did make sense. The sword mark on the array base was not deep and was just enough to obstruct the transfer between the two arrays. If one had the right materials, a slightly stronger person should be able to repair it. The sect master of that generation of Thousand Leaves sect was at least a cultivator from the Emperor realm, possibly even a third-order Emperor realm master. Since he had damaged the array base, he should not have to worry about being unable to repair it. However, what kind of secret technique did he want to cultivate that he had to come to this place? Yang Kai could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time, so he could only shake his head and sigh. He was not in a hurry to repair the crack in the array base. Instead, he took out the map Yihan had given him and gave it a quick look. This map was not complicated, as this sealed world was not big, only about the size of his sealed world bead. However, the world energy here was extremely outstanding, clearly indicating the existence of an excellent earth vein. If he could repair the array base of the two arrays, he would be able to connect Thousand Leaves sect and this sealed world bead. At that time, The world energy here would also be available to Thousand Leaves sect, greatly improving the cultivation environment of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples. The map was clearly marked, so Yang Kai quickly found the location of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After a short while, he put away the map, summoned his wooden boat, and flew in that direction. Along the way, Yang Kai was unable to contain his joy, stopping from time to fly down. That was because there were many precious herbs in this sealed world. No one had set foot in this sealed world of Thousand Leaves sect for tens of thousands of years, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Naturally, it was an excellent place for spirit grasses and spirit medicines to grow. Many precious spirit grasses grew in large patches, giving off a rich medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai did not need to specifically search for them to find them, as he only needed to fly down and collect them. Furthermore, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines here were all very old. The herbs Yang Kai collected were at least a few thousand years old, and there were even some that were more than 10,000 years old. Every single one of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had rich medicinal properties, making them the best ingredients for alchemy. Yang Kai was extremely happy to collect them. Yi Hen probably did not expect that there would be so many precious herbs in her own sealed world. If she had known earlier, she would have definitely entered together with Yang Kai, and definitely would not have let him off so easily. Just these herbs alone were enough to double the financial resources of Thousand Leaves sect. Along the way, all the herbs were collected by Yang Kai. This was only the tip of the iceberg of this sealed world. If he explored the entire place, Yang Kai estimated that he would no longer need to worry about alchemy materials in the future. In just 2 days, the medicine garden in Yang Kai's sealed world bead was filled to the brim. He had no choice but to collect some of the cheaper herbs and store them in his space ring for safekeeping. Thousand Leaves sect was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but they did not have access to them. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak just by relying on these herbs. Even if they could not compare to the top sects in the Southern Territory, at the very least, there were many masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so they would not be bullied by a few second-rate forces. Thousand Leaves sect's biggest weakness now was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, which was also the biggest dilemma faced by most second-rate forces in the star boundary. After all, there were not many people in the Emperor realm. After another day, a huge mountain valley suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The scenery in this mountain valley was beautiful, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already smell the fragrance of many herbs. After comparing the mountain valley with the Emperor Heaven Valley on the map, a look of joy appeared on Yang Kai's face. Knowing that he had found the place, he immediately increased his speed. After a short while, Yang Kai landed and stood at a certain spot in the middle of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After carefully sensing the surroundings for a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. "You lied to me? How can there be any Emperor intent here?" The reason why he had agreed to come to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the Transworld Space Array was because this Emperor Heaven Valley was somewhat attractive to him. He wanted to lay the foundation for his future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. After all, Yi Jinghan had said that this Emperor Heaven Valley was filled with Emperor pressure and Emperor intent, making it the best place to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. It was also the most important place in Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Yang Kai had originally planned to enter seclusion here for a while to comprehend the heavenly way, but when he arrived, he discovered that there was no Emperor intent here other than the rich medicinal fragrance. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.